Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to Topstep TV. Hogue is over there doing the Birdman hand rub. He's ready to go, ready to make some money in these markets today. Welcome to the opening call today, July 14th, 2026. We got a great day of trading lined up ahead for you today. It is inflation day. But first, Hogue, JD, good morning. How are we doing this morning?
Excellent, Jay. Thank you very much. Good to see everybody this morning. It's going to be an interesting trading day, as they always are. JD, how you feeling, my friend?
Feeling good, feeling good. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hogue. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Happy Tuesday. Happy Turnaround Tuesday. Will we get a Turnaround Tuesday today? Raise your hand in the chat if you think so.
I'm down for that.
You're in for it? Everybody's in for it? All right, let's do it. We've got quite a bit going on already this morning. Let's dig into it. We got 1 minute till gold opens.
Yes, we do. 1 second till gold. When gold is officially open, there's that alarm.
There it is. There's the alarm.
Oh.
Gold is open.
Gold
So
is
we were talking
officially
about
open
this.
for business.
Yeah, we were talking about this in the background. We got a pretty big number coming out at the bottom of the hour, so we're likely going to hold off on this gold trade. Let's talk through it though. Anyway, what do you think? Let's paper trade it. If CPI wasn't coming out in 9 minutes, would you take this trade?
Personally, I would not. Yesterday was a double distribution trend day to the downside, and we're opening right in the middle of both of those distributions. So I think that there's a good chance that the market is going to trade near yesterday's lows and near yesterday's highs. We're right in the middle of it. I'm a pass no matter what. Even if we didn't have CPI today, I think we're going to have better trade location as the day goes on.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm pretty much in agreement with you there, Hogue. It's looking like a fairly balanced trade right now. We're inside range, inside value, just like you mentioned. Could be some choppy price action. We'll likely get a knee-jerk reaction from CPI also, and then a little more chop, right? You got any opinion, Jay?
I'm with you guys. We just rejected off the pivot 4037s. Overnight inventory was long until what we're seeing right now. I think I'd want to be flat either way. Maybe leaning towards the long side, and we'll take a look at that when we get to the higher time frame charts. But there is a buyer at 4,000 in gold.
There is a buyer there. Yes.
They are not letting the market go low. But for right now, I think I'd stay out of this trade. We could probably paper trade it, but especially with the data coming out, I think it's probably the smart move to stay flat. But let us know in the chat if you are going to take this trade or if you are holding a number into CPI and in what market. And if you do, you have to let us know what the result of that trade is after the fact. Win or loss, our suggestion is to stay flat, but hey, take your trades, manage your risk. We're going to stay out of this opening range trade. 1 minute opening range, we got established here a high of 40.3470, a low 40.2980. We're right in the middle of that opening range right now, so it would be a no trade. Actually, I'm looking at the wrong candle here. Yeah, it's about the same range. Just looking at a 3 minute.
I was looking thin.
We are very thin.
Looking very thin, yeah.
In the middle. Right in the middle of it. Thin pretty much across the board as well. JD, you said it's inflation day, but let's take a look at that economic calendar because I think we have some more things we need to look out for as well. What's on the calendar for today?
Quite a bit happening. Quite a bit happened already. We're starting the morning with big bank earnings. Hogue's got a better pulse on this. We'll get into this in just a minute, but just a quick rundown. We had Bank of America reporting, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, Citigroup. All these big banks reported earnings just a little while ago. Hogue's going to talk through that in a couple of minutes. Also, the ADP employment report came out at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. That number came out at 19.75 thousand jobs. That is the private payrolls. The private payroll number, 19,000, just under 20,000 new private payrolls added to the U.S. economy week over week. After that, CPI, 7:30 a.m. Central Time, the Consumer Price Index. We're going to get the core and the whole number. Couple of expectations for that. Core CPI looking at 2.9% year over year. Core CPI excludes food and energy, and then the whole CPI number year over year expected at 3.8%. We're going to get that number in just a couple minutes. Fed Chair Kevin Warsh testimony. He's in front of the House Financial Services Committee this morning. Tomorrow he's going to be in front of the Senate Banking Committee. So 2 days of testimony from Fed Chairman Kevin Warsh. These are yearly occurrences. This will be his first testimony in front of Congress, though. So all eyes will be on him to see what he says. It's also coming out after the after the CPI number today, after PPI tomorrow. So I bet there will be questions about those inflation reports during this testimony also. And then we've got a handful of talking feds coming up later this afternoon also, or this morning, I should say. Michael Barr is scheduled to speak a couple of times at 11:30 and 11:55 Central Time. Austin Goolsbee is speaking at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Lisa Cook at 12:30. Michelle Bowman at about 2 o'clock. So a whole slew of talking feds later this afternoon also. As always, we will be keeping one eye on the ditch for you. If we can pipe in any of that Warsh testimony in front of the House Financial Services Committee, we will. I'm not sure if we're going to get that feed yet, but we will keep you posted on it throughout the day. As always, we got one eye in the ditch, one eye on the charts, keeping you up to date on all the news coming across the wire, because that's what we love to do, right?
Yes, it is. That gold trade would have just triggered a long, I'm putting it on for a paper trade, so it would be long right around 40, 35, 40. Risk going somewhere around 40.28, and let's see if we can get a 2-to-1 on this trade. But again, we're going to stay flat here in the house. Hogue, it is going to be a trading day. They all are. Very interesting trading day today. Let's make sure we are prepared to go. Let's go through that checklist.
Yes, absolutely. Let's do it. Be ready for the trading day. Pre-market research is the first thing we do here. Always about context, risk management, and patience. Your morning checklist, you get your walk in, walk the dog, get your water, get your coffee, a little nourishment. Be ready for the trading day. Mindset is everything in trading. If you are in the wrong frame of mind to trade, it can affect your decision-making process. Make sure that you are feeling good and feeling ready to trade. Happy traders make better traders. What about your trade entry checklist? What are your hypotheses? What are you looking for in these markets? What's going to get you into the market? Make sure you write those trades down. Do your journaling throughout the day. Because as you always, at the end of the day, you're going to do your post-market checklist, which should include reviewing the trades you took, taking a look at them. What could have brought forth a better outcome? What did you miss? What did you do well? Don't forget about the things you did right. And then review your journal, finish your journal, and always join Coach Jay and Coach Paul at the end of the day with at the buzzer. There is your Top Step Daily Checklist. Make sure you get it done. If you don't do your homework, you don't get to party.
Thank you for that, Hogue. Someone in the chat asked, what is the point of trading paper? Just to see whether or not the trade would play out. I don't think it makes sense to take risk here, especially with how thin this order book is going to get in gold. But we'll see how the trade would play out either way. Again, CPI coming up in about 2.5 minutes. We're going to take a look at the gold charts after that. JD, do you want to hit some news before this number comes out?
Yep, we've got a news clip here. It's about 1.5 minutes long. I think we could squeeze it in perfectly. It's about why gas prices are going up again. You may want to fill up your tank soon because gas prices are expected to go up again. It's due to escalating tensions between the U.S. and Iran. In today's Consumer Watch, Jen Sullivan looks at why prices are rising and how much more you can expect to pay. Let's roll it.
Prices at the pump are going up once again, but it's not all bad news.
I'm not expecting that we're going to see record-setting prices yet.
Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy says when oil prices go up, like they are right now, gas prices typically increase about 24 to 48 hours later. So why are oil prices going up? Tensions between the U.S. and Iran have escalated in the last few days after both countries launched more strikes. The attacks have threatened the fragile peace agreement.
Iran is keenly aware of the fact that it cannot match the United States and Israel militarily. So it is trying to turn the conflict from a military one into an economic one.
And now both sides want to block maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. It's a major waterway for global energy trade. Roughly 20% of the world's oil supply travels through the strait.
any small impact is going to have a very big ripple effect on not just one country, but all of us.
As of Monday, the national average for a gallon of regular gas was $3.87. That's up 7 cents in the last week and 72 cents higher than a year ago, according to AAA. Gas prices aren't likely to come back down until tensions ease between the U.S. and Iran, which could take time.
On both sides, we have diplomats who want to resolve this diplomatically, but at the same time, we have military officials that want to inflict pain on the other side.
As long as the war continues, consumers will still feel the financial crunch. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
Gas prices going back up. They're going the wrong way, Hogue. They are going the wrong way.
They are going the wrong way. That is for sure. And it's just
20
it's such a rotational thing. I mean, there's good news, there's bad news, there's bad news, there's good news, there's good news, there's bad news. We come to an agreement, nobody sticks to it. It's such a
5 seconds here, Hogue.
it's just a kerfuffle. Here we go. CPI coming out. Oh, look at this.
Wow, what a
The
move
long
in
gold is
gold.
banned.
Yes, it is. Year over year, 3.5%. Forecast was 3.8%, lower than expected. U.S. CPI month over month came in at negative 0.4%. Forecast was negative 0.1%. Core CPI year over year came in at 2.6%. Forecast was 2.8%. Core CPI month over month came in at 0%. Forecast was 0.2%. Again, CPI year over year came in at 3.5%. Forecast was 3.8%. Inflation lower than expected. What a move in gold. It is up $50 on that move there. What a move. Wow.
Wow.
Massive
pretty good
spike in
numbers
gold there. Yeah. Month over month negative. Better than
The
expectations
war
there.
speaking as well right now.
Economic activity is expanding at a solid pace, showing resilience in the face of recent developments. I did check the FedWatch tool. We got a FOMC meeting on the 29th. And prior to that number coming out, it was a 63% probability of no change. So we'll see how that changes throughout the day with this inflation data coming out throughout the week. But what a move here in gold. 40.96 is last trade here. Wow, geez, what a move. And we're still trading it. Gold is not done. 41.03 last trade. Up about $70 in the last minute or so after that print. What are the equities doing? You have an eye on the S&P, Hogue?
Yeah, they've got a pretty good knee-jerk reaction up to yesterday's high in the ES, up through yesterday's session high in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ really getting a nice boost out of these numbers. But the equities, pretty good knee-jerk reaction to the upside. Here's the NASDAQ. Let's take a closer look at that. So, we had some downside action, which we were kind of expecting yesterday, but that certainly has changed. We are going to probably be opening with some overnight inventory to the long side, probably opening with a gap to the upside. Let's see where this market can go. Pretty good numbers there. I mean, the year over year, 3.5%. The previous was 4.2. They were expecting 3.8. These are some pretty cool numbers, and I'm liking what we're seeing. So if we were looking for some upside moves, I put my hand up. I don't know about you guys. Turnaround Tuesday looks like it's going to be one.
Yeah, this could do it. This could do it. And that CPI month over month coming in at negative 0.4%. And I always love when we get these major numbers out. There's always one person in the chat that says, "What was that?" I think Wells might be joking, but that was inflation data coming out, and that is why we say maybe stay flat during these numbers. We do have Warsh still speaking here. Job creation has kept pace with the workforce. The unemployment rate is low and has changed little over the past year, seeing relatively few layoffs, solid growth in nominal wages. And after that number, the wagers on Fed rate increases have reduced. So again, after yesterday, some of the volatility that we had, it seemed like traders were pricing in a rate hike as early as this month, and that is reducing after this inflation data. But we got the numbers out of the way. Let's take a look at these charts. Hogue, what you got, JD?
Oh, I was just going to say, for those of us just joining us, I know there's some questions in the chat. What's going on? What are these moves all about? Core CPI came in a lot cooler than expected. Core CPI excludes food and energy prices. And like we were saying, that number came in at, one more time for the people in the back, I'm sorry. I just had it. What did I do with it? There it is. CPI year over year came in 3.5%, forecast of 3.8. Core CPI came in at 2.6%, forecast for 2.8. Nice and cool. Great numbers this morning. What a reaction from these markets, too. All right. Let's do it now. Let's get into these charts.
Let's did have some earnings come out this morning, actually, and some of the big banks usually starting the earnings season. They all beat expectations on earnings per share and revenues. However, the only one that is trading higher in extended trading hours is Goldman Sachs. JP Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and Citigroup are all trading lower in extended trading hours. Goldman Sachs up 3.92 in extended trading hours. Keep an eye on the Dow today. Dow may be a pretty decent opportunity for traders today. Dow traded down to the weekly kickoff low. I just want to take a quick look at that. Let's see if we're still holding it. So yeah, this is the daily. This was the weekly kickoff low, 52,300. Traded down to 52,255, and we saw some pretty good buying coming in off of that. So, all right, let's take a look at gold now. Things have changed since I first sat down to look at these markets. This is the daily chart. Now we have been talking over the last few days and the last couple of weeks how we started seeing some pretty decent buying down here around 4,000. Well, we tested down to it yesterday. We were unable to close below that 4,000 level. Settlement was $4,570, $4,005.70. Pretty important psychological level. Obviously, the market has liked what it has heard from the CPI numbers, and we've got a pretty decent move to the upside. So we are still largely in the rotational trade here. I think I really feel like we're still largely in short time frame control. We added 3,300 in open interest to the downside yesterday. Those to me are trapped shorts up against a support level like the weekly kickoff level, like an area where we saw a lot of probably longer time frame buyers in the market down at this level, and they have now certainly supported that level once again. I think all the shorts that came in yesterday were shorter time frame traders looking for some sort of continuation, some sort of break of the structure down here for a continuation move to the downside. A lot of speculation. A lot of people have been talking about $3,500 as being a decent target to the downside. And so far, the market has not been able to sustain any real trade below that 4,000 level. Once again today, buyers coming in at that level. It's going to be interesting to see. We have negative delta right now in gold, and on a big move to the upside, that's indicating longer time frame buyers against shorter time frame sellers. It's going to be an interesting trading day. Jay, is there anything on the daily chart that you want to point out in gold?
Real quick, Hogue, we did have a poll up in the chat that I want to reference. The question was, how do you trade high impact news days? Do you wait for the dust to settle? 56% of the vote. Flat, 23%, and trading the initial news spike, 21%. And for me, I voted waiting for the dust to settle. That's kind of what we're seeing here. On the daily, the one interesting thing, Hogue, is that we have not closed a daily candle below 4,000s. Yesterday was the lowest close we've had since October 2025. With futures rollover, or adjusted charts for rollover, but that's the lowest close we've had since October 2025, but could not close below 4,000s here. Clearly, we're seeing a buying presence there. You mentioned it 2 weeks ago with the open interest that you're seeing at that 4,000 level, and it looks like that buyer is still supporting the market. $108 daily ATR. So far, we're at $124, and the high of the session is right below the 20-day moving average, which is 41.1690. That's been kind of a trend line this yellow line on my chart, the 20 moving average moving down. On that spike, we stopped pretty much right below that 20 moving average. We'll see what happens. Has the downside structure broken? I don't think so, but 4,000 is not going to be an easy level to get through, clearly. What are you seeing on the 30, Hogue?
All right, let's take a gander here at the 30. So, I mean, I'm going to try and get back here now. So here's all of every time the market has kind of gone below that 4,000 level, it's been bought up, bought up, bought up. Well, bought up. Well, drove to it yesterday. We added some shorts down there, and those are probably going to be shorter time frame. Shorter time frame is stuck short. So when those numbers came out, and they came out cool, all of those shorts ran for the hills, and they all jumped over each other, trying to get out of those positions at the best possible level. Very emotional, very high volume, push to the upside, squeezing out a lot of those shorts. So prior to the number coming out, when we look at the profile that we had yesterday, it was a double distribution trend day to the downside, a distribution of time and volume at the upper extreme, and a distribution of time and volume at the lower extreme. Had we not had those numbers, or had they come out flat, I would be looking for the market to trade to both of those high volume nodes in these areas of accumulation, if you will. Okay, a lot of time and volume here, a lot of time and volume here. I'm looking for a repair day. That is now out. The repair day is much less likely to occur. The market opened in that area and rejected right away. So what I'm looking for is, are we going to be finding opportunities to look for longs throughout the day today? It's going to be difficult to do so. It is going to be a huge initial balance, which kind of lends itself to staying inside of that initial balance right now. Roughly saying the initial balance low is around 4,029.60. The high of this move that we just had was 41,1250. That is a huge initial balance, and it's likely to be difficult to extend much outside of. We expended a lot of energy to the upside. So I think my main hypothesis is we're going to find the range, which we may have already found, and I'm going to kind of be looking for the market to stay relatively close to the inside of this huge initial balance that we just put up. The bigger the initial balance, the more energy it's going to take to extend outside of it. We traded to a naked point of control or close to it from back here on the 10th. I'll get that on my charts here shortly, but this is a visual target, and this is what markets that are largely short time frame controlled target. They target short time frame levels. We targeted this naked point of control up here. So looking for this market to either extend the range to the upside in some regard. It's going to take a lot of energy to do that, or if we're going to stay inside this very large initial balance, it could kind of become a little bit rotational. We've closed the gap from Friday to Monday. That is now closed, traded to a point of control, a known short time frame level. And watch and see if we find opportunities for longs, or if this market just kind of falls into some sort of rotation after all of the energy that it was extended with that huge initial balance. Those are my initial thoughts here, Jay. Things have changed considerably after those CPI numbers. We have to adjust to what we're seeing, trade what you see. Look for the right opportunities. You can find trades if you're going to go looking for them. Look for the ones that come find you. Jay, what do you think?
Absolutely. We are still inside of yesterday's range. We did kind of just trade right above yesterday's high and right back into it. But I agree with you, Hogue. Back to that poll, the way I'm going to look at most of these markets is in referencing the 3-minute candle that came out after that CPI print, right? Like you mentioned, huge range on that candle. I'm actually just going to go right down to the 3-minute here, and huge range on that candle. That's going to be my frame of reference for the day. Can volume sustain a move outside of this range, which it's such a huge range? I'm going to use that word maybe a couple of times today, Hogue, but maybe somewhat of a hollow move for the price action that we've seen. We did have about 10,000 contracts traded in a 3-minute period in gold, which is decent. But not what you would expect for a $70 to $75 move there. So is there enough of a presence to sustain prices above 4,100? We'll see here. We have a pivot point, which is resistance 1 at 40.8260. That's also the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. So that looks like an interesting area to see how the market responds to. Again, we have price moving to the upside clearly on lower volume, right? VWAP is still all the way down. VWAP for the session is down at 40.43. Obviously, this spike is going to pull us upwards, but is there enough sustained buying to hold prices up here? That's my question for the day. If not, I think the high of the CPI candle gives us maybe a nice spot to limit risk for a potential short for rotation back down to the middle. 40.73 is that price. If we continue to trade to the upside, 41.50s potentially as a target, but it is going to take a lot of energy, Hogue, to get out of this 3-minute range here. That's a $75 range. We've already hit a daily ATR in gold. I could see rotation right back down to VWAP here. So we will see what happens. Moji in the chat says, love if-then statements. And that's absolutely it, right? If we can pull VWAP up as more volume comes in for the regular trading hour session, I think I'm with you, Hogue. This number has changed. The markets came in way cooler than expected. So could this be the catalyst that gets a lot of these markets out of the range that we've been in? I'm going to say no, but it gives us some volatility for today. It gives us some volatility for today, right? It gives us something to talk about, something to hope for.
Oh, that big move to the upside was all market order buys and buy stops.
Yep.
Where do you
100%.
think Delta should be after a move like that? It should be
positive.
Hugely positive, right?
Right.
It's negative. Negative 400 right now.
Is that RTH for gold, or is that full session, Hogue?
This is regular trading hours. Regular trading hours only. Since 7:20 on, we have negative delta on a big move to the upside.
It's all that profit taking, selling at the highs of that move.
Yeah, and probably some shorts just kind of responding to saying, okay, this is enough. We're gonna try some shorts up here, which isn't necessarily a bad idea. That's a lot of energy. It's a big initial balance. But I'll be watching this open interest and letting everybody know throughout the session here this morning if this if this delta continues to decrease in value, getting deeper and deeper into negative numbers without this market being able to pull back very much. I'll be looking for opportunities for longs if that is the case. Right now, we're still holding at negative 400 on a big up move. That's divergence. That is saying that there's somebody else involved in this. This wasn't just short covering. This is also potentially, and I use the word potentially because there's nothing that I can prove in any of this, but we're seeing possibly some of those longer time frame buyers taking advantage of the numbers that came out that we know that they're probably long because we've been seeing accumulation down at that 4,000 level for the last 3 weeks. Are they gonna move those bids up? Is really the question that I'm kind of asking myself. Negative 500 now in Delta. We are seeing the market pull off the highs a little bit. But if we can't break this market and we continue to see increasingly negative delta throughout the fast market session, I'll be looking for opportunities for potential longs. We got to see how this plays out. Just a thought. That's what we've got for gold, folks. Be ready. Buckle in. It's going to be a day.
Yes, it is, Hogue. Yes, it is. We're going to take a look at the S&P in just a little bit here, and it's kind of doing what I was saying gold may have the potential to do here. If this candle does not hold, these markets may be in trouble. We're going to take a look at the S&P, but JD, before we do that, we got some updates on stocks overnight.
Yes, we do. Overnight, stocks in Asia closed mostly higher. The Hang Seng Index closed up 0.52%. The Nikkei closed up 0.74%. The Shanghai Composite closed up 1.36%. And the Kospi, the Korean Composite Stock Price Index, which is tech-heavy and semiconductor-heavy, closed up another 0.73%. Stocks in Europe currently trading lower this morning. The DAX is down 0.36%. The FTSE is down 0.1%. The CAC 40 is down 0.36%, and the Stock 600 down 0.08%. US dollar index is ticking a little lower this morning, 100.658 last print on the dollar. The VIX is down a couple ticks also to 16.76, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note, 4.567% going into the equity open. Back to you guys. Let's hit those S&P charts.
Let's do it, Hogue.
All right,
S&P
I
up
just
a
put
quarter
that
of a
naked
percent
point
right
of
now.
control from back here. I just put that point of control in gold on the session from the 10th,
Okay.
almost to the tick, almost to
What
the
price is
tick.
that?
Put in the high there. That price is 41.1130. 41.1130 is the point of control from Friday. Traded it almost to the tick.
Nice.
Short time frame control, folks. All right. Now to the S&Ps. Just wanted to point that out in gold. All right. Here we go. So where are we? Yeah, we just had some news come out. Did anything change in the longer time frame? No. Looking at this morning, we were right in the middle of last week's range, relatively centrally located inside of the weekly kickoff high and low, and continuing to narrow in the scope of the area of balance that we are in. We lost 17,000 in open interest yesterday in the S&Ps, looking at that as some long liquidation as we were coming off those highs. The market's still doing what markets do, and when they are in balance, they go from high to low to high to low to high. We're in the middle of that right now. So that long liquidation looked like we had some trapped longs up near the highs, and that's what markets do. They get everybody long at the high and they turn it around. They get everybody short at the low and then they turn it around. So this is just very typical of what ranging markets do. The weekly range, the longer time frame range, the weekly kickoff. We're in the middle of it. It's going to be kind of a crapshoot. I would kind of say that because I think again we are still very largely in a big way short time frame controlled. So when our direct competitors, when the speculator grade is too long up near the highs, that's going to put in the high. When the speculator grade is too short and near the lows, that's going to put in the lows. Until something changes, we are in balance to breakout rules, fade the extremes, all of those kind of colloquialisms or cliches that we say are likely to hold until they don't. So here we are right in the middle of the range. Jay, we're still inside that June 5th bar and relatively close to the center of it. What are we doing here, Jay? What's happening?
We were just hanging out here, Hogue. I was looking at, so we had a 20 moving average cross below the 50 moving average for the first time since February of this year. Towards the end of February, we had that 20 cross below the 50 on the daily. They are crossed right now. 75.29 is the 20 moving average. 75.32 is the 50 moving average. And they're just crossing. What that's telling us is that on a higher time frame, we've been in this balance range, right? These moving averages don't cross unless we've been in balance for a little while because they're higher time frame moving averages. And it kind of reminds me of what happened last year. We talked about that October 10th candle for a very long time. We chopped around in this range until we eventually got some separation of the 20 below the 50 moving average. We got the sell-off that everybody remembers in the beginning of this year. We're in balance here. When this June 5th candle printed, we talked that we might be in this range for 2 months. We're 40 calendar days into that, and we're still talking about the same prices here. So what is going to be the catalyst to get us out of this? Those inflation numbers look great, but again, I don't know that that's going to be it, especially if the war in Iran is still the biggest uncertainty that we have. So 90-point daily ATR so far, high to low range, we're at 78 points. There's more than enough opportunity to trade here, but breakout momentum trades, I don't want to be long at highs. I don't want to be short at lows. Excuse me, because this is a range bound market on a higher time frame. What are you seeing on the 30, Hogue?
All right. So, we got the big knee jerk in seventh with the 730 numbers. They took us to the high from the regular trading hour session range from yesterday, but not the high from the extended trading hour range on Sunday night. We still have a little bit of a weekend gap up there. To close that gap, we've got to get up to 76.24. We didn't get there. What doesn't happen can be as important, if not more important, than what does. The market has pulled us right back into almost to where we were when this number came out. So, there's no gap, no gap guidelines. When we looked at the upper extreme of yesterday's range and the overnight range from Sunday night into Monday, that has been rejected. We're right back into range. We're right back into value. We've been talking about the idea that the market has been in short time frame control, and there's evidence of short time frame control sellers in this market yesterday when we did lose 17,000 in open interest. We got too long, the longs capitulated, and it was shorter time frame sellers. Now there's three little circles right here. On a market profile, it's probably a little bit easier to see, but the exactness of these highs. Here's two highs that are exact. Here's kind of a weak high and kind of another weak high here. These are mechanical short time frame sellers. Probably short, probably longs trying to get out at the cheapest level they possibly can. So they're getting back to an important, a known level, and they're selling into those, and they're selling into those, and they're selling into those. So that's just an evidence of shorter time frame control. Friday, buyers were coming in at halfway back from the previous 30-minute bar. Short time frame mechanical buyers. So yesterday we lost a whole bunch of open interest. Okay, that's all fine and good. What does it mean for today? Well, right now, when we're looking at value, we're inside of it. We had a pretty much almost a trend day yesterday. It was a normal variation extreme because the market did settle outside of the initial balance, and settlement price is 75.63 quarter. We're holding inside of value. My suggestion is I'm gonna try and stay patient. I think this market is going to start to seek new levels to facilitate trade. The question is what direction. We need new buyers, as Jay has been seeing for the last few weeks. We need some sort of resolution in some of the uncertainties in the world right now for this market to continue to push higher. We need new buyers. We need new buyers. So if that's the case, then I would look for this market to kind of check the upper trend line of the narrowing balance in longer time frame. If that's the case, we're fading extremes. That looked like a pretty good opportunity, perhaps, to fade that extreme. It's going to help you to limit risk. Are we going to rotate and are we going to head back down towards the lows? Maybe down to a weekly kickoff low. I don't know. Nobody does. But if we're going to follow a balance to breakout rules, we're at the upper extreme of the current balance. As far as that trend line is concerned, do we roll over? Do we head back to the downside after those numbers? I'd be surprised to see that, but I'm going to try and stay patient because here we are again, right back in range, right back in value. Do we have any overnight inventory? If we do, it may be a little bit long. Jay, there's so much to think about and so much to kind of look at and so many different nuances in this market. I think it's going to be, a challenging trading day. Not that they're not all challenging trading days. I got to try and stay patient and look for a really good trade today if I'm going to be trading the S&Ps. I'll probably be doing, the old dog new tricks thing on a very short time frame, trying to scalp this market again today. But as far as the longer time frame, as far as the bigger opportunities, where are we going? I don't know. Jay, what do you think?
Yeah. I don't think the market knows where it wants to go, or it's very comfortable in balance here. 200 moving average on the 30-minute is a flat line. 75.63 is that price. We've traded on both sides of it this week already, and with that spike, again, another hollow move. If you guys read the new Market Wizards book, the first trader they talked to in that book, Christian Koulibaly, one of his favorite trades is a parabolic short, which we're seeing happen in the equities right now. The market gets extended a little too quickly on low volume that's not able to sustain the move, and we're coming right back down. It's kind of what's happening in gold right now. It's kind of what's happening in the S&P as well. So that news candle is going to be the frame of reference again in the S&P. The low of the candle is 75.58. The high of the candle is the high of the session so far, 76.13, and we're already back below that midpoint. Of course, this is happening on lower pre-market volume, but when the volume comes in for the New York session, I want to see how it responds to this candle. There is a case pretty much the entire month, right? The last 30 trading days, you can make a case for a long or a short in the equity markets, especially the NASDAQ and the S&P. So, with that being said, Hogue, it's a reminder to myself and to everyone else to maybe not stay too married to a bias because the market is going to change pretty rapidly, kind of what we've been seeing in this range. So there's opportunity on both sides. To me, it's still kind of see profit, take profit, and I want to see if we are able to extend price outside of this range for the day. We will see. But I think what could get us out of this range is an update on the situation in Iran right now. Outside of that, I think we kind of just float around. Big enough range to trade, right? We're talking about a $75 candle in gold, a 60-point candle in the S&P. More than enough opportunity. Just got to check what type of opportunities we're looking for, and those are pretty range-bound. We got oil open for business here. I know we're going to take a look at these oil charts. Oil is open. We could take a look at this 1-minute opening range. Just realized what time it was. Oil definitely out of balance here, so this might be one we want to take a look at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've got a overnight inventory to the long side. We've got definitely a gap to the upside. Gap guidelines say if we can't close that gap relatively early, some pretty good buying came into this market yesterday. It is in rollover. Don't forget that. Today is probably the last day that we'll be trading the August contract. It looks like it's going to roll maybe a little bit early, and possibly because of the directional activity that has occurred over the last couple of sessions. That's going to scare a lot of rollers into getting that rollover finished. I thought it might actually happen last night. August open interest is 160,000, 153,000 in the September contract. So we're going to see a lot of that volume roll into the September. I would expect us to be trading the September contract tomorrow, which does change the market a little bit. It's going to be, I think, a little bit more of a challenging market today because of the rollover. A lot of those positions that are still in the August contract need to move over before too long here. So that is going to kind of keep the longer time frame. Their focus on the roll. We've got no extension of the opening range, the 1-minute opening range so far. It's a 38 tick opening range in the bigs. We'll see if we get an opportunity here. I don't dislike either direction here. If we get overnight inventory adjustment back towards range tomorrow, the short could be good. If we get extension, above the above the opening range high, I think that there's probably still some legs possibly to the upside here, but man, oh man, it's out of balance. So
Took a
we're
quick
only
look
looking at a
below
45 ticks of risk on this, so we can take a look at this.
Took a quick look below the low of that opening range. So we'll be short if it's a short or a no trade on the big contract, at least here in crude oil. We'll see if we get a 1-minute candle to close outside of that range. JD, we're going to take a look at crude on the higher time frame charts, but we want to hit some more news on oil prices.
Yes, let's do it. We talked about why gas prices are going up earlier, but oil prices are hitting 1-month highs also. Let's roll that footage. Worldwide oil prices hit a 1-month high early this morning. Global benchmark Brent crude rose 1.5% early this morning to $84.56. That's the upmost level for oil since June 12th. U.S. oil futures increased by 1.9% to nearly $80 a barrel. We're at nearly $81 a barrel right now. These hikes come as the United States launched several strikes against Iran, causing traffic in the Strait of Hormuz to slow down. Roughly 20% of the world's oil supply comes through the strait, and its near closure during the conflict in the Middle East has had an effect on prices. No trade yet in crude oil. Coming back mid-range. And it looks like crude's going to do the heavy lifting for us this morning, guys.
Yes, it does, JD. Yes, it does. Let's take a look, Hogue, then at the daily chart in crude. What are we seeing here?
All right.
We still got the we still got the clip up. Hang on.
There
it is.
All right. So on the daily, 67.80 weekly kickoff low. It did move up a little bit, but we haven't had much movement or in and around it as far as the low is concerned. Yesterday we tested right to 75.20, and we saw some pretty decent volume come in and continue to buy this market. We added about 3,300 in open interest yesterday. Again, very blurry because of rollover, but when we broke out of that weekly kickoff high, there was some news involved in that, of course, and the market has been continuing to push to the upside. So we've got a little bit of a potential market state change here. We've been moving lower. I'm looking at the breakout and holding above that weekly kickoff high as a break in downside structure. And that downside structure break has continued to see this market pushing to the upside. I'm looking for this market as long as no news comes, as no changes come in as far as what's going on overseas to continue to push higher. I can certainly see the 50 session simple moving average being targeted 84.10. The 100 session is right in that area as well, 84.41. That's a little bit of confluence. A lot of eyeballs are probably on that, and I can see the market pushing up to that level before seeking new information. In other words, I'm looking for this market to continue that way unless something changes. $84. That's what I'm looking at. Jay, what are you looking at on the daily?
$84, 84.10 is that 50-day moving average there in oil, Hogue. What I'm looking at on the daily, I think you kind of said it there. We got down to a basing area above that 200 moving average, and we said that there was probably more potential to the upside than there was to the downside in crude. There is a gap. We had a gap down the weekend after, I guess, opening Monday, June 15th. We have a gap that we have not traded into, this little purple box here. And that is the kind of target. $82 is right in the middle of that. That's what I'm seeing there. Daily ATR is still $3.76. So far, high to low range, we're at $3.33. Crude oil, I believe, is our biggest percentage mover to the upside right now, outside of heating oil. A 3.4% move to the upside. Not a market that I want to short for a very long time. If we're moving like this in oil, Hogue, maybe for some mean reversion, the market gets overextended type of trades, but I'm on a daily. It looks like it maybe wants to target this gap and then that 50 moving average up there at 84s. Seems like right now the more asymmetric opportunity is to the long side in crude oil, especially while we have all this news coming out. Anything you're seeing on the 30, Hogue?
Yeah, we got an overnight inventory, obviously, to the long side. We're opening with a gap. Gap guidelines apply. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities for longs. To close the session high, to give the gap to the session high yesterday, we've got to get all the way down to 78.45. There's another feature in the profile from yesterday, which is the fact that we did put in a late spike to the upside yesterday. I'm basing the late spike at 76.04, which is last week's high. So last week's high, 76.08, 76.04, 7600, whatever. It's all the same zone. I'm not looking for any shorts unless I find meaningful selling below that level. So any pullbacks between now and that level could offer some pretty decent opportunities for long. If something changes, of course, that changes everything. It changed it yesterday. We had a pretty good move up to weekly kickoff high. The market pulled off of that, pulled back off it, went back to review it. News came out, and that's what changed everything and had us break that weekly kickoff high and continue this move to the upside. That move to the upside is still in play, and it will be in play as long as we hold price above the base of the late spike, 76.04. Am I expecting to see 76.04 today? I am not. I am not. I would think that would take some sort of news to come out. I'm looking for this market to continue this move to the upside, as we've already discussed. We do have a session gap that could bring us to a close up to 83.34. There is a naked point of control up there, 83.46, and then our $84 on the daily chart would probably be the next target above that. So, if this market does continue to move to the upside, there is a gap to close. There are visual targets, and there are moving averages that everybody's looking at up above those levels. So, we're going to have to see how this plays out. The market did take out the low of the opening range by just a few ticks here. So it's either short or nothing on this opening range trade. I'm thinking nothing is probably the way to go. Jay, what are you seeing on the 30?
On the 30 here, Hogue, we had an urgency trade last night. We had a very small 30-minute opening range, 77.86 at the low, 78.25 at the high, looking at a 30-minute candle. And within the very next 30-minute candle, we had price and volume leaving the range to the upside. That oftentimes has the potential to be the trend for the rest of the day. So are there going to be pullback counter trend trades in oil? Absolutely. Are we seeing some rejection at $81 here? Yes. But for me, probably not a market that I'm looking to short, unless, of course, we get a headline or something that changes the structure of the market. So I agree with you there, Hogue. 82.37 is resistance 2 as far as pivots go, and it's kind of right at the high of that gap that I drew out there. So to me, that looks like a pretty interesting visual target up there at these $82. We'll see what happens as far as fundamentals, but from a technical perspective, a market that is urgently trading higher. Resistance 1 is $80.18. We already have VWAP above that $80 level as well. So there is some real buying, at least in the overnight session here in oil. We'll see whether or not they want to sustain it. My 1 or 2 lot shorts might be picking up pennies in front of a steamroller, Hogue. I don't want to be shorting this market. Especially, I'm hearing a headline in my ear right now that Netanyahu is warning Iran. So it does not seem like the headlines that we're going to get today are going to bring this market down. I don't want to be the one to step in front of this here. So I know that opening range trade potentially triggering a short or looking like a short, it might invalidate, but bullish fundamentals and technicals right now in oil. That's what I got there, Hogue.
All right. Well, profile yesterday, main feature, the base of the late spike, 76.04. I'd be amazed. Not surprised, but I would be somewhat shocked if we were able to get down to that level today. But again, that could take some sort of a headline. So ACH, baby, anything can happen. That's what we've got for crude oil.
Awesome. Great stuff, Hogue. JD, before we get into the NASDAQ, give the people what they want, we got one more piece of news.
We sure do. Who is feeling lucky today, guys? Mega Millions jackpot reaches $637 million. Let's roll it, if you please. There was no jackpot winner in Friday's Mega Millions drawing, pushing the top prize closer to $1 billion. Tonight's drawing is worth an estimated $637 million with a cash option of $278 million before taxes. If there's a winner, lottery officials say it'll be the first jackpot over $500 million since last November. It's been said, I've heard it been said that the lotto is just a tax for people who aren't good at math, right? But at the same time, you can't win if you don't play, right?
For $1 billion bucks, it's worth $1.
Why not?
Worth $1. I'll put $1 on it.
No, it's
sure.
$2, isn't it?
I think it is. Yeah, price went up, Hogue. Inflation, man, it touches everything, even the lottery prices. But inflation coming down, as we can see, month over month. Let's take a look at this daily chart, Hogue, here. Let's give the people what they want. What are we seeing?
Okay, so on the daily, I mean, obviously we're still largely in balance. We've got highs, we've got lows. We are narrowing in the scope of the range, which is what range-bound markets do. There's going to be some sort of change at some point. We don't know when, we don't know how, we don't know where, but there will be a change in the market state at some point. As Jay has been saying for the last month, we're going to need some sort of impetus, some sort of catalyst to bring buyers back into this market. Overall, I think we've largely been in very short time frame control as the market range bound activity. So where are we? Well, we started the session right in the middle of last week's high and low. Right now, we're in the center of the weekly kickoff high and low, and in the longer time frame, we are in the middle of the range. So this market is seeking new information. We got some new information today. Is that going to be a catalyst that's going to be strong enough to break us out of this market state? I don't know. We added 14,000 contracts to the short side yesterday. That is telling me that any of those traders that added to short positions and short time frame, weaker hands traders, they're in the hole right now. They continue to get squeezed. We could see, a continuation move to the upside. I can see 31,000 last week's high being targeted. It's been a high. Uh, you gotta. Somebody pointed something out in chat earlier, and I was like, wow, it's down like over 20% right now. That's what's dragging the Dow down, more likely. But I don't know what happened there, but there's obviously something going on with IBM. So that's something we may want to keep an eye on for sure as far as the Nasdaq is concerned. New shorts yesterday in the Nasdaq, new longs yesterday in the S&Ps. Opposites, but similar. We'll see on the daily.
On the daily, we are right in the middle of that June 5th range. The high of the session is pretty close to that high as well. We do have a potential cross, maybe today, of the 20 and the 50 moving average, which we saw in the S&P. 29,952 is the 20, 29,922 is the 50 moving average. And yeah, everything is kind of just wrapped up in this range of that June 5th candle. And that inflation data does not seem like it's enough to get us out of here. So daily ATR in the NASDAQ, 668 points so far, high to low range. We're at 612, so pretty close to a daily ATR range already. Again, more than enough opportunity, just range-bound opportunity. I don't want to be buying highs. I don't want to be selling the lows of the session of the daily range, right? So if we're at a 600-point daily range already and I'm trading somewhere up near 29,900s, I'm thinking position management in the NASDAQ because of how rotational we've seen this market be over the last month or so. What are we seeing on the 30 here, Hogue?
All right. So on the 30, a little bit different than the S&Ps. S&Ps are inside value. NASDAQ is holding a little bit longer as far as overnight inventory is concerned. That makes sense to me. If we're all short in the hole, we're still trying to get out of those shorts. So we're holding price up a little bit higher. We probably maybe a chance of opening with a session gap. This is the high from yesterday's regular trading hour session, 52.5. We open above that. We can't close that gap. I can certainly see this market continue to rotate higher as I still believe we have some deep, shorter time frame, weaker hands shorts that are still stuck in the shorts in this market. So see if we get a gap, see if we get any continuation. The spike base that has been kind of run through, but over the last two times it was visited was resistance. So that kind of looks like a pretty decent target to me. That's up at 30,070. We've got, our last week's high, 30,094 and 31,000, a psychological BFRN, big fat round number. We'll see if we can't do that. I do like the prospects and the we're probably going to be open if we reject range from yesterday. I can see us looking up towards that 30,070. If we reaccept, I can see the market pulling back, but I think we still got a lot of shorts that are going to be looking to cover if we get back into the range from yesterday. So we'll see how that plays out. Jay, what are you thinking?
The news candle, Hogue, the CPI candle is going to be my frame of reference for the day in the NASDAQ, as well as the other markets that we talked about. 29. I'm looking at it. It's on a 3-minute. 29,677 at the low. 29,921.75 at the high. Midpoint 29,800. We'll call it 70.99.5. I want to see how the market responds here. When the volume comes in for the New York session, does it agree with where price is? And if so, we get that rotation back up to the highs. And if not, we see, maybe some pressure under this candle and a rotation back to VWAP. Going to be another rotational day. Resistance 1 as far as pivots go, 29,851. We can see we traded above that, and VWAP was 300 points lower. So maybe another hollow move on the news here. 250-point candles in 3 minutes is not sustainable in the NASDAQ. We'd be at all-time highs, but by the time we got off of the opening call here. So not surprised to see a little bit of a retracement of this move, but does that sustain? Fast market's is coming up in 12 minutes, so we will see there. But I want to see how the market responds to this candle here, Hogue. Any pressure below it, I'm looking to get short potentially into the lows of the session. But, that is what I have in the NASDAQ. Anything else you want to add here, Hogue? Should we get to that schedule?
Let's get to the schedule.
JD, who do we have trading with us on TopstepTV today? This is going to be a good one.
It is going to be a good one. Coming up next in Fast Markets, we've got Andre and Jack guiding us through the equity open and the next couple hours of trading. They're going to be joined by a couple of rotating guests also. We've got Chike and Ted here from 8:30 to 9:30. Dakota will be in from 9:30 to 11, and our man Mohammed is here from 10 to 11. We've also got John Kosar coming in for a little macro talk at about 9:20 a.m. Central Time. Make sure you're there for that. Hogue will be in there doing some chart analysis too. Speaking of which, morning highlights at 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Hogue will be back with some more chart analysis. He's going to go over what happened here with the CPI number, the trades that we did not take during opening call, and any possible trades or potential trades we will be taking during Fast Markets. Power players at 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. 11:15 Central Time. Jay's going to be back with Braden and Eric. Group coaching. Eric's going to be here hosting with a mystery guest and Coach Hoop. That's at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. If you got a question for Eric or Hoop or a mystery guest, we're going to pin a form to the chat in just a little while. Grab that form, fill it out, click submit. We will get your question and we will answer it live right here on TopstepTV. This is your opportunity to get a question answered live on TopstepTV. Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. I am going to be back with live funded trader Sky. Sky will be with us from 1 to 1:30. Then we've got Coach Vince and Gabe coming in to trade up the rest of that hour. Make sure you're here for that one. And then Power Hour. We've got Mandy, Dolby, and a mystery host coming in. That happens at 2 o'clock p.m. Central Time. We'll be closing out the day in Power Hour. Don't forget, after the close today, we will be airing the premiere of Trader House Episode 3, the season finale today, just after the close, probably around 3:05 p.m. Central Time. Speaking of which, we got a little clip to share. I know everybody's excited about it. The grand finale, not the grand finale, the season finale of Trader House Season 1. Let's see what happened.
Somebody do it like me.
It's a futures trading YouTube channel. So we're all futures traders. It's called Topstep. Topstep. Topstep?
So what's the name of it now? The channel?
Topstep. TopstepTV. Topstep. Topstep.
I subscribe, so you'll. Okay. You can never find somebody do it like me. But you'll never ever find somebody do it like me.
You never saw a guy work a crowd like Coach Jay at the Cubs game, right? He signed up about 100 subscribers that day at the ballpark. It was great.
Yeah. We were telling people to like and subscribe in real time. So shout out to all those subscribers we got at the Cubs game. Hopefully you guys are still watching. If you are, let us know in the chat if we did get you as a subscriber at the game. But great time. Great time.
Oh, look at Dr. Val in the chat saying Jay and I the only ones awake at the game. I was awake for the entire game. I watched every single pitch of that game. James, I was locked in, I think.
Yeah. Should call that episode The Hangover.
Oh man, Aaron was having a rough day. I'm sure we're gonna see it. We will see it.
There's a tiger in the bathroom.
Episode 3, the final episode of season 1 after the close today, right before at the buzzer. So make sure you are here. And if you haven't done so already, if you haven't watched the first 2 episodes, they are up on the Topstep YouTube channel. We can post a link to those. There's that playlist in the chat. Shout out to Topstep Official. Posting the link to that in the chat. No commissions for new subs. We just appreciate everyone here. We can't get to 200,000 subscribers unless we're recruiting people in real life. So I might have to go out to a Yankee game and see how many subscribers I can get now. We'll see what happens here. But let's quote some prices really quick before we get into fast markets. We got the S&P right now trading 75.80.75. The NASDAQ trading 29,790. Gold 40.92.70. And crude oil. That crude oil short is not looking too bad now, actually. I know we didn't take it, but here we are. Some selling into this $80 level. $80.04 last trade here in crude. Tilt long across the board. 66% long in crude. Actually, 54% short in gold. 55% long in the S&P and 53% long in the NASDAQ. Crude pulling back here, Hogue. Is this just a dip to buy?
Indeed.
Yeah, right.
I can't because the opening range is the dead ass high.
Right.
So I need
Yes, it is.
more information before I'm going to start buying this thing.
Well, let's see what the open gives us. I think we are ready to go here. In just a couple minutes. Here's a question in the chat we could probably answer real quick. What do we think about this inflation data? Inflation came in lower than expected.
Mm-hmm.
Hogue, JD, quick opinions on that inflation data that we got?
I'm surprised by it.
Oh.
I think it's a very good thing. I think the real answer is going to be tomorrow with the PPI numbers, because if the PPI numbers come down, that's going to be more encouraging for lower inflation into the future. So this is the first step of get some cool numbers on those PPI numbers tomorrow. Then I'll be impressed. But so far, markets are liking it. I'm liking it. Lower inflation is what we're working towards. Lowered the probability of a rate hike in the future here with the FOMC meeting coming up. So to me, it's all good news. I haven't had much of a chance to look much deeper into it, but as a knee jerk from me, that's what I'm seeing.
And with Fed Chairman Warsh he's scheduled to testify in front of the House Financial Services Committee in just a little while. I'm sure this is going to be a subject of conversation too. He's going to dig a little deeper into it. I know Jack and Andre already dig a little deeper into it also coming up in fast markets.
Yes, they are.
Stick around.
Speaking of which, the team is ready here. I see Ted's there. Ted got some sun. For our friend Richard in the chat, the sun might be white. I don't know. We'll take a poll in the chat. Is the sun orange or white? But Ted's here, Chike is here, Jack is here, Andre is here, and we are ready to go. Hogue, do the thing. Take us into fast markets.
All right, let's do the thing. JD, always a pleasure to spend the morning with you. And of course, thanks to all of you for trusting us with your time. As usual, I like to look at the top of the chat. Charles Henry was first one in the chat this morning, as far as I saw it. Shubham, we got Mike 1970, we got Tander Takeoff, we got Coog, we got Billy Joe, Buddha Goalie, Lugold, Altius Trading Group. There's a new name. Welcome, Altius Trading Group, Philly Trader, JGZ Baby, just to name a few. We appreciate all of you being here. And remember, when you are going to sit down to trade, do your homework, take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Pray for peace every day. It's time for fast markets now. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, my friends. Welcome to Fast Markets on TopstepTV on this CPI Tuesday. CPI is cool. IBM's dead. Dre, I'm glad you didn't take that rates trade because that cut's not coming. Good morning.
It was on for a hot second. Waller, then rate cut, a rate hike, no rate hike. We'll dig in more into that. We are in for a doozy today. Welcome everybody, Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Who we got? Lower left-hand corner, Mr. Chike in the house from England. Lower right-hand corner, joining us from South Florida, Ted in the house. Let's get right into it. Chike, less than 2 minutes till the opening bell. Last time you were on with us, called your shot, you executed it to the tick.
Yeah.
What are we looking at? What are we looking at here coming in this open?
Today, yeah, it's looking quite bullish to me today. I'm expecting a lot of buying in the markets today. I know we do have Chairman Walsh speaking at 2:30, testifying. So I'm going to be watching that as well, seeing what he says. But generally speaking, I am expecting quite an upwards direction in the market today.
Bullish. Okay, bullish indeed. Ted, we got our trading buddies here. We got the gang is back. Ted, let's break it down. 60 seconds till the open. Let's do it. What's up, Ted?
Got it. Good morning. Good morning. So I know people think I'm crazy when I talk about the implied move in the S&P. The implied move was 50 points. 1x the implied move to the upside is 7613. On the CPI candle, the tip of that wick is 761450. Call it chance or maybe call it math. So 7613 the high, 7563 unchanged. 1x to the downside, 7513. Not going to go in with a bias, but I'm leaning short on any pops. We'll see.
All right.
Let's let the cash open.
What would you say? Call it luck or call it math? That was pretty good.
Yeah, call me crazy, but we literally that was last night. The math was 761350, and we got to 761450, tip of the wick, and sold right off. So there you go.
All right. Buckle up. I like it. Let's take a look at the prices here. What do we got? We got the NQ trading 29,790. Huge range in the last hour or so. We're talking about a 400-point range. In session highs, 200 points. We are short. Ted, you are in.
Yeah, I'm short.
Short the ES.
Crude took a dip. Crude took a nice little dip, and I think it bounces. Right, this is just the beginning of this short. I would like to add to it.
I actually like longs from here. I actually entered 3 MQs long.
Whoa.
Here we go.
This looks quite good. To the long side.
Right. Chike, what price?
Well, if ES 767, but if ES breaks below 70s, then that's me out for the day. I mean, for the long. But as long as ES holds 570s, I'm happy to go to the long side.
Nice trade.
Well, we are in. Ted, you are short still?
Nope.
Okay.
Stopped out. Right above that candle wick.
All right. Chike is in. Chike? It
needed a push.
Yeah. This is not, we are 90 seconds into this New York session, typically. Typically, you wait the first 15 minutes. Let's see how this plays out. What's going on in crude oil? $80.33.
It's 570s right here. If we can hold this, I'm happy.
You long ES?
No.
Me?
Short.
Yeah.
No, I'm long the Nasdaq, but I'm banking on the ES holding the 570s.
I see. Okay, very good.
Yeah.
I got you. All right, let these guys manage this trade here. Dow's not doing too much. Crude catching a bit of a bid, $80.41. Jack, we had those numbers. We had earnings, rate hike.
We had surprise
rate
earnings. Pre-release from IBM. So starting off, I have not clicked the button yet. We're retracing, most of that spike so far from CPI. Once we settle in, we'll dive into the components, what's going on there, just headline stuff. This is another massive rotational day between our two favorite little things, i.e. the semiconductors are up 4%, software's down 2%. A lot of that has to do with IBM pre-released earnings. And, as the proverb goes, they shadow the bed. IBM right now is down 25%.
What? Is it really?
Yes. And The reason we're seeing that rotation is because it's basically their mainframe business is maybe getting eaten into by the AI complex. So there's your rotation. But it's funny. Once again, massive rotation under the hood. The ES right now is scratch. So there you have it.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's 570 is broken. So that's me out.
Okay.
Unchanged.
Any lower, if you break the low of the NQ, I'm out.
Yeah.
Out. All right, a little down tick here in ES. ES selling off. Ted, are you short? You still in this thing?
I was. I reshorted, got out. By the way, one big thing I'm using.
Sure.
Stops. You got to have stops.
Always.
So
Yeah.
I have a trailing. I'm trading mostly MES today, so my trailing stop is 35 ticks. There's no way I'm trading without a stop. 4 p.m. today, the blockade is going to be back in effect. Any news headline in the world could come out. 2 MNQs yesterday cost me $500. I was long, had no stop, and that headline hit. I was down 500 on 2 micro NASDAQ. So I will not trade today without a stop at all. No way.
Lesson learned. Lesson learned. Also, we've got a slew of Fed speakers. Fed Chair Warsh will be testifying for the House Representatives. Scheduled to start in about 10 minutes or so. We bring that to you live here on Topstep TV. We got speakers after that throughout the day, throughout the afternoon. We got Barr, we got Goolsby, we got Cook, we got Bowman. Just to name a few. Some earnings after the bell. I believe we'll get into all that right now. See how the markets are moving or not.
Off the bell, to quote some of the big movers, oil was pumping last night. August contracts trade above $80, $80.30. Good deal of movement in bonds off of that CPI number, the old bull steepener, as we would call it. We got 8 bips down to 4.2 in the 2-year. The 30-year didn't move that much. This was mostly a front end move based on that. Two conflicting things. We had the cool CPI, but oil going up. And why was the CPI cool? Well, because oil went down last month. We'll dig into the numbers a little bit once things settle down, but there's definitely a story.
Indeed. Just to recap, the CPI prints year over year. CPI increased up 3.5% versus an expected 3.8%. CPI month over month. It's not core. It's just headline minus 0.4% versus a minus 0.1%. So cooling off a little bit more there. Core, pretty much in line. Cooler both in core. Core is excluding food and energy.
Yeah, let's wait about 10 minutes and then we'll dig into it because there should be some movement here.
I'm thinking 100%. You will be correct. Watching the 10-year. 10-year, they get back beneath 4.6%. Fed Watch looking at a 16% probability of a rate hike. Last I checked,
from about
minutes ago,
38% yesterday.
Jack. Yes,
it will.
Right.
Well, the trade is still living on a prayer. If if these oil prices keep on squirting up.
Yeah,
squirt's a weird way to do it, but oil does squirt, so I'm gonna let it fly.
Yes, it does.
That could change things. The yields, the actual market, and lastly, we got the other inflation numbers this week. Maybe they're crazy. Time will tell.
I believe we have PPI tomorrow, a forward-looking inflation number.
Oh, crude selling off. Little drop. Little drop in crude, little pop in the NQ.
What are you watching, Ted? You're watching crude?
I'm watching crude.
What are you watching?
Yeah, on one of my screens, I'm watching crude, and I'm trading MES. I'm watching them all, but I'm watching a 5-minute in crude. I still think it's got more upside.
Okay, Chike.
Oh, I got stopped out of that short.
All right.
Yeah.
Chike, we're still about 7 minutes in. Are you back in? Or
Yeah. So I actually liked what I saw on the book map, and it looked really good, strong to the upside. So even though 70s broke, we did catch some buyers around the 60s. So I did re-enter that. And I still think I'm still very bullish on the day. I would like to see us get to 30,000. And yeah, that would be nice. And move to 30,000.
Update us with your position right now, Chike.
So I'm long from 7-Eleven. Currently about 50 points in profit.
Okay.
Order filler. Took a long. Crude selling off.
30,000s are very likely today if we can hold that. If we can stay strong to the upside, 30,000s is very likely.
For 30,000 in the NQ currently trading 29,000, 780s. Now you're long from 7-Eleven. Well, you cut that quick. Let's trade there. We're its way up to 800s now. 10 points to go there. ES catching a bid as well. 75.81 half last trade there. 73% long tilt in the ES right now.
Wow,
And
crude is really kicking.
Crude is selling off. Crude is selling off right now. Crude down about 90 cents in this 5-minute candle. And again, Fed Chair Warsh will be testifying before the House. And says it's going to start in about 6 minutes, 45 after. We will be bringing that to you just to get the prepared remarks have already been released. And then a lot of his grandstanding, Jack, it's very performative. However, this will be his first. We'll see if they do put him through the gauntlet.
Yeah, this should just be a steady grind to the upside.
Why do you say that, Chike? Where are you? Why do you say that?
It's just the level 2 data is just showing it. Like it just looks like it's going to be quite like a nice grind to the upside. So as long as we continue to hold, and there's no like sharp sell-offs, I'm very confident in this trade. Of course, anything can happen.
Of course, yes, indeed. Again, using that level 2 data on Topstep X. Let's take a look at the ES ladder. Nothing really jumping off the ladder right now in terms of big size orders. What's going on in the NQ? NQ very thin. Nothing really jumping off the looking above or below. Seeing like a 29 line up to the upside. Nothing really there. Gold catching a bit of a bid here. 40.94. Ted, what's your position?
Out flat. Took a small long in the MESN, 1 micro NASDAQ, quick scalp.
All right, Chike, first trade. Yes, first trade was quick long, quick cut for a loser. Then you got back in. What made you change? Typically, your approach is wait, first 15 minutes, see how the market shakes out. This time you were in twice.
If I see very heavy buying on the on level 2 data, that's usually when I'm like, okay, I can kind of preempt this. But of course, it's more added risk, which is why I typically tend to reduce my size. However, I do like to preempt it with level 2 data. Level 2 data, I've implemented it in previously when I was back trading Topstep maybe like a year ago. I wasn't using level 2 data, so I would have to wait until 45. I only wait until 45 now if I don't see any heavy tilt to one direction. But if I can see that tilt, then I can usually preempt the trade, and it allows for more to take more profits out of that trade.
Oh, fantastic stuff. What do we got here? You heard the guys talking about prices, levels of interest. Where you can get those? Well, pinned to the chat. You see those Topstep data levels. See the link there. Those levels are updated and refreshed before every New York Open. Do you one better? This is the summer of indicators, by the way. So you click on the indicators tab at the top of Topstep X, and you simply type in Topstep data levels. You get those slapped overlaid right there on your charts. Also, while we're at it, upper left-hand corner, this segment's called Fast Markets. Why am I telling you that? Hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using that hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets to share some cool content like Jack. What do you got for me?
I was going to say, in honor of like perhaps those single stock futures are coming out at some point. I've put on. We'll see how it is by the end of the day. A simulated trade of something I might take a try at of IBM. Long 2,600 shares of IBM against short 1 NQ future. So that's the sort of spread trade you might take when a stock's down 25%. We'll check in on it later. I got the prices I got in on.
Long IBM, short NQ. Okay.
Mm.
Long IBM. See what you did there. They converge. Or is it? Do you puke one? Do you puke one and let the other one? Well, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
No, you puke them both at the same time. Like if you're if you're trading the spread, you trade the spread. Damn it, you don't mess around with legging.
Yeah, you do.
You don't let one run.
No. I don't want that. I'm Andre. 1,000%. I'm a spread trader at heart.
Same. And when this trading outright stuff, it took me two full years to unlearn spread trading. When I started trading the equities outright, much different ball game, to say the least.
Got a nice little sell off here in crude. It's breaking below.
Yeah,
it has a level. Crude has a level if it can break below. Damn, I'm blind. 7891, 7891. There can be more downside to 76, which would be bullish for NQ and ES.
And Fed chair war expected to start momentarily. Believe so. Reuters is telling us it's going to start here at 45 after. Maybe they got the feed that will open up then. Then the top of the hour will begin with the prepared remarks. Then we'll get a whole lot of questions from our elected representatives.
Are we bringing that in, Andre?
We will, I believe, Andrew. Yes, as soon as it starts, we'll get the prepared. Let's see how that goes. But yeah,
well, maybe let's. I was gonna say I'll go over the CPI data before we do that if we have a chance.
I think that let's do that.
Here we go.
Yeah, so it's now 245. So I would have taken that trade at 245, so around about 753. But because I saw that heavy buy-in earlier, it allowed me to get in much earlier than I would have if I was to have waited for 245. So now I'm already in, let's just say 40 points of profit before the 245 trade. So now it's just a case of putting my take profit 100 points from 753, which would be 853, and then that would be the trade for the day.
Okay, you're playing NQ off of ES when you're quoting those prices.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
NQ, we should hit 30,000 today.
It's 200 points higher. Flip that. Let's see. We'll see. We are waiting. A waiting watch will begin at the top of the hour. Jack, let's break down the CPI. Take a look under the hood.
Let's break down CPI. The timing couldn't be better. I hear the leaf blowers coming. It's cut off a little bit here, but I'll tell you basically what's going on. This is the report you get from the ELS that shows everything. So we can see what's driving everything here. Here's the 12-month unadjusted for each of the components. Here's the month over month. So you can see what's driving this decrease is gasoline and fuel oil down 9.7% month over month. Energy as a whole down 9.5%. Okay. The other things that are driving it, we got apparel down. We got used cars. Shelters also. Sorry, the leaf blowers are coming at me right now.
I got them too.
All right.
Let's switch away for 1 second.
Yeah, I got you. It looks so obviously, oil or energy playing big now, but now we got oil, energy back up, crude back up to $80 or so. We'll see how that affects, if at all. Take a look at the 10-year. 10-year holding a couple points higher again. prices go up
Crude
in
bounce.
treasuries. Prices go up and yields go down.
What a balance in crude. Didn't break
Yeah,
that 89 level.
89, $79,
I'm
89
watching
cents.
crude right there. See, big bounce.
Yep, yes, there was. 77,
That's what my eyes
77% long
on.
tilt. The ES right now.
To which side?
Long, sorry. Long.
Oh, to the long
50,
side.
50.
Okay.
Yes, 50
Yeah.
50 NQ.
All right, they're gone, Dre. Just want to
Let's
talk
do
the
it.
Another
last
big
part
bounce.
of CPI right here. I think something important, just like it was artificially kind of high last month, it's always subject to energy, right? I think an important thing to keep your eye on is this right column here that for each category shows the year over year increase. Remember, the mandate's supposed to be 2%. Out of all these categories, what is under 2%? Well, new vehicles. New vehicles is under 2%. That's about it. And then commodities, less food and energy commodities. Everything else you see here is well above 3% for the most part. Obviously, energy up 42%. That's no good. But still, for the September rate hike, pretty much all of these categories are running at over 3%. So getting back to 2 is still a long way away. However, we did kill probably the possibility of a rate cut coming up for this meeting on July 29th. More to come. Oil's going up again. Let's see what happens.
Yep. Thank you, Jack. Well, how about this? White House Senior Advisor Hassett coming in hot saying that was the best inflation report we've seen in about 6 years, Jack. 6 years. I guess, yeah. COVID was 6 years ago. Jeez.
Well, the thing is, it's like when people quote the VIX being up or down in a percentage when it's at like 12, right? It's only the best in years because the last was so bad. The year over year number still came out at 3.5. So it was a good report. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'd much rather see that than a hot print, but it's kind of like damning with faint praise.
6 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What do we got here? All right, NQ 29,000, shooting 20,007, 780s now. These sevens. Buyer stepping in. Yes, trading 75.83. Again, awaiting Fed Chair Warsh's testimony at the top of the hour. Chike Long from 29,711 in the MNQ. Still correct? Looking for?
Yep. Looking for 853s.
853 to the tick. What's the
This looks like we're consolidating for now.
Yeah, typically your trades you risk 50 for a reward of 100. This one's changed. Why?
So this was me preempting the 245 trade. So I should have actually taken it from 753. So from 753, 100 points would have been 853, which is why my take profit's at 853. And
gotcha.
In terms of my stop, because I've entered early, I can put my stop lower than it would have been if I did enter at 245s. So that's why preempting it when I see heavy buying or heavy selling can be beneficial. And that's why I've implemented that now into my trading.
Always evolving. I love it, man.
Yeah, you got to. The markets are always evolving.
Mm-hmm. Now you're even telling us what you're
one strategy that was working maybe a year ago might not be working now. So you always have to slightly maybe adapt your strategy just to suit the market regime and be able to stay adaptable and like nimble. Because we weren't doing 1,000-point days, let's just say 1.5 years ago, but we were doing that just something like a month ago. So just need to be able to adapt.
Fantastic stuff, Chike. Absolutely loving it. Also, we got thousands watching us all across the globe right here, right now on Topstep TV. Be so kind. Click like, click subscribe, click notifies. We are on the march to 219,000 unpaid for subscribers. Also in the chat, let us know where you are all watching across the globe. Who's watching from France? Who's watching from Spain? From England? Who's watching from Argentina? Final Four. World Cup begins later today. Are you nervous?
Remember, I
Cheeky,
said Spain takes it home.
Are you
I called it.
nervous against the versus Argentina?
A little bit, but I feel like it's gonna be like a mid game. I don't really expect anything. It's either gonna be a crazy game or it's just gonna be a mid game. But I'm expecting a mid game.
Well, we'll
But
see.
we still take it. We still take it.
Okay, so it's coming home. You heard it first. It is coming home indeed. Let's see the chat. We got Greece, Cambodia, very cool. India, France, España. Didn't see it there. Well, welcome aboard. They're saying Spain's going to win. Okay.
Yeah, Spain wins. I can't lie.
Mohammed likes France. France looks good as well.
France is solid. They just have so much depth.
They've got firepower. They got firepower.
Yeah.
Ted, I got to ask you, how much World Cup soccer have you watched at all, if at all? Say none.
15 minutes total.
Thank you. I love you, Ted. I knew I could count on you for that
Highlights.
one. You're the best.
Highlights.
That's cool.
On the kickball channel.
There you, the kickball channel. Ted, you are the absolute best. Are you flat, Ted?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
What's
just
your
waiting.
P&L?
I'm waiting.
How many trades
I
have
have
you
a
taken?
feeling we got Warsh is going to say something. So, we're here all day. No rush.
I like that.
They should introduce hydration breaks in trading. That would be nice.
Yeah.
What would that
Pause
look
the
like?
market.
Yeah,
Let's pause the
all right,
market.
let's take everyone take a
Pause the
hydration
market.
break. Everyone, let's
Exactly.
let's take a hydration break. Should we run a commercial?
Being on Topstep TV has done wonderful things for my hydration because I'm sitting here for like 2.5 hours during this segment with no other ability to fidget besides this sip out of this giant chalice of water. So
That's right.
Yep. So bad. We need to get rid of those. All right, markets are in a holding pattern right now.
Just chilling.
Well, again,
that's why some people complain about like the news breaks when we go to those things. I mean, we're sitting here drinking water for 2.5 hours. We need breaks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. To keep the pipes lubricated. Sometimes it gets tricky.
I have a tanker off my balcony this morning.
Tanker?
I don't know where it was going. Tanker.
What do you mean?
Oil tanker.
Oil tanker.
I had an oil in the ocean.
Is it full?
Off my
Is
balcony.
it full? Is it full?
Cans are
Empty?
division, Andre.
No, there was the red. The red was showing. It was out of the bottom was out of the water.
So it's empty. Sounds supply lower. Prices go higher, Ted. There you go. You are our indicator.
Yes.
Indicator. There you go.
I heard a rumor once that a hedge fund would have a boat in the Gulf, measure the boats coming in and out, and they would know on the crude number whether it was a build or a draw. They already knew the number because they measured how far in or out of the water the boats were. I mean, crazy.
Yeah, it's like those hedge funds taking satellite imagery of shopping mall parking lots.
Exactly.
For
Yes.
retail sales
Yes.
numbers. Yeah. Or
Somebody
sending a
working at
junior,
Abercrombie and
It's funny
Fitch.
how creative they get with it.
yeah, or sending a junior analyst to the Strait of Hormuz to see what's really going on there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Found a little
It just
range
looks like we're
here.
going to be consolidating for a while.
Yeah, we are. I think you got to let him talk a little bit, right?
Yeah, we
To
should
get your
We
wish.
should see a break to the upside, though.
So you got a level at
Decent, decent.
29,915. I like a lot. But then the other level down below is 29,590. So a break either way, you got a nice move. I agree with you, Chike.
Yeah.
And the market is it's come to a grinding halt right now. This is going to be a big one. We are in for a huge day. This is good.
Yeah. We'll go for a walk and see if the tanker's there.
Jack, I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about bank earnings, their trading revenue.
Right.
Absolutely crushed
It's
it.
coming out.
Absolutely crushed it
Yes,
again. Might be on mute. Chike, are you gonna hold this through? How do you manage this
What
trade
a
if you're going into the
compression.
worst?
Yeah, I'm holding through. I'm holding free. I have my risk set. I'm not risking the world, so I'm happy to take a loss. Losing's part of the game of trading. A lot of traders, they need to like be comfortable with losing. Like losing doesn't mean you're the worst trader in the world. It's literally just part of the game.
So
How do you?
And
how
it's
do
just
you
about
get
taking
comfortable?
it, not taking it personal. Like, not taking it personally.
How do you get used to? I don't know, not necessarily used to. How do you get over
Use, how'd you get over
trade?
it?
How
You
do you
just
get over
realize
getting
that
ticked out? Okay,
the
losing
market
trades
doesn't.
happen. How do you get over getting ticked out just to watch the market turn around and go the direction that you thought
It's
it would?
unfortunate. It is unfortunate, and if I ever do find myself maybe getting a bit more heightened emotions, then I usually just take a step back, and I can easily identify that okay, I'm clearly not in the right mindset to trade, so just take a step back. But usually, sometimes I just laugh it off, like, it is what it is. But the market doesn't even know you're there half of the time, so you shouldn't see it as the market's trying to come after me. So
I've definitely thought that before.
it helps. It helps a lot when you realize that the market is not really aware of you like that.
You promise? You promise it's not?
Yeah,
it does. It doesn't know
I
where
know.
your blue box is at
Even
all.
though it might feel like it doesn't.
You're 100%
It has
right.
no
Great
idea
stuff.
where that blue box is.
Great stuff. We'll have the Delta Don joining us here shortly. Then we'll have Warsh. Then we'll be joined in just a bit by John Kosar, founder and chief market strategist, Asbury Research. This guy's the real deal. Get his take on CPI and Fed as well. Also talking about stocks. This guy's going to bring the heat. That's what we've been looking at here lately in the markets and where we may be going. I'll be out here in about 20 seconds. What's up, Jack? Sorry.
I'm looking at these bank earnings. Oh, that's some good trading.
Pretty sure is. They're pretty good at this. We'll see. Look at this.
I'm looking at.
Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
I thought there was like a number coming out or something, so it's quiet. So Bank of America equities trading division did 3.62 billion. That's plus 70% year over year. Their fixed income desk did 3.5 billion, up 9%. There's a theme here. It was a great quarter for their equities divisions. JP Morgan, what'd they do? Equities, they did 6 billion, totally mogging Bank of America. That's up 86% year over year. Fixed income sales and trading 6 billion, which was just 6% year over year. So tough quarter for the bond boys.
Yeah.
And the currency boys. Really nice bonuses, presumably, for the equities trading desks.
Oh man, absolutely. All right. Hey, Hogue, where you at? Where's my guy? Hogue, jump on in. Let's get this thing going. Saw you an opening call, then saw these markets going wild. Now we're eagerly waiting. War's testimony. So what's up, Hogue?
Good morning, everybody. All right. So we are looking at these markets. What's going on? Well, S&P and NASDAQ are telling a little bit of a different story. The CPI numbers came out good, right? Jack was just talking about the bones of that, and whatever the bones are, the market liked it, right? The market, the S&Ps were pretty much flat before the number came out. We looked above yesterday's high, but we rejected yesterday's high. We're not really seeing any real movement here, at least in the S&Ps, at least for now. We're still inside range. We're still inside value. Value high 75.92, value low 75.51. So we are now looking into the NASDAQ here on the 30-minute chart. So NASDAQ is holding up better than the S&Ps. The knee jerk at 730 was above yesterday's range, above yesterday's value. The market did open with a gap. It just closed that gap. My concern for longs here is that in the Nasdaq, the opening range remains the dead high. The S&P's looked both sides, which makes sense because they're a lot more in balance. The market is showing rejection above yesterday's range, perhaps getting down to a test, perhaps a value high from yesterday, right around 29,666. I don't like that number. We're seeing the market holding the opening range, the 1 minute opening range as the high of the day. I can't buy that market. I can't buy it. I would like to, but I can't because that opening range is the high of the regular trading hour session. So what we're at risk of now is reacceptance of yesterday's range and particularly reacceptance of yesterday's area of value. We added, what did we do yesterday? What do we have here? We added 14,000 contracts to the downside. Those were all probably shorter time frame shorts. All of those shorts are now out of the market. When we have short covering, it takes buying power away from the marketplace. Our responsive sellers above yesterday's high are winning the game right now. Opening range is the high of the day. Value is moving lower. Point of control is moving lower. Sellers are winning so far. We gotta come back in to check yesterday's range and value. It is entirely possible. There's still a lot to digest. We've got wars coming up to speak very shortly. Who knows if that is going to do anything to these markets? But from where I'm sitting, S&P is range bound. Stay patient. Nasdaq showing rejection of price above yesterday's range. Let's go test value high again, 29,666. I don't like that number, but looking like we're going to get a test of yesterday's value high in the Nasdaq. We reject that, then I can start possibly looking for longs. But again, with that opening range at the dead ass high, I can't look for longs in the Nasdaq here just yet. Let's take a look at crude oil. Crude oil, we've seen a pretty decent move yesterday to the upside, a little stutter step at weekly kickoff high. Some news came out, and the market has been pushing higher. It's pretty much range bound so far in the regular trading hour session today. I'm not expecting that to remain. We've got about $1.50 as far as the initial balance is concerned. Nothing huge. We've opened with a session gap. We have not closed the session gap. If we can't close that session gap to the high from yesterday, what was the high? 78.45. We can't close that gap. I'll start looking for longs if we start to see some basing or some reversal patterns if we do extend below the initial balance low. Ideally, I'd like to see a failed downside auction below the initial balance low and then see this market continue to move to the upside. Do I really want that to happen? No, but as a trader, it would probably be one of the opportunities that would get me into this market. Let's take a look. Well, I mean, much further below the late spike that occurred at the end of the I'm not looking for any real meaningful selling until we get down below that level. So I'm looking for an opportunity to buy a pullback for potential longs if there is no new
90
information.
Record. I now recognize myself for a 4-minute opening.
Do we
Kind
have
of,
war speaking right now? Is that what we're hearing? Maybe. Well, just real quickly in gold, $44,000. We've been seeing buyers down at that level. Those buyers are still present. The market, after the number came out, pushed right up to a naked point of control. The market is still largely in short time frame control, unless we see those longer time frame buyers down below here. I told you we would be watching Delta throughout the day today. So far, in gold on an up day, we've got negative Delta. Buyers still present. Longer time frame, we have a huge opening range, initial balance in gold, expecting the market largely to stay inside of that. It's become very range bound for the last hour and a half. That's my story. Sticking to it. Let's get down to business.
let's get down to business indeed. Is everyone still flat here, or Cheeky? Are you still long?
Yeah, still long. Got stopped out. I did re-enter because it still looks good to the upside. But this is my third trade for the day. So my classic rules, 3 strikes, I'm out. So if this is a loser, then I will be very much on my hands.
That's not a terrible place to be. Hogue, welcome. Oh, here we go.
Thank you.
We got the start of the
Good to
war
see everybody.
sharing.
GK.
Yep. Nice to see you.
Oh, here we go. Ted, Jack, good to see you.
Hey, bud.
Who's this guy? That's not Warsh, is it?
It is
in
not.
its first round during the immediate onset of the 2008 global.
We'll see. We'll wait until maybe we hear Warsh. Once again, these are, I believe, congressional hearings, which are just rife with grandstanding, no matter what you consider your political affiliation to be. Sometimes there's some fun moments, though. So we will see. Certainly, we'll go in when we see Mr. Warsh.
Absolutely.
Little bit of a range sort of has developed, consolidation, if you will, looking at the ES right now. Looking at the options, I see nothing but negative gamma around here in the 0 dates. So could be a little bit, as we would call it, choppy, unpredictable, but we will see.
Mm-hmm.
TK, your position is 29,670.
676, yeah.
Okay. All right.
76.
Let's
Looking
get this
around,
one.
yeah, let's get it. Looking around the big boy stocks. Actually, after those huge trading revenues, JP Morgan's now at 910 trillion. They're coming pretty close to entering the 4 commas club. Also would be the first $1 trillion company headquartered in New York. Ted is on the run.
Hold on, baby.
Where is Ted
Let's see
going?
if we gotta change it up. Oh yeah, let's go find a tanker. There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a
let's take
tanker
it on
out in the
cruise.
ocean right there.
No
There's
way.
your tankers. Yeah, baby. I had 2 tankers right out here earlier this morning, right on the ledge. How about
Here
that?
we go.
There you go.
Look at this. 79.50 in crude. Crude selling off a little bit. Ted is giving us on the ground.
We got tanker watch.
On the ground news.
Let's do it. We got tanker
Are they coming
watch
in or
going
are they
on in
leaving?
Florida.
I see they were heading south, so they were going to Miami.
There you go.
They were probably
Oil's
going down there to get filled up.
Let's
Boy,
see.
that thing moved already. That's pretty quick. We
gotta
can
go
trade by
refill
the
that
app.
reserve. Let's do it.
We can trade on the app this morning. I don't think there's much to do until this guy Warsh talks, really.
Yeah, that is what we're waiting for. Ted, you're a freaking legend, man. I wish.
Well, hey, if we're gonna sit here and wait for Warsh, we may as well wait and get some scenery at the same time, you know?
Yeah. All right. Well, guys, we're waiting on Warsh. We're waiting on tankers. We're selling off a little bit in the ES. Maxine Waters asking a question. This is sometimes good for some drama. Why don't we listen to this for a few moments?
Oh my goodness.
Americans
All
have
right.
paid a total of
Chat riled up, at
$56.4
least.
billion more in gas since Trump began his endless war with Iran. That's $477 for each household in America. In fact, the Federal Reserve's own research shows that 1 in 10 Americans skips meals because they simply cannot afford it. Workers are also worried about what artificial intelligence means for their jobs and their financial security. The one common thread of all of this is Trump, whose policies and actions made the economy and the concerns of American people so much worse. His tariffs have driven up costs for consumers and businesses. His attacks on independent financial regulators have undermined confidence in the mission of institutions that have protected the public. His war in the Middle East, which has no end, continues to hurt gas and grocery prices. Despite this pain being felt by American families, there is one family making fistful of money, the first family. The Trump family has earned more than $2 billion since Trump returned to office, primarily from new crypto ventures that Trump's administration
balcony. I love
is
it.
supposed to oversee. Yet instead of addressing these growing conflicts of interest, Republicans are legitimatizing all of them. They blocked all efforts to stop this profiteering when they passed the stablecoin and crypto legislation. Chair Walsh, I understand you have committed to divesting all of your financial assets to avoid conflicts of interest. That should also be the case for the President of the United States of America. Turning to the Federal Reserve, Trump has repeatedly attacked your predecessor, Chairman Jerome Powell, because he refused to kiss the ring and bend monetary policy to the president's demands. His administration continues to try to remove your colleague, Governor Lisa Cook. I hope we hear from you today how exactly you will defend your colleagues and the Federal Reserve. You should also take no comfort in the Supreme Court's shielding the Fed when it overturned Humphrey's executor. The court vastly expanded presidential authority over
Promise there will be a
independent
Warsh
agencies,
answer.
and it is likely to still come for other functions of the Fed, like bank supervision next. Committee Democrats will continue fighting to protect the independence of the Fed and other agencies, strengthen consumer protections, and build on an economy that prioritizes working families, not the president, the wealthy or the well-connected. So I look forward to your testimony today. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. I now recognize the chair of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity, Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, for a 1-minute opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Chairman Wash, to your first hearing as
These
chairman.
are opening statements.
Congratulations on your confirmation.
Not yet.
Maybe we wait until we see Warsh. I thought they were already asking questions, but apparently not. All right. Remember, coming up in just 5 minutes, we got John Kosar, founder and chief market strategist of Asbury Research. He's going to be here with Andre. That means we have 5 more minutes of hot trading action here with Cheeky and Ted's balcony.
I'm short the micro ES, by the way, from 7.2.
All right.
7.2.
Two micro ESs. I'm holding on to it. I think we have a 590 level in the NQ that we could tap if we didn't break up towards 900.
I'm the opposite of you. I still think we go up.
Agreed. We could go all the way down and hit that level and go straight to your level. Absolutely.
Very true. Very true.
All right.
So there we go.
Going off a little here for Ted, coming up on the overnight VWAP, which is around 75.66 or so.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at this.
6.5, I think, is unchanged.
Got to start trading the overnight. I just noticed on the ES chart that we have 3 clean touches this morning off the SPX 7500 level. That's about 75.45 in the futures. That's where we closed Q2 as well. There's a ton of, not necessarily zero dates, but there's a ton of options further out at that level. Now we're at the VWAP. Hogue, you seen anything?
Yep. Nothing telling me where buyers are in the market.
No, neither am I. With the opening rate, the high in the Nasdaq. I was not looking for longs. Now we're back inside value in the Nasdaq.
Absolutely.
I'm looking for this market to get back
this
down
was
to
very
29.
good to the short side.
About 4.
We are back. Yeah. We're back to the base of the where we were at the CPI number right now in the ES.
CPI number, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm still short. I'm trailing this with a stop. I think we have another maybe 25 points in ES to go.
Oh, okay.
You got no signal using the trend.
Here's
magic,
War
or
speaking.
I missed it. One of the two.
Let's listen in for like 2 minutes of
Passed
War.
away about a
You
month
guys
ago
sign off.
after a century of life.
Yes.
We at the Fed recall the chairman's strong and steady leadership, his strong hand in a period of rapid economic change. And today we honor his memory. As a country, we just marked our 250th year. And when Americans count our blessings, we include an economy predicated on the brilliance of our constitutional design and a system of ordered liberty. an economy without equal in all it's done for human flourishing. Some forms of Fed communications, which I've spoken about previously, are discretionary, but not this one, and for good reason. It's a prudent and wisely conceived obligation designed to keep the Fed accountable, responsible, and faithful to its congressional mandate of full employment and price stability. These obligations are of a piece with the Fed's rightful independence in the conduct of monetary policy. Stepping back, I would say today as we sit here, Mr. Chairman, we're at a hinge point in history. It's up to all of us to meet this moment. The task for this generation of policymakers and of individuals and households in the private sector is to ensure that the American economy excels far into the future. Now, at the Fed, our number one objective is getting monetary policy right. That's our clear and constant aim, the star we steer by. And if we
Okay.
get policy right,
We're going to start fading out Warsh real quick because the more interesting stuff will come in the questions, but also we got to sign off Chike and Ted right now. Make room for John, Kosar, and Andre. Chike.
Yeah.
What you know, some days are like this, but
yeah, you
final
do have
words?
your off days. Wasn't the best day today. I would say stick to your trading plan. If you do see yourself feeling a bit off today, then of course take a step back, come back tomorrow fresh, and yeah.
GK, chill through the whole thing. Hope England brings it home for you.
That away, yes.
Yeah, hopefully.
Keep us updated on that tanker. What are we doing?
That's it. The tanker's gone. Tanker report. No more tanker. He gone.
All right. Chat,
But
do
we'll
with
talk to you
that
guys tomorrow.
what you will. Ted, always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you,
Right now,
guys.
we're going to kick it over to Andre and John Kosar. He's the founder and chief
I
market
will.
strategist at Asbury Research. Andre, take it away.
Yes, thank you, Jack, so much. We are very, very pleased to have on Topstep TV John Kosar, the founder and chief market strategist of Asbury Research. John, welcome to Topstep TV. Let's get right into it. John, from April 1st to June 1st, we saw an incredible run-up in the NASDAQ, an incredible run-up in the S&Ps to new all-time highs. Since then, we've kind of been in a bit of a holding pattern. What's going to take for us to take another leg up for new all-time highs? Welcome aboard, John.
Nice to be here. Well, this is normal. The market swings back and forth between periods of indecision and periods where it knows where it's going. So we had a nice one of those between April and June. Now we're taking a break. And what happens is the market gets comfortable staying inside the lines, and that's where we are right now. So the question is, where are we? What stimuli do we need to get the market off the dime and either go up or down? And as of Friday, I've got a bunch of charts that I have brought. So the first chart is one of the S&P 500. Perfect. So this is exactly what happened. Bottomed on the 30th of March, got to June 2, started to grind sideways. If you're a technical analyst, I'm a CMT. I've been one for like 20 years. I think, since the Mesozoic era, and that is called a symmetrical triangle. And July 9th is when we broke out. It wasn't a ferocious breakout, but it was a Friday breakout, and that means something. If the market is willing to take the weekend risk, so that targets a move to. Let me see. You've got the sheet there, but it's a 4% move from here. I think it's 78.50. But in order for that to remain intact, the top of that indecision area, symmetrical triangle, if you happen to be a technician, is at 74.84 today. 74.40 is the 50-day. Notice how we tested the 50-day moving average 3 times during the month of June. So the 50-day isn't some kind of a magical thing, but what I want to know is, does the market care about it today or this month? And it apparently does. So we know where our risk is. Our risk is 74.84 to 74.40. The reward is up at 78.50. That's 4% higher. And in the middle, you got a lot of noise. I've been doing this for 43 years. What we've been doing, my son and I have been building investment models for the past 10 years. One of the models that we built just to be a daily EKG of the market's internal health is called the Asbury 6. And we've got a chart there. Boy, you guys are right on it. I wish everybody was that quick, of all the interviews that I do. You guys are on it. So what we did is we back tested a lot of indicators that I used when I was on the floor of the CME, my favorite tactical tools. And we started to back test them in sets of 2, sets of 8. We ended up with 6 that worked really good together like a hockey team. When your winger falls down, the center comes around and tries to pick up the check. That's what these things do for the market. Right now, 5 of 6 of them are green. It means they're positive. The numbers inside the cells tell you when that particular constituent went to positive. So we've got the rate of change, relative performance between stocks and high yield bonds, investor asset flows. We look at the AUM and SPY, volatility, trading volume, and market breadth. If that goes to 4 red, that means the patient's getting sick. And that's when you usually see the market start to stall and start to roll over. So we've got a breakout on Friday, tentative one, still breakout. This is telling us, at least through the close yesterday, the internal health, the EKG of the market is doing good. The 2 things that I think are the most important here, and again, I don't day trade like I did on the trading floor. We're managing money and, we're writing research for individuals and institutions. So I'm really not kind of watching every tick like I did for 17 years at the CME. But I'm looking at 2 things. I'm looking at the NDX, which we have a chart of, and the SOX, which we also have a chart of. We've got the NDX and the SOX, and I'll start speaking to the charts, and hopefully they show up here in a little bit.
Question for you, John, really quick. In terms of the internal market metrics, what did that look like back in March and February when the Iran conflict was in full force? Then we can go to these charts, but just out of curiosity, what did that the internals look like then?
They were mostly 4 or more red. I don't have the chart in front of me as to when they turned exactly, but they turned probably 20% into the move down. Okay. And there was some flip-flopping in there because there was some flip-flopping in the market. There was a lot of tweeting going on then, right? There was a lot of,
uncertainty.
You say? Trying to play the umps. There was some trying to play the umps going on there, but yeah, it was primarily red.
Okay, very good. Let's take a look at this, the chart you got up here. What are we looking at right here, John?
All right, so we look at a lot of relative performance. A lot of times, it wasn't this way 20 years ago, but it is now. There's a lot of noise in the S&P 500, and most people look at that as being the market. So I look at relationships because you can manipulate a market. I know it's probably a bad word to use. The market could be thrown off sides for short periods of time. These relationships, it's harder because you have 2 moving parts instead of 1. So this shows the SOX has been outperforming the S&P on a quarterly basis. That's what 63 days is since May of last year. Look, every time it came down and it kissed the 63-day, September 2, November 21, D17, and 2 times in March. That was a bottom in the SOX. That was also, if you check, that was a bottom in the S&P. So we are testing that again. That's most of the steady leadership that we've had throughout the beginning. The most steadiest of leadership that we've had since the beginning of the year has come from the SOX. This tells me, like that symmetrical triangle does, we're at an inflection point on a 1 to 3 month basis in the S&P 500 in the overall market. If we lose the SOX, we've lost a key piece of the leadership that's keeping this thing afloat. The next one is of NDX.
John, bringing the heat. John Kosar, bringing the heat. Founder
so here's NDX.
Asbury Research. Go ahead, John. Let's do it.
All right. I'm on a roll. All right. So same situation here. April 8th, NDX, which is big cap tech, started outperforming the S&P. We bottomed in the S&P at March 30th. Our models turned positive in between April 6th and 8th. This also occurred on the 8th. Look what it's doing now. It's sitting right on that 63-day moving average. So you've got two really big drivers of this move higher that are sitting on their quarterly outperformance trends. If we lose NDX and the SOX, what's going to lead us? The small caps have been doing okay. They're a little bit shaky. So this all ties together. Look at the coil in the NDX in the upper panel. You've got another period of coiling. So what I always tell my son is nobody knows what the market's going to do tomorrow or next week. So the next best thing is if we could define where the starting point, where the launching pad is going to be for that next trend, and it's right here.
Are you always bullish? Have you ever been a bear, John?
When I was on the trading floor, I was a bear most of the time because that's what everybody does down there. It doesn't make any sense to me. Now that I'm off the floor, I'm like, I must have been an idiot. I was down there for 17 years trying to sell a market that has been going up for 100 years. But no, I read data. I don't forecast anymore. Forecasting is for guys with nice suits and big watches to go on CNBC. I just read the data. If the data tells me, like the Asbury 6, the Asbury 6 tells me the market's getting weak, I'm paying attention. If the Asbury 6 tells me, it's not just one model, but the point is I want to see what the data says. And, to make a forecast for what's going to happen at the end of the year, it's crazy town. You don't need to do that. I can change my mind tomorrow. I could change my mind at 3 o'clock today. So I don't make forecasts. We don't make forecasts here. We read data.
On John bringing the heat, John Kosar, again, the founder and chief market strategist of Asbury Research. Before we let you get out of here, one quick question. Of all the analysts and forecasters out there, which one do you know you can just straight up fade? They call out this forecast, and he's like, fade them. Give me a name.
I would never do that. I would never do that to anybody. It's not professional.
Fair enough. And also for the folks out there absolutely loving this, where can they find more John Kosar?
AsburyResearch.com is where we're at on the web, but we have a YouTube channel. So if you go to YouTube and go to Asbury Research, tons of stuff there. I get interviewed a lot, do a lot of videos. If you like what I was talking about here, you can get more of that there.
Thank you so much, John. Thank you for joining us here on TopStep TV. With that being said, we're going to go to a quick break. And we got Dakota coming up after this. Topstep Labs. Thank you so much, John. We appreciate it.
You bet. It's good to be here.
And we are back. We are back with Mr. Dakota in the house, Jack and Hogue. Hogue, you loved that comment about being a bear because he was on the floor. I know that one got you.
Everybody on the floor.
Anyways, what do we got here? What's going on? Is war still going on? Tell you what it is. Mr. Dakota in the house. What's up, Dakota? Talk to me. How's it going?
Mr. Andre. Well, Micron is up. This market's up. And yeah, this is interesting to see. We got the inflation data came out. It was lighter than expected. So I haven't checked the Fed fund tool, so maybe that's leaning towards more on the lighter side. And looking for opportunities to buy this market. I think I was looking for opportunities to buy it last night, looking for opportunities to buy it this morning. We did come down, retest those mid 500s, bounced off of it. I think we could rotate back up to the 780s. This market has a nice level of resistance right here at 690s. But I think we go up, and I think we break through it to the long side.
Well put, Dakota.
Hey, Jack, catch me up to speed. Catch me up to speed with anything earth-shattering from the testimony.
Well, we haven't been watching it. We could
Yeah.
check back into it, but apparently nothing huge because we're still in this range in the ES.
Okay,
They're starting the questions. If we see anything come up, we will keep an eye on the juice here as well.
There we go. Maxine's still going. All right. We don't need, talk about grandstanding. Very, very performative here. Hogue, bottom of the hour has come and gone. First hour into the New York session. Let's get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices. Again, the highest and lowest price trade in the first hour of New York session. Also, for indicators. What do you got, Hogue? Hit me.
All right. So initial balance high in the S&P is 75.88 quarter. Initial balance low in the S&P is 75.56 half. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. Initial balance high is going to be 29.815.75. And initial balance low right there at 29.567 half.
567. Okay, very good. What do you got for Delta?
ES positive 6,500. NASDAQ negative 760.
One of these again. All right.
Yep.
Can you see when it happened?
It's really holding up better.
Here goes the ES right now, up to initial balance high. Oh, shoot. What was that? Big pop, big pop, big pop. What was that? Hello.
Ooh.
Big pop there.
Hey, I'm
in
George
the
Cruz.
equities.
Look at that.
Crew just absolutely sold off hard there. Big pop
Woo.
in the equities.
I clicked buy 724 and this thing just pumped.
Huge pop, huge pop. What do we got? All right, let's bring in War. Should we got? Is it from the testimony?
It's
True
Social,
tall
I think.
task to go back to first principles, see what we're doing, see what can be improved upon. They were starting with a blank sheet of paper, and you had a highly credible central bank running the most important monetary policy in the world. What would we do? Are there existing practices we could improve upon? Are there hard questions we could answer? The changes in the economy relevant to that? In terms of disclosure, we're going to make sure that the external independent task forces, which are staffed by some superb Fed staffers, that they get to share their views first with the decision makers. There are going to be 19 of us around the table that are committed to listen to them with an open mind and make decisions. But there's going to be nothing held in secret here. This is a public discussion on these five, and I'm happy to share the results and the thinking periodically between now and the end of the year, at which point I hope we've got some real conclusions.
Of course, the committee task force is very sensitive on this thing. Let's move to the communications and balance sheet.
Social.
The concern I raised with your predecessor is the potential for confusion on the purpose of adjustments to the Fed's balance sheet, absent clear and frequent communication. For example, the trading desk announced yesterday it's continuing the $10 billion in bill purchases this period, presumably to maintain ample reserves. I understand not wanting to preempt the work of the communications task force, but can you share your thoughts on balance sheet policy communication? Will you make it clear to the markets when shrinking the balance sheet is intended to tighten monetary policy rather than a deregulatory effort to avoid market distortion?
Sure was. Okay.
You raise a couple of very good points. First, that some of the boundaries of these task forces will overlap. In some sense, each of the task forces are charged with obligations that are ultimately the FOMC and the Board of Governors. So the communications task force and the balance sheet task force, there might be some overlap in their work. But let me cut to the chase. The balance sheet policies since the global financial crisis when I last served, the balance sheet regime has changed quite significantly. The size and duration of assets the Fed's holding have changed massively. They changed first in a period of crisis. That was the design of this new balance sheet policy. I don't want to prejudge decisions that this task force makes, but it's no secret of my long-held views, and I'll just state them three ways. One is the balance sheet is part of monetary policy. Monetary policy is made both through interest rates and through the balance sheet policies. The balance sheet isn't merely about plumbing. So that's point one. Second, I want to assure you that if there were a change in balance sheet policy, that we would preview it, explain it, debate it, and no changes in balance sheet policy would happen without good advance notice to the likes of this committee and broadly financial markets. And three, as we think about balance sheet policy, we at the Federal Reserve have to do, I think, a strong and compelling job to stay clear of fiscal policy. We want to be out of the fiscal policy business, which is between you and the Treasury Secretary and the President, and focus on monetary policy. Those are among the big questions I've asked this group of three distinguished leaders to take on, and I look forward to hearing what they have to say about it.
The composition of Treasury purchases continues to trend towards more price-sensitive market participants. The MPR details this trend along with the strong demand and increased liquidity, though we know from experience conditions can worsen quickly in the crisis. How are you thinking about financial stability and the threat of fiscal dominance as Congress fails to get...
All right, we'll keep one ear on that as well. Dakota, are you in? Are you still long?
Yeah, man, I got in long before that pop happened. Instant hit my target at these 780s, 790s, and I think this market could just, if we start breaking through 800, then testing the top of that inflation candle around 29,900 is possible. There, I want to put this into the Tradiverse. 30,000 is possible.
Chike. You and Chike. Yeah, you're on 30,000.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of buying step in. Micron up 3.6, Broadcom 2.5, Google 1.2, NVIDIA 1.5. So there's definitely lots of room to the upside, pending news and tweets, something else happening. We're getting a lot of...
What was the tweet? What was the tweet? Do we have any idea?
Man.
I think it was something about like a Japan trade deal. That's what I saw on the juice. It didn't.
That's what did
Yeah,
it?
I was a little... Trump touts U.S. Japan trade deal and investment deal on Truth Social.
Always right around 9:30 too. It's always right around 9:30.
Once again, though, like an interesting thing we had, John was on talking about the SOX index as well.
Yeah,
we unwound pretty much. First thing I said when I came on was that we had this massive rotation day. There was I believe, like a 6-point spread between the SOX and the software, and that spread has compressed almost completely. Now SOX is only up 2.6%. Software's up 1.2%. So that's not what I'd be expecting. Yeah. What's driving this? Let me see.
Good question. Oh, Jack, help me.
Go ahead.
I'm looking. It's like
724, Andre, and I'm looking for this to honestly go and test session highs. I mean, New York session highs is right here at 820s. 820, a little less than that. Lower 800s. So we'll see. We'll see if we get there. I think this is a nice runner. Bullish.
Yeah, Jack, what do you got?
Still looking. I mean, Mike, as Dakota mentions, Micron's up 3.5%. But I'm not being like sarcastic when I say that's not like a big Micron move as of late.
These days,
no, like it sounds crazy for $1 trillion company, but like it moves 3% either way most days in the past month and a half. I don't blink before I see Micron up or down 5%.
What just happened there? I still have, yeah.
Was that a tweet that came out, or was that just
I haven't seen it. Something about
the market reacting to something he said?
U.S. Japan trade.
I don't know how that would cause that kind of reaction, especially in crude oil. I happen to be short two, and I got out of one of them, but I wasn't quick enough to get out of the other one. We're back basically to my entry. 30,000 in the NASDAQ is a level we were talking about during the opening call. Jay and I were talking about that as well. But right now, we've got a potential failed upside auction in the NASDAQ. Failed upside auction was started to move to the downside yesterday. I'd like to see the market hold up above that initial balance high, 29,815, if I'm long. We seem to be holding the initial balance high in the ES right now,
Yeah,
75.88 quarter. But I'm trying to use this trend magic, and it hasn't given me an entry to the long side here just yet. Might be headed towards it now.
What's your position, Hogue?
Short one MCL right now.
Short crude.
Yeah.
What price?
Yeah.
Hold up. What price?
Right here, right now, basically.
Okay.
I was trying to preempt a failed downside auction. That downside auction succeeded, so I went to the short side. And at one point, on that spike to the downside, I was up about $200 in it, but I wasn't quick enough to get out of it. It had to be quick.
Quick with it, indeed. Oh man, oh man.
29.29 is where we're short. Right here.
All right.
All right, we're not seeing any follow through above 800 in the Nasdaq yet.
What? I don't know. Last couple days, seeing this.
All right, so I'm going to get out of this. Flatten, cancel. Let's take a look at the ES. MES. We finally got to move back down to that trend magic, and now we're breaking it. I don't like the failed upside auction in the Nasdaq. I don't like the longs here. I think we've got a failed upside auction in the S&Ps now as well.
Yeah.
And we've got 15 minutes to confirm. Is this a preempt? Maybe. Dakota, you still long?
Yeah, I'm still bullish on this. 15 minutes is a long time in this market.
Sure is.
It sure is.
Is that 3 days in a row? Just a quick touch and go tweet. No follow-ups. It's not Warsh.
All right, I'm going to go back to
Mr. Chairman, I'd invite you to answer that question in writing, please.
Combine short.
Texas, Mr. Sessions, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, welcome.
This failed upside. Yeah, I mean,
Preempting it short to 75, 80, 75. Because we broke the trend indicator.
Yep.
The trend magic indicator, and it turned red. So maybe a little bit of confluence there. Let's see if this thing can roll over. If not, oh well.
Where's your risk, Hogue?
Trading.
The risk is going to be 86, heading towards it now, because that's going to be back above the trend magic indicator. I want to see that as resistance. This is on a 1 minute chart. This is.
Look at you, old dog.
Yeah.
Look at this. I am Andrew. Oh, yeah, Andrew.
There you go. Old dog, new trick.
Old dog, new trick.
Young at heart. Young at heart.
Oh yeah. What else do we have? Well, we got a lot more speakers coming out. We got Barr scheduled to speak at 11:40, about 2 hours from now. Then we got Goolsby, we got Cook, we got Bowman, and we got the
A lot of speakers today.
Yes, we do. But the main speaker is this gentleman in the lower right-hand corner of your screen right here. Let's see what they're putting him through the ringer right now. He looks like this could be a good one. This congressperson looks like they're lighting him up. No, he's let's see if we get that audio. We have a chance.
Long-term treasury yields being lower, and that's also consistent with mortgages being more affordable.
Well, I agree with that, and I'll look forward to that. Agricultural outlook, as you know, farmers, the farm economy is going through some changes. Your viewpoint on that?
As you know, the Fed does not target particular sectors, but that doesn't mean these sectors aren't incredibly important. The housing economy matters to the economy, the overall economy, and so does the ag economy. It's the breadth and diversity of the U.S. economy that gives it its strength It's the dynamism of what's happening in each of these sectors, including in agriculture, that gives us great comfort that economic growth can be materially higher than it is. We are not afraid of productivity-led growth, and that's not unique to AI. That's across all sectors of the economy. As I mentioned to Chairman Hill, we're looking for growth to be broader and the change in prices, the inflation in prices to be more limited. Agriculture is not immune to either of those developments.
Well, the Agriculture Secretary has been added to some of your important committees to make sure there's discussion. I hope that you will listen to her. It is important for you to understand that when people talk about the stock market or investment, farmers and ranchers look out in their backyard at the cost of their equipment, at the cost of their land, at the cost of things. They don't have a stock market. They have their own investment. And I think that the Secretary can be there to completely continue to remind you of that. Labor market outlook really looks good. Page 16, sir, your take.
Yeah, so the labor market has been remarkably resilient. The increase in nominal wages has been solid. You might have heard in my comments at the beginning of this a bit more focus on the price stability part of the mandate. I want you to know, though, that there is no disfavored part of the legislative remit that you gave us. The dual mandate is your word to us that we're going to focus on price stability and on full employment. I intend to do just that, and if I could add one other thing, in my view, the two parts of the mandate are not in conflict. This is not an either-or proposition. The more we can do to deliver low and stable prices, the more we can get it such that people aren't worried about inflation, the more employers are going to want to hire more workers. So you gave us a remit. We take both parts of it seriously. As we look out the window now, the labor markets look to be in pretty good balance. We've got some work to do on the inflation front.
Well, we in the One Big Beautiful Bill encourage people to go back to work. And that is why we do not tax overtime pay and why we do not tax what would be tips. We need to get people back in the marketplace. We hope you helped us out, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to us, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member of our Capital Markets Subcommittee, Mr. Sherman of California, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, first I want to commend you for...
Got some work to do on inflation.
We do, but not till September.
All right, price stability. Let's see if we see a little bit of a downtick here in equities. I am short off of that comment right there.
You and me, Andre. You and me.
Nice.
Short from 82. Short from 82 in the ES. Hogue, when he said farmers don't have a stock market, they've got futures.
Yeah, we got futures. That's what we're trading, right? That's what futures were designed for.
Yes.
Yeah.
Come on.
There's cattle futures, corn futures.
Yeah. Corn, soybeans, wheat. Come on.
Land, equipment.
50-50 tilt.
There's a lot of agricultural and adjacent stocks as well, for being honest.
Yeah.
Man, exactly.
The chair just said we have some work to do on the inflation front. Well, what do you do? What kind of work do you do? Oh, Dakota, you're still on?
Yeah, I did get stopped out and got back in though. Here at 673. Small loss after my take profit hit at those 780s. Gold caught a nice bid today. Gold's up 2%.
Yeah, the CPI print definitely helped that. We have PPI tomorrow, correct? Yes, we do. PPI tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Make sure to tune into opening call here on Topstep TV to get all the breakdown there. Dakota Long. What do you see in the longs? What do you like to the upside here, Dakota?
It's honestly the same thing. I have a watch list of the major tech stocks: Nvidia, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Tesla, Walmart, Meta, Broadcom, Micron, and now SpaceX, and it's all green. And I'm not seeing the selling pressure to allow me to say, okay, this thing could start to sell off. I still like the long side. I still like a possible chance to come up and test 30,000, and a lighter than inflation. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
trade based off of inflation, but there's a lot of upside potential. Let's say that.
It can form the bias. I think with all the high flyers getting kind of nailed yesterday for the most part ahead of the inflation number. Sometimes you don't have to overcomplicate. The inflation number came in soft. If I had to lean one way, it would be long. The slop fest and options though right here. So the question is where to long.
When too, where and when.
Yeah.
Well,
Options, the when doesn't matter as much.
True.
Taking heat on these longs now. We got top of the hour, 7 minutes, top of the hour. What's going on in crude oil? Crude trading $78.76. Got Warsh headline here. We do not want to be in the bailout business. Do you have a choice sometimes?
That's yeah. This is true. This is true.
Sometimes.
And do I
Anybody
ever
wants to be in the bailout
DCA?
business.
Yeah, I think yesterday was a great example. Jack gave a great example. The same way I like to quote dollar cost average, like build a position. As long as my stop loss is defined and the risk is defined, then yes. But I lean towards just cutting it and getting back in.
Well, what's the thought process behind that, Dakota? Quick
How
cut.
big of a size I want to trade in the market volatility. When the market's very volatile like this, I don't build a position like I normally do. But when it's slow and it's a little more consistent, yeah, I love building positions. And when I build a position, it doesn't matter whether the P&L is green or red. I have a stop loss there, and I'll build a position. Say if I want 5 contracts, I'll start with 1 or 2, maybe 3, and then I'll add a couple more, depending on how the market structure is. But my risk doesn't change because my stop loss is the same, and I know that I want to risk, say 5 contracts worth of however wide my stop loss is. Yeah, Jack did a beautiful example yesterday. I'll defer to that. You could watch yesterday's fast market when Jack and I was on, and yeah, it was near the end of fast
Yeah,
markets,
I mean
right?
the key is just whatever your intent is. It's like to me, it's like if you're just adding because it's against you versus if you know in advance how much you're trying to risk and that fits the profile, then I think it's completely fine to do. Um, tons of there's tons of professional trading operations that do just that, right? Especially like I mentioned earlier, I am a spread man at heart. So it is my natural predilection to try and like fade the extremes of a spread until a level you choose to throw in the towel, right? Long-term capital management was good at that. Am I right?
I'm a spread man. So bad. Back
There
up to
you go.
70. That's dated ourselves with that. 75.87 last trade. Yes.
Buyers trying to step back in the NASDAQ too. We
Yes,
are
getting heat on the shorts.
100-point rally here.
Back up against the initial balance high, and the S&P is currently flat. We broke out above the trend magic indicator. That was my stop. I don't know about you, Andre. I want to short it here, but that's just me.
I probably got to cut this thing Dakota style. Quick cut. Everyone's bullish, right? Looking for like 30,000s. Let's call for 30,000s upside. I don't know.
Value's moving higher. Point of control is moving higher. I'm not shorting it here.
Man, we almost
Probably the
paid
right thing to
attention.
do, though.
We almost paid attention to inflation.
Nvidia.
I guess we paid attention to it, but it was all because of crude. That's all it was. That's all it was because of crude. It's back up to 80. What do you think next month's going to be?
Are we? Yeah, yeah.
Wish I knew.
It's not going to be negative month over month. Maybe it will be.
Well, that's why you got to strip out the headline stuff and just look. Like we looked over the components earlier. This is it was a good number today. On like the ranges of possible outcomes, this was probably, I don't know, like
Best in 6
80th or
years.
90th percentile good.
Oh,
But
yeah.
it's a snapshot in time. And as Warsh himself said right there, there's still work to do on inflation. Like
Yeah.
pretty much all the components are still up 3 to 4% year over year.
Yeah, we're
And that's
not out of
not
the
where we want to see them.
we are not out of the woods by any means.
Not yet.
Every speaker we got more speakers today. Fed speakers, that is. Barr, Goolsby, Cook, Bowman. We got Warsh going. They're all saying the same thing. The markets. 75% long
NASDAQ.
tilt in the ES right now.
NASDAQ might come up and test this 800 level, which is the New York session highs. And I'm still leaning towards the longs to break out. I
Yeah.
don't mind being that one to say, I think we could break out to the long side.
At least up next level, 75.95 would be 7,500 in the SPX. Getting close.
At 800s, Dakota. How many are you long right now?
Yeah, it's just one from 673 up 105 points, and yeah, that's the level we've been rejecting for most of this morning. We rejected it just 20 minutes ago, right? We popped down, sold off, and we were right back up there. But just sitting in this trade, and I'm looking to hold this runner to see if we can come up and test the overnight highs of that inflation candle of the 900s. Maybe even see if we could make a run at 30,000. A lot of traders are asking, you already hit your max profit, but I'm working on my trading. When I do that, I just follow the process regardless of the P&L. So for me, the P&L does not matter. It's more about the process and doing exactly what I would do in a live account, right? So in a realistic setting, real trading, I would be holding one for a runner and trail this up with a stop loss. So I'm going to do exactly that, and I want to demonstrate that. Same thing I was doing last night as well.
And top of the hour.
Here we go.
Yeah. All right, 30 minutes. We will have the London close. London close. It's got short written all over it. Okay. Right up to the
790s.
almost the 800s. This is not.
This is a important level here in the NASDAQ.
I'm short. Okay. I'm short the yes. All right. Guess we're going to bring in here Dr. Volatility. Come on in. Trader House, episode 3, and some announcements. What's up, James?
What's up, guys? Yeah, we got a big day ahead of us. And before we get to all the action, I want to tell you guys about the TopstepTV Instagram account. You know about it? Have you heard about it? Have you seen about it? Well, now you can click about it in the chat because we're going to drop the link and it'll take you right to the Instagram page. You can follow us there. And when you do, you're going to get market highlights from the show, best of clips, any giveaways or sweepstakes. You can find out about information there. Check out the cool social clips our team has been putting out. We are taking the show and making it fun. Send it to your friends. Pass it around your social groups. TopstepTV. You can find all this and more over on our Instagram. And while you're on Instagram, be sure to follow the core Topstep account so you never miss a second of any of the action here at Topstep or TopstepTV. Take it from me, there's a lot of cool stuff coming your way. Maybe some of it later this month, maybe some of it later this week, maybe some of it later today. I don't know enough. They only tell me enough to do these announcements. So keep watching all week long, and you never know what you might see. And be sure to follow us so you don't miss any of those announcements. Then, when you're done following us on all platforms possible, come back, because longtime viewers know what I'm about to say. I'm about to say it's time for group coaching. You see him there in his stoic photo. Well, now you can see Hogue live during the 12 o'clock hour as he answers your questions live during group coaching. And each day we are joined by some of our best talent here on Topstep TV. And today is no different. In addition to Hogue, you're going to be joined by Eric and Hoop. So we got 3 great minds answering your questions live. Again, that's at 12 p.m. Central Time. Go ahead and click on the link that we're going to drop and pin in chat to submit your question. If you don't hear your question read live on air, worry not. We do keep them all written down, and we try to get to each and every one throughout the week, throughout the weeks ahead. So tune in every day at 12 p.m. to get educated and learn a thing or two during group coaching. Whew. It's been a fun week here on Topstep TV, and I hope you guys have been loving Trader House. That's right. It's our own little ditty we put together last year. We took a couple guys from Fast Markets, put them in a house, tossed in a few angry raccoons, shook the whole thing up, and this is what we got. Well, the third and final episode airs today after Power Hour, so grab your popcorn and get ready. And if you missed the social clip we aired this morning in opening call, well, you're in luck, because here it is one more time.
Find somebody do it like me, but you'll never ever find somebody do it like me.
It's a futures trading YouTube channel. So we're all futures traders. It's called Topstep. Topstep. Topstep?
So what's the name of it now, the channel?
Topstep. Topstep TV. Topstep. Topstep.
I subscribe, so you'll. Okay. You can never find somebody do it like me, but you'll never ever find somebody do it like me.
Top shelf, top step, top. Who we got? There he is, lower left-hand corner. Mohammed, Mo Money, Mo Problems. Mr. Mohammed, let's break it down. How's it going?
Yeah. Morning, everyone. It's great today, actually. I chopped the market instead of the market chopping me. I keep buying and selling this market, trading this range. And I am currently long after taking some profit. Looking at this market, as Hogue said, opening range high in the 30-minute is 7,588, the low 7,564, and here we go. Something is happening.
What's going on?
One second. Let me lock in.
I don't know
some
what that
profits.
was. Shorts were good.
That
tape bomb.
Crude
Here we
selling
go.
off.
Nothing is happening.
Yeah,
Woo!
crude selling off now. Gold popping.
Wow.
Okay, I'm
rallying.
my stop.
Oh, nice job on the longs. What was
Only
it?
long 2 now. It's long 10. Stop at point of entry, which is below the opening range high, which is good.
Get out of here. Headline. I think we got the headline here. Headline is Hormuz is open to all ship traffic except Iran. It's coming from the president. Oil is flowing like never before. Truth Social. Bullish?
So I'm speechless.
Yeah, we will have a full blockade, but only on ships coming to and from Iranian ports.
All right.
That was fully open.
Well, we're breaking through these
Can I talk
800s now.
All states will make investments into the U.S. President is going to Truth Social.
All right.
Yeah.
Long Dakota, I think, because I long with him.
Yeah, we're long and strong, up 150 points as we break through these
Nice.
800s. See if we can make that run through that top of that inflation candle.
I was long just before that pump, similar to you, and I exited with this squeezing down, and I re-entered again. I'm long too. So, 7,600 is a resistant, definitely. If we pass this and stay above it, I think the next milestone is 7,612. I like this 50% of the opening range, 7,576 as a support. I bought around it and took profit. And after the squeeze, I long again. So now, as long as the market above 7,588, I will stay bullish in this market.
We're
Go
cooking
long,
here.
Dakota long.
Cooking.
Yeah, haven't. Those are some bullish comments if I've ever heard them. We got crude selling off.
The environment is ready for a zombie rally.
You guys are all bulls, man. Okay. Yep. Well, here we go.
And CPI came in soft. Why not?
Yeah, but the headline from War shall follow the data, even if Trump criticizes me.
Here we go.
Yep.
Rally, rally, rally up 160 points. Let's go.
Well, where are you long from?
He's long 75.85.
Thank you, Hogue.
Yep.
Stop.
He's just in the zone.
Okay. Yeah, he is.
And more buying here in the NQ. NQ up and away. 29,850 just printed. 150 points to go till we get the 30,000s. Jack, would you like 7595? Yeah. What was that?
Not as an outright short. I'm saying that that's a level that's so like you could see it here. One of those big fat round numbers where we've here. I'll go to like a 30. Looks best on like an hour chart.
We're cooking now.
You can see where it like has stopped several times there. 1, 2, 3. Depends on where your stop was. So this is definitely a place. I'm not going to take it because like the actual options data doesn't look good until 75.85, which would be math on the fly, like 76.20 or something in the futures. So that's a ways to go. Too much momentum right now. I'll just watch these guys print.
So the trend magic has me long, but not till 75.95. So sitting long right there right now.
So you're in? Yes.
Oh yeah. It tends to be late to the party. This indicator, but indicators are all lagging.
Sure
are. Yep.
I like your entry based on the magic, but I think, Hogue, if you reconsider the stop to use larger time frame after you take some profit. So you give it some room. I don't know, but I think the stop requires bigger than the magic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it on a 1 minute chart, which I'm basically allergic to, but basically kind of looking at a 3 minute for the risk.
Nice. I like it. I'll use the 5 minute for the stop.
Yeah.
Especially if you have a good entry location.
So it's just kind of a caveman based off the trend magic.
Well, we got Micron up 4% now, Jack. It's almost going to impress you when we get up 5% if we can.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive.
Gotta get on ahead. More from Warshaw. We don't have to run a balancing test. There's no cruel choice between stable prices and full employment. I'll tell you what, Dakota, you were just talking about it. Your process or profits. Mohammed as well with a plan. Why am I telling you that? That's the Top Step TV tip of the week. Trade with a plan. Define entry stop target up front. Yes, follow your strategy consistently. Avoid impulse trades without reasons. Note to self. Review plan performance regularly. Mohammed, what's your plan? Every day you come in and do what? What is your checklist? 3 things that Mohammed does before he takes his first trade.
First of all, I check my cortisol level. I make sure that I am not anxious. I'm not... I want to be centered. I will make whatever it takes to lower my cortisol level by drinking lemon, maybe getting some sunlight, doing anything just to calm down and stay centered. This is the first thing I do. Sometimes I trade even though I know it is high cortisol and I'm trying to fix that. The second thing I do technically, I check what kind of market we have, what type of day that we have. Are we in a range day or in a trend day? Are we in a multi-directional day or reversal day? So there's 4 types of market that build my bias upon. Range day, double top, double bottom. That's a range day. Trend day, higher highs or higher lows. So higher highs, higher lows, or lower highs, lower lows. So it is trending up or down. Multi-direction day, whereas there's no clear double top or double bottom, the market is just moving, anywhere. So that's multi-direction. So you follow the recent direction that you see. The third one is the reversal day, whereas the market started going down and then after the open, it turns the table upon everyone. So there do I say, don't cry to Mo selling or buying that day. That's the reversal day. Today, what we have is a reversal up day. We started the market down, and after the CPI and the open, the market is just going up. So don't cry to me selling this market.
Well, good stuff, Bo. It's just holding bid.
Yeah, Nasdaq's holding bid here, holding above these 850s. The 900 level is looking nice. See if we could pop up there.
Yeah, we very well may. Session highs 29,922 in the NQ.
One of the characteristic of the reversal day, in this case, the reversal up day, when you see 5-minute red candle is getting bought in the next 5-minute candle.
Right.
So I would like to see this 5-minute red candle getting bought in the next 5-minute candle. That will confirm going even higher, looking to the high of the CPI candle.
Little uptick in crude. Oh man, little uptick in crude here. $78.55. It's about 70 or so. Oh, I see what's happening here. Can't get short.
Here we go. Do we break through this again? Buyers trying to step right back in, drive it a little higher.
Now the 5 minutes is closed. Let's see the next 5 minutes. I don't want to see a follow through of this.
Buyers stepping right in again. New session high.
They're definitely stepping right in, holding the bid indeed.
Yeah, they are doing it in NQ, Dakota. You can see this 5 minute is getting eaten.
Much, yeah.
Yeah, this is a confirmation for
negative
me.
delta in the
If
NQ
this
as well.
goes green.
Negative?
Yeah, negative 13, almost 1400 negative in the
It ain't going
NASDAQ.
lower.
Positive of 10,000 in the ES.
Is it really? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, watching crude push higher here. A little bit. ES down to okay. And Q doesn't seem like
NASDAQ's looking real good.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it has any intention of going lower.
Buyers are pretty aggressive here.
Hanging right around that 75.50.
Yeah, it might as well.
SPX right now.
Yeah, this is there's a lot going on right here. 14 minutes, bottom of the hour, London close. London close.
Yeah.
Delta's negative, Hogue?
In the NASDAQ, yeah, negative 1,300 now. The S&P is rolling over.
I'm watching, man.
Yeah, 600, 7,600 is a strong resistance, as we said. the orange line that I have.
Get out.
All right. So we're back to trend magic line here. If this doesn't
Yeah,
hold, stops below the 3-minute trend magic down around 75.89.
Yeah, they close below it.
We got up to what, 7,600? 7,600 in the ES. We're off about 7.5 points from there. NQ still staying strong on the bid as we trade 29,855.
Yeah,
NQ's
not wanting to go down.
Because Dakota's long.
Sure appears that way.
That's exactly why.
That's exactly why.
Oh.
Kind of like a little bit of a hesitation. Is this a flagging pattern? A bullish flagging pattern, maybe? We get continuation to the long side?
Yeah, this is a pullback in my book.
This is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We can see the price 75.85 in ES. So that will make another higher high.
So what do you got for Delta, Hogue?
ES positive 10,000, negative 1,400 in the NASDAQ.
Okay. Yes, down ticking a little bit here. Anytime there is even a hint of a downtick in these equities,
not in the NASDAQ.
Seems as though that
ES
they,
is killing me. Here's what I get for looking at a 1-minute chart.
Oh man, I mean,
I'm flat,
dude.
I am flat, making 500 in this trade.
That's pretty good.
Nice trade, Mo.
Nice trade.
Let's wait for this pullback. Maybe we'll buy it later.
Or perhaps a tweet. Seems as though getting some help out there. Look at $78.72, now 76 cents. 77. I'm talking about crude here. Crude continuing to uptick.
Shares are squeezing. As we can see, they never bought that red candle. Actually, they show a follow through of it.
Jesus.
Could be
Incredible.
a 3-bar reversal as well if we closed below this green candle, 7592. So we can see a correction up to the 50% of the opening range, 7,576. I'm not taking a short. Not yet.
10 minutes front of the hour. We Warsh still testifying. See in the lower right hand corner there. I'm not of the view we can go back to 2006 balance sheet. The Fed can think hard about when we're going to be buying debt from the Treasury. Yeah, this NQ
Buyers are keeping this NASDAQ up.
Yeah, they want nothing to do with selling this thing off.
No. Nope.
NQ is still strong.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we've tried it a couple times, and buyers just step in and bring it right back up above these 850s.
Yes,
Yeah, Micron's taken off. We're up 4.4%.
This is a build-up. This is a build-up in NQ. When you see a rally and the market just consolidating small like this, this is a build-up, a break for buyers to continue.
Do we
long, yeah. And there you go, Mo. There you go, Mo. We're getting short trade.
Here we go. Oh.
That's in ES, not in NQ. Sorry, that's in NQ, not in ES.
No,
ES
not
is
ten.
still
Long.
higher high, higher low.
I gotta get long.
Long
right?
2 at 75.8875 based off the trend magic on the 3-minute chart.
75.
Right
What
to it,
price?
we're seeing a little bounce off it.
7588 long.
Yep.
Yeah, NASDAQ looks like we're going to just
you
break
like
through these
this,
session
though.
highs again. Make a run for 900
You
now.
like this.
Sure does, Dakota.
It's above than the IB, so you like it very much, Hogue. So
Yeah, it doesn't,
you find the
doesn't hurt
reason
that the IB
to buy.
high is there.
Well,
It
looking,
held. That doesn't
We are
hurt.
looking to a reason to buy.
We shall see.
Hey, what's the hesitation for it to actually break out? I mean,
we did.
want to just go.
Yeah, we
We
had a
need
180
initiative
point move
buyers, Andre. We need initiative buyers. We need new buying or continuation at this time.
Well, you get the
Jay and I have
bottom
been
hour.
talking about that for 3 weeks.
I know.
In the opening
Yes, you have.
call.
Hold it up at these.
We got
70s.
some at the CPI. We got some initiative buyers at CPI.
Yeah, we got them here in the NASDAQ.
76% long tilt in the ES. We've seen long tilt in the ES for a lot of the day.
Jeez, that's
above initial bounce high. No, above initial bounce high in both.
NASDAQ running higher here.
Yes, it is. It's going to be grinding. Here we go.
Yeah.
Working its
Need to
way
see.
back to
new session
20,000.
highs.
I wanted to buy this, but I need a signal. I need to see sellers pushing lower a little bit and then buyer jump in. I will jump with them. This is the first try for buyers. If you can see here, after we broke down, this is the first try of the buyers. Number one, what I want to see sellers try again, and I will jump in number two.
What price, Mo? What you got your eye on?
I don't know. I don't know how squeezed the sellers will push lower and how strong the buyers will come back. So I'm looking to patterns, not price.
So we're squeezing some of those shorts in the NASDAQ now. Minus 1,100 in the Delta right now.
Okay.
Here we go. 880s.
Very nice.
Yes, they are. Yes, it is.
They're still trying to sell it.
What's it up to now, Ho? You got what? Went from 1,400 to
Negative
1,100?
1,300 now. Negative 1,300 in 10 seconds. We just added negative 200 there.
I wish you didn't tell me that. I wish you didn't tell me that.
Oh, sorry. Still positive 10,000 in the ES. Nothing changing there.
NASDAQ
So it's
does not want to go
hog
down.
now, Andre.
Yeah.
Micron up 4.7 now.
That's what's driving this thing, right? Kosar just told us that.
Yeah.
Like that joke, Dakota, you said in X.
What was it?
Which
15 plus 15 is 30, and
Oh.
16 plus 16 is 32.
I still don't get it. Is that bad?
Andre.
Yeah,
still-
yeah. You need
You
to
have
be
any
high.
kids, Andre?
I still
You
don't
need
get
to
it.
be high to laugh on it.
I still. Shit, there it
And
is.
there is two
I was
fish.
waiting for you. I was waiting
Andre,
for you.
two fish.
Golds, I got you,
in a
Mo.
tank.
Yeah, I got you. I got you, Mo.
Two fish in a tank. One set to other.
Oh,
You know how
got
to
it,
ride this?
got it. Thank you, Chad. Appreciate that. What would I do without you?
No, you're not getting it.
Thank
This
you.
is a new joke, Andre.
Thank you.
That's bad.
What's bad? A joke or this? What just happened there?
The joke. Even for me, that's bad.
Oh,
You guys are laughing though. That's the thing.
I
That's
know.
the goal. You guys are enjoying it.
The joke is not about the joke, is who is saying it
not the delivery.
and how you say it.
Man, new session highs here in the NASDAQ again in these 880s.
And they're still asking questions.
Market will just
Might be stuck around that 75.50 like we were yesterday for a long time.
Jack.
What
Looks
next?
like
What
the
next?
lost the steam in the market. Looks like the market is just, that's it for today.
We'll see. We'll see here. What's gold doing? It's staying strong.
Sort of. I don't like this. This is becoming a range day now.
I mean, for the next 15, 20 minutes, right?
It's just eating up shorts. Yeah. It's
2 minutes.
Just
to
lower the
the-
expectation.
Yeah, that's
2
what's
minutes till
going on
close.
here.
2 minutes. See if we see a spike in
Let's buy it,
volatility
yeah.
here. Yeah.
30,000s, huh? Why not?
30,000s. That's where I think we can run before we're closed today.
They keep loading up on the Delta. They keep selling into this hug in the NQ.
Negative 1,200 right now.
They're gonna need more than that.
Guess what? Guess what, Jack?
At least it's maintaining.
Micron.
What's up?
Micron is up
Is it
5%.
Yeah. Well, hallelujah. Every day, man. Every day.
It's incredible. Not shorten this. All right, London close in about 60 seconds. 60 seconds, and we're just gonna zombie this thing.
You're not giving me the second try.
Yep, party has started. What will the London close bring here in about 60 seconds? We will have more speakers on the way. Get those questions in for group coaching also. More buyers. More buyers and sellers, Hogue. More buyers and sellers.
Yep.
Just
Don't
a check
cry
in on
to
our
me
old friend.
selling this market.
Idiots.
We'd have to add to this pairs trade. IBM is down 26.3%.
Just keep hammering.
Today.
Okay.
Today?
Pain
Right
cave.
to 30 seconds. 30 seconds left to close, and we'll sign off the Jack and Hogue here. Let's see what this brings. 20 seconds. Crude, $78.53. War's still going. And Hogue, you long?
Session highs, NASDAQ.
Yeah, still sitting here.
Session high.
You feel comfortable? Yeah. When you rolled. Land, let it close, and a whole lot of nothing. Okay, sounds good. Jack, we'll see you in
We've got a
Power
trend
Hour.
going here.
Hogue, we'll see you in Morning Highlights. Couple words. Jack, couple words, and we'll throw it to Hogue, and I'll let you guys get ready for the rest of the day.
Yeah,
Jack, go
man.
ahead.
Wild day. Just a reminder, about under 70 points away in the SPX from wiping out that June high, which would be momentous.
Oh, no.
It's never happened
Oh,
before.
no. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh.
no. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Okay.
Best of luck to everyone here. I'll be back for Power Hour. Let's chop it up then.
All right, take care,
Hey,
Jack.
Jack.
Hogue, couple words.
Take care.
And I'll see you in Morning Highlights, group coach, and all that.
Jack, Andre, Dakota, Mo, great to see everybody this morning. Looks like we got a little rally going here. The trend magic is saying that there is an uptrend, so we're going to stay with this, at least for the time being. Just kind of follow our stuff up with the trend magic. We'll see what it looks like maybe later on. And I'm looking forward to seeing everybody for the morning highlights. Trade well, everyone. We'll see you in a little bit.
Oh, thank you, Hogue. All right.
See you all.
Let's take a look here. Oh, look who it is.
Oh.
Hold on, I'm outnumbered here. 2 bulls and I'm a bear.
What do you mean outnumbered?
You guys are bears.
Finally,
I'm bullish.
sellers
And you
come.
guys are bullish. I'm bearish.
Oh, you're bearish? Are you bearish?
I am bearish. Yes, I am. I am
Okay,
indeed.
okay.
I'm short the ES right now. Trust me, getting selling though. I'm getting killed, getting short this entire time. Trying to stick to whatever. I don't even know.
Yeah, we're going up and to the right.
What do you got?
These
Did
dips
you
have
get
just been
long?
bought up.
Yes, they have. Mohammed, you end up getting back in long?
Yeah, sellers just started their second try. So I'm buying the next strong green candle in the 2000 tick chart. Once I see it, I will jump long.
Initial balance high in the NQ 29,815. About 50 points higher from it right now. ES 7588, about 7 points lower from it right now. At negative. What are you long from, Dakota? 673? You're 200 points in?
673. Yeah. Originally it was like 720. I did take a loss and I got back in. So yeah, I still think 30,000 could be a nice target if we could start breaking through the inflation data candle. I don't mind a pullback, but I mean, the chance is there. The chance is there. I'm going to trail my stop loss.
Sellers are pulling back now, squeezing, which I like to see. The lower, the better.
Crude's up ticking, 10 years down ticking, gold's down ticking. Our reasons to get short. All right, we'll do this. Live funded leaders, Pro Bowl. That's what it's all about, right? All about making it to the Pro Bowl. Let's bring in our live funded leaderboard. Kaylin up 25, call it 26. A couple bucks between friends. Bowe, remember that name, up 17, almost 18,000. Dream up 16. Mike up, 16? Then Jack C, seen that name a lot lately. Up $14,000. Pro Bowl trading, a real fills, real winners, real losses as well. We'll keep an eye on those names and P&Ls throughout the trading day. Job well done. Where's that 10-year going?
Job well done. That octagon.
Where are the buyers?
They're buying crude.
Are they buying crude again?
Yeah, it's crude's up about $1.50 in the last few minutes. 10 years down, ticking a little bit.
Is this just a pullback to buy, or are we gonna get a deeper one? I don't know.
Yeah.
These 850s.
I'm looking for a green candle, which is not coming yet.
Mm-hmm.
Still waiting for that strong green candle. But the sellers are pushing lower, like it, but don't push too much because that will make me change my mind.
Okay.
I don't like to buy it below 88.
Yeah, this could be. You gotta get those questions in for group coaching. Hogan, Hoop, Eric.
I wouldn't mind a pullback down to these lower 800s and retest where we broke out of. Like, there's a major level of resistance here, right at, like I was saying, that this 800 zone. So a breakout, a pullback, and then maybe look for a reversal around that zone and look for continuation higher. So if I wasn't in a trade, I'd be looking for longs down here at this level.
Yeah, initial balance high right here in ES. Trading right now, initial balance high. 75.88 would be that price. NQ trading 20,840, like 39s.
Need to
You looking
see
for longs, you
buyers
say,
here.
Dakota?
Yeah. Or we just buy it up
Show
here.
me something, buyers.
There's inflation, then.
Show me something.
Nah, they just took a peek there.
Yeah, they're not showing anything. So,
oh, what about a short? No,
no
shorts. Don't come crying.
No. Short, for short, I need to see the price below 76, 7576. Strong green candle. Show it to me now.
Right now, you heard Mo.
Let's go.
Yep.
You got it? You win?
They got to defend this level, the 88.
Mm-hmm.
If they defend 75, 88, that's a confirmation for me.
Uh-huh.
If they cannot.
500 on the bid, ES downside. 500 on the bid, 75.85, a couple points lower.
No. Nothing for me. I will wait at 73. I have 10 micro buy at 75.73.
573, 753 last trade, 7587.
Okay. So you're
Or
flat.
if they show me a
right,
strong
Mo?
green candle closing above 90. They close back above 90, I will be long.
Okay. Buyers are still holding up here in the Nasdaq.
Yeah, yes they are.
Not letting it
Nasdaq
fall.
can't keep a good market down in the NQ.
No.
Is that strong? Oh, looking at what?
It's not closing yet. I need to see a close above 90.
Okay. Micron on a run again.
Okay.
Holding 90s,
Up
holding 90s, Mo.
5.3.
Okay. No. Prove it, buyers.
That's they're
stepping in
holding
here.
90s. Yes, holding 90s, Mo. 75, 90 quarter. Mo is locked in right here, right now. Topstep TV, fast markets. We are watching Mo eyeing perhaps a long here. Still needs confirmation, though.
Nice.
NVIDIA up 2.6%.
Yes, holding above initial balance high by about a point and a half.
Yeah, throughout all of this, the VIX is lower
Chilling.
at 16.4.
10-year downtick. Okay. NQ.
See that?
I'm not. What's this?
They are not. They are not strong. Buyers are not strong here.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying.
They are.
But
are sellers
they
strong
should
here?
try
Can you say
harder.
sellers are strong?
Buyers are trying, but they should try harder. This is not enough. This is not enough for me. No.
Nope. Trade off, Mo?
Yeah, I'll wait at 73.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
I'm not selling, but I will
I'm
wait
short.
for buyers to show
short.
themselves up. They are not showing anything so far.
Ooh. I'm interested to see how this one's gonna play out. Are you and Jay both short?
I'm short from 94s, 7594 in the ES.
Yeah, if it's not type of day reversal up day, I will short this definitely. But
okay,
my type of day saying don't short this, just wait.
7586 last trade. What's gold found some buyers. Another downtick in the 10-year.
Nasdaq found the zone is very comfortable here. These mid 800s. We're just chilling.
Look at avoiding a trade is a successful.
Yes,
trade.
Mohammed.
Look at this. Was waiting, locking in. Just show me something.
I think there's more room.
But you want it to go down though, Mo, right? So you could buy it.
Oh yeah,
it's already down enough. It's already
Just
down
you want
enough
it to go down more.
If it goes too low,
slow down.
I mean, if this goes too low, I mean, sellers will be stronger and momentum will change. This is
But
why
that's a
I wait for
buy
73
limit,
now.
Right? You want it to go down
Buy
to
limit
that
at
price?
73 now.
Okay.
Still selling off here. ES, that is. NQ much more reluctant to go lower. Gold kind of grinding its way lower as well. Shit, yes, let's go.
There's a pullback.
Yeah, 7580. 7580 last trade. Gold starting to pick up some steam to the downside. Just a little bit.
Okay.
Why 73? Because this is the last time buyers took control here. You can see the intersection. This is a demand area at 73. It could go down up to 67.
And you're still selling off.
So this is an area. It's not a level, but
stay short. We got 13 minutes or so. Stay short. 10-year down ticking. I'm very short now. Yeah, short 5.
Here come the sellers.
Go. Mission accomplished is not my view. After today's data. There it is. Warsh, your mission accomplished is not my view after today's data. You know what? Where you been all day?
And we're seeing the
Gold
selling.
selling off. Gold selling off.
Yeah, they're coming quickly to my level.
Oh, you been? Where's
Start
that been all
question
day?
myself.
Again, mission accomplished is
Too
not
good
my
to be
view
true.
after today's data. What's the 10-year doing? I do not think that after today's CPI report, everything is well. It's coming from Warsh right now. Can we bring that in? We missed it.
One of the Fed's most important roles outside of monetary policy is the operation of the central bank swap lines. And these, as you know, are
Right.
absolutely crucial in preventing the global financial crisis from becoming a global depression. And I think, to my mind, remains the major reason why the U.S. dollar is the world's indispensable reserve currency, in an area where, by the way, the Chinese are trying to become increasingly competitive. And so the problem, of course, is that right now we have in the White House an occupant who sees his every power as a means of rewarding his friends. And
There you go. There you go. It's coming from the head honcho himself. Again, Warsh saying mission accomplished. Quote, mission accomplished is not my view after today's data. Following it up with, I do not think that after today's CPI report, everything is swell. Not well, swell.
Swell.
Swell, he says. Swell, he says. Sold off like 13 points.
NASDAQ came to this zone where I'd be interested to be in a long if I wasn't already in one, which is this 800 level. This is where we broke out, 800 zone plus or minus. And sure enough, we are starting to see buyers step right back in. We came down, tested it, and look at that.
The entire
40 points.
Should give back the entire CPI candle. Not financial advice. This is just me talking to myself. Yep, here come the buyers. Oh. Looking at AES. What do we got? 12-point turnaround higher. Now, this is typically when the tweet comes out. This is typically when the tweet will hit.
Let's see.
We will see crude up about what, $1.70 off the lows in crude. Crude trading $79.57.
Yep.
This market changes quick.
Is that what retracement was looking for to buy? Man, that was just such a clean level too.
Looks like it. Looks like it.
Buyers just stepped right back
I was
in.
waiting lower. I was more stingy. I was waiting at 73. It reached 77. That's fine. I will wait for the next pullback.
Stick to these shorts.
Okay.
Gotta stick to it. I mean, just dismissed the entire reason we rallied. Just dismissed the entire reason why we rallied today. That's what's going through my head right now.
Looks that all eyes on the CPI candle high. Can see that buyers try to reach it once, they failed. They try again, they failed. Start liking the short.
Sticking to
what?
I'm sticking to my pattern recognition, Mo. Only reason we're up is because of tweets.
Yeah,
and a CPI print that the guy just said I wouldn't pay too much attention to. Job's not done. Mission accomplished. Yeah, we gotta stick to it. But of course, Micron rallying. That's good for obviously Nasdaq.
Yeah.
All right,
Micron.
You know what?
Broadcom and Nvidia.
So let's do this. Let's get JD in here. JD, P&Ls, payouts, Topstep, Octagon. Hit us with the goods. What's up, JD?
What's up? I've got it all. Let's start with those P&Ls from yesterday. Yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Here they are. Up at the top, Hemora, 24,932 trading the NASDAQ. 2 winning days away from another live funded payout for Hemora. It's already taken 2 this year. Pretty good year for Hemora. Kiara in second place, 21,721, also trading the NASDAQ in a 150K live funded account. Kiara took $100,000 in payouts just last month of June. Big month for Kiara. Garrett, 16,888. Trade in the S&P. Started the month with a $42,000 payout. July 1st, took a $42,000 payout. First day of the month. Charlie W, 15,552 in profits. Trading the NASDAQ in a 50K live funded account. Very first winning day in the LFA for Charlie. Good on you, my friend. And Francisco F rounds out the top five. $13,059 in profits in a 50K live funded account. Trading the NASDAQ. 2 winning days away from getting that first live funded payout. Go get that money, Francisco. All right, those are your top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Here are your payout numbers. Top 5 live funded payouts yesterday. Huge numbers coming from our live funded traders. Ibrahim, 38,299. Thebinyana, 28,531. Ivy, 22,662. Sehan, 20,877. And Franklin T rounds out the top 5, $19,556 going right in the pocket. All right, let's take a look at a race to the bonus. Top Step, Octagon, who's in the lead? What's going on today? Here they are. I actually cut it in half. Otherwise, it would have been about 30 seconds long. So here is your leader. Jack is still on the top. Ivy, Franklin, Zachary. Peven's moving up the list, but the top 4 have been the same for pretty much a week and a half now. Jack's doing very well with a tidy $37,267 in profits for the month. Total P&L for our top 10 live funded traders for the month so far, $270,858. Not too shabby. All right, guys, that's what I've got. Back to you.
Thank you, JD.
Nice work.
Well,
Nice work. And the month's only halfway over.
I am doubling down on the 2% inflation target. Warsh still continuing. All right, let's go around here. What do we got? Positions. Mo, did you take it or still no trade? What's up, Mo? What are you ignoring me for?
He's on mute. Mute.
You're never on mute, Mo.
Mute, Mo.
Okay.
Mo.
Okay.
What's up, man?
At this point, we are hovering around this 88. I like the short. If we print a red candle in the 5 minute, I would just jump short with a stop at 90, 75, 90. If we close above 88, I will go long. We close below it. This doji candle, indecisive. I don't know. I'm not trading. I'm not trading off this candle. It's not clear.
I'm short 5 ES.
I like the shorts.
Right.
Yeah, I do.
See it.
Seeing the 10-year continue to down tick. And
You're short, Dakota?
No, I'm still in my same position, but usually we get some type of a move going into the end of fast markets. Like this is the last 10 minutes to the top of the hour, so I don't mind that pullback that you're looking for, Andre.
You can do that because you have a nice location, so it's a peace of mind trade.
Oh, Mo or Dakota's? Yeah, he's best place to be. Don't forget, we get those group coaching questions in. Link is there. Yes. Link is in there. If we got Eric Hogan, Hoop, heavy hitters. Top Step TV. That'll be after Power Players. We got Jay, Braden, Eric. Of course, we got Hogan morning highlights after this, but we are not done. Warsh is continuing to find Capitol Hill. Again, major headline from the Fed chair. We're not saying mission accomplished and essentially dismissing today's CPI print.
Mission accomplished.
Oh, so yeah. I must say though, the equities not in a hurry to go lower. I will say that, like they were yesterday. Also, don't forget, we've got a lot more speakers. We got Barr, Goolsby, Cook, Bowman, all scheduled to speak starting at 11:40 a.m. Pay very close attention to what they will be saying today. They do a very good job staying on message, and if they keep repeating what Warsh was saying today, or at the end there,
yeah,
I mean, watching the 10-year continuing to work its way back to pre-CPI print.
We're getting that sell-off that you're wanting, Andre. I'm not liking this price action now for the longs.
It's taking so
So
long.
I'm gonna bail out of this here in a second. Yeah.
Tweet coming. There's a tweet coming. That's the problem. There's a tweet. I'm convinced. Yeah.
Give
NQ.
it its time.
There we go.
NQ.
I'm out.
Nice trade, Declan. Nice trade.
Thank you, Mo.
Nice trade. Yeah, I'm in my
Market
short.
gave you what you need, not what you want.
Try to turn this red day into a green day. Hey. What do we got? 3 minutes left here. 3 minutes. Click subscribe. We got also Trader House episode 3 will be coming out. Will be coming out after the close today. So much going on. So much going on. And we're gonna be running the trailer one more time. Yes, I'm still short. Uneasy.
It's not easy being short.
No, it's not, because there's a tweet right around the corner. I'm convinced that's what all those tweets were. Those are garbage tweets. Were all about overshadowing this testimony. That's just my take. I got out of 3 there, short 2.
All right.
I'm gonna get back in. Okay, Dakota. Oh, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask. Star Slow Markets, 7 p.m. Central Time, Sunday through Thursday. Who will be joining you this evening?
Braden, Tuesday. Yep. I'm gonna reach out to him, double check everything. But yeah, usually Braden, see if I get him on Tuesdays. And Slow Markets with a new playlist and the volatility we're seeing is pretty fun, man. Pretty fun.
Loving this? I sure am. Speaking of Braden, we're gonna be seeing Braden right after this, right after morning highlights. Mohammed, I don't know if you were super locked in or ignoring me because you're mad at me, but we're still friends, right?
Yeah, sure, 100%. I got something.
Sure. All right. With that being said, markets are starting to move. Will we go all the way back down? Are the lows in for the day in the NQ and the ES? Are we going to see some buyers continue to push crude higher? Morning highlights coming up next. Braden come up after this. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
Let's go.
Good morning, friends and traders.
Baron is ready to sleep.
Day after the big TopStep trader meetup. Everybody made it home alive. Actually, I haven't seen Dakota yet this morning, so I'm not sure he's alive.
No,
I had too many shots last night.
Cut. 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. Another Malordsky. Very confusing to the taste.
Like it tricks your brain.
Yeah, that's good. I'm gonna finish this. Maybe I'm just
I saw the bean. I didn't get to touch it. I'm not going to be able to touch the bean, but there's other beans in the world.
Traders, welcome to the morning highlights. As always, I'm hoping you're seeing lots of green on your screen, having a good trading day, certainly some decent opportunities as the day goes on. As always, we're going to start by looking at these markets in context. We always start with gold. We did not take the opening range trade in gold today. We probably should have, but we knew that the CPI number was coming out at 7:30. The opening range remains the dead low. That would have been a pretty good push to the upside had we taken that trade. But again, just thinking smart, anything can happen. We didn't take the trade. That's okay. There will be another one. So we're seeing gold once again down here around 4,000. Buyers, buyers, buyers. Saw them again yesterday. Couldn't close below that level. Overnight, the buyers started coming back in. Did we get too short? What it looked like to me is when the market continued to push to the downside and retest that 4,000 level, the CPI numbers came out and pushed us into a very large initial balance. Initial balance, again, is the first hour of trade. On the 720 open, the initial balance low, 4,029.80, 4,112.50 on the upside. Mentioned it during the opening call. Odds are we're going to stay inside of that very large initial balance. The bigger the initial balance, the more energy it's going to take to get outside of it. And a couple other things. The way the market stopped, that big pop was pretty decent. Stopped right at the point of control from Friday's session. That point of control, to be precise, 4,100, 1130, 4112 half. So really a direct hit, short time frame traders, short time frame control. Squeezed a lot of shorts out on that move, folks. And the market has really kind of fallen asleep. It's been a little bit range bound. We are seeing some sellers coming back into this market. I'm looking for opportunities potentially for longs, maybe at some point today. I'm going to need to see some sort of reversal pattern. We'll see how that plays. Crude oil. So, yes, new news. Crude oil running up to weekly kickoff high, breaking out above it, seeing continuation. What did we do? The market opened with a gap. All we did was close the gap, traded to settlement, found buyers were rejecting the range and value from yesterday, coming back into the initial balance low. This could be an interesting opportunity to limit risk up against this initial balance low, 79.59. We'll see how that plays out, but at least we did get our session gap, and we see nothing but rejection at that level. So buyers certainly have kind of taken over, a little bit of a reversal here. If we can reaccept inside the initial balance, I can see us reaching the initial balance high, 80.96 perhaps at some point today. We've got some work to do before we're going to be able to do that. Now, let's look at the S&Ps. So the S&Ps are really range bound, right? I mean, here's Friday's range, regular trading hours, yesterday's regular trading hours. What about today's regular trading hours? We're inside basically the entire range from yesterday, basically staying relatively inside of value from yesterday. So the market really hasn't changed much as far as the S&Ps are concerned. The NASDAQ has been a little bit more buoyant, a little bit more friendly to the upside, at least until now. We are seeing some sellers coming in. We've given back the initial balance high. Let's take a look at the trades that Mo took today. He came in at about, 9:30, 10 o'clock. I think it was closer to 10 o'clock when he came in, and he came in long 5. He was long 10, but on screen he was long 5. MES 75.85. Got out of 3 of those up here at about 75.95 and stopped out once we came back inside the initial balance. Got stopped out of the last 2 of them at about 75.89. We are seeing some rejection above initial balance. No true failed upside auction, but the market ran out of buyers, and we are seeing some pretty decent rotation to the short side, to the downside here. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Had some pretty good activity here in the NASDAQ. Chike was here first thing this morning. And you can see how the Nasdaq has been a little bit more buoyant than the S&Ps. The range is overlapping to higher yesterday's range. We're inside yesterday's range in the S&Ps and largely staying inside of value. We looked inside of value in the Nasdaq. I apologize. It's a little bit hard to see. Market opened. We looked into value. We rejected. Buyers took over and took us above the initial balance high, which now has failed to hold as support. The market rotating lower, but still rejecting value from yesterday, while all we've done in the S&Ps today is stay inside of value. So let's take a look at some of these trades. Chike had a tough morning, went 0 for 3. He's all right with that. So started looking for longs right after the open here until 29,767. Got taken out of those on a stop at 29,730. Long again, 3 micros at 29,711. Very active first thing in the morning here. This is all within the first 10 minutes. And then took another loss on that one down at 29,680. Took a little bit of a break. Looked for the market to maybe give him some better trade location to the long side. And he ended up actually kind of being right to some degree. Timing, maybe a little early. Timing is everything. At long 3 MNQ 29,675. Get stopped out of those. Down here at 29,640. Strike 3. And he's out. When Dakota came in, he came in actually long 1 MNQ 29,673. Held those all the way to the highs. Was looking for the market to maybe trade all the way back up to that 30,000 level that we were talking about during the opening call. He was talking about it. Everybody was talking about that 30,000 level. Well, it did not get there. Finally got out of those on a stop. Got out of those at 29,780. Still with a pretty decent profit. A little update on the old dog new tricks. The week before last, I was off last week. The week before last, really kind of sticking to the strategy off the 1 minute chart. I managed to make about $600 in 4 days trading 1 and 2 micros. This week, Monday and today, I've given about 2/3 of that back, but I've been a little bit looser, a little bit more active. I'm not a scalper. Looking at a 1 minute chart is not usually something in my radar. But we're trying to see if we can learn a little bit of something about trading in a shorter time frame. I do like the indicator that I have been using, which is the Topstep X Trend Magic indicator. I think it's been relatively helpful at times. Every indicator is a little bit lagging, but hey, we're all learning. Never been a scalper. Well, not since standing in the S&P pit in the early 90s was a scalper. But hey, having some fun, learn a little bit. We'll see if we can't make this trend magic work for me. If it doesn't work for me, it doesn't mean it's not going to work for you. Let's take a moment and look at the quotable quote for today. All right, Brandon Sanderson. I don't know who this guy is, but I do like the quote. Life before death, strength before weakness, journey before destination. Of course, you're trading life. Your life in trading is going to be a journey. There really is no destination. It's never like you're going to be able to sit back and say, I got it. I made it. Every time I have said, I got it. I've got this now. I've made it. There's been danger at my door. So it's really all about the journey and not the destination. The destination is the last trade you're going to take. Are you looking forward to that? Or are you looking forward to a good, profitable, fun, interesting, challenging, exacerbating, that's all the emotions that you're gonna, feel in trading. There's joy, there's hard times too. So enjoy the journey. Don't worry about the destination because there is none. Always going to be learning, always going to be progressing, and always, hopefully, going to be profitable and hopefully wildly profitable. We hope that for all of you. We'll see you on the list. Let's take a look here. Jay, Braden, and Eric are coming up next for Power Players. I will be with Eric and Hoop for group coaching. Don't forget to get your questions in, of course, and make sure you check out episode 3 of Trader House at the end of the day today. Those are a lot of fun. Everybody's excited about those. So let's get moving. Folks, this is Top Step TV. Stick around. We'll be right back. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to Top Step TV Power Player Edition. We got a little dynamic duo going on here. I'm Jay, that is Eric. We might find Braden in just a little bit, but these markets are moving. Eric, first time on Top Step TV today. How we doing?
Doing good, man. I actually caught some decent longs this morning, just kind of in that like little chop range, and just got kind of aggressive with taking profits. So that was a different account. I have this account that's fresh and ready to be traded. I'm ready to see what we can find here.
We can find, well, right now we got the S&P trading 75.72 right at the pivot for the day. What markets are you going to be focusing on, Eric? Focusing on NASDAQ?
Yeah, I'm going to focus on the MNQ today just because the ranges are pretty high. Like we're actually kind of coiling up where I'd be curious if, even though we're kind of consolidating right here, I'm kind of eyeing along up to maybe 956 if we can make it up that high.
956 new session highs. We have the high of that CPI candle 29,921. We did hear Fed Chair Warsh during the last segment saying mission accomplished in quotations is not my view after today's data. I do not think that after today's CPI report, everything is swell. And we are trading back near the lows of that CPI print. We'll see what happens here. But 29,750's last trade here in the NASDAQ. You got a 200-point target to the upside. What do you think about getting into something like this? I also am, just full disclosure chat, I am in another account short the S&P right now from 75.91. So I'm managing that trade. That is not in the Topstep account. I took a daily loss limit day in my XFA, but holding one short. But how do you get into a long in the NASDAQ here, Eric?
So I like, usually when we break off of key zones, I do usually like to just wait for like candle crosses above a previous one. So like I'd like to hear right here, like a sweep, candle cross above, sounds good to me. Now, the one thing that keeps me a little bit more hesitant is that the zones I had marked out this morning on the hourly level are kind of getting passed through because of the volatility of CPI, right? The one down here at 564 held really well. And so that's what's kind of making me think that we are going to be marching up to the upside, right? So I think we're going to be kind of my plan is we got a good move off the 564. We're coming down, we're retracing, giving it a good amount of room to breathe to the downside, and then potentially coiling up here for our next move up. If Warsh was a little bit hesitant on what those CPI numbers came out at, obviously that you got to take in their comments when you're looking at these kind of trades. But I also try not to let stuff like that affect it too much, because I've definitely been burned in my career where the market sentiment is one way, but then all of a sudden you just get these random ripping higher candles, right? So I try to, even throughout the news events, to try to keep my thought process kind of unbiased and just go on what the chart's telling me.
Well, right now, this chart is telling me consolidation, at least for the past 15 minutes or so, in the S&P, right at this pivot point here. Shout out to BPC in the chat. We'll get to you in a second. Braden's going to be joining us here in just a second. We do have the president speaking about the inflation data that came out this morning. On the inflation report, he says, remember that for the midterms, we will bring prices much lower. I think the inflation trend will hold. So inflation down, lower than expectations this morning. The president saying he thinks that is going to continue. We know the Fed's target is 2%. We're a little higher than that right now. Year over year inflation, 3.5%. President says he sees the trend continuing lower.
I mean, that would be ideal, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be. I'm also keeping an eye on oil here. Oil keeps kind of flirting with that $80 level. It's down from it right now, $79.29. He is also talking oil right now as well. We will take a lot of oil out of Iraq, going to do a lot of deals, create a lot of jobs with Iraq, saying where is he speaking right now? Does anybody know? Because we are getting a ton of comments from the president right now. Again, that has the potential to move these markets around. So whatever market you're trading, understand that a tweet or a comment could come out So do not be over leveraged right now. It's the last thing you want to do.
All right, I'm gonna take five micros long.
All right.
See how we
Eric,
do above
long.
771 if we get there. I mean, essentially, you're going to be revaluing this trade if we get up to 771.50 and then back up to the New York Open at 810. If we can clear those with decent volume, I'd be looking to full TP at 965, which, yeah, is a pretty decent little trade. So we'll see how it runs.
Good here. And my target in this S&P short, I am short. Again, just one lot. I was short a couple more, but took profits because we slowed down. I'm looking for the low of the CPI print. So 75.58 is that price. We'll see if we can get there. But with this consolidation right now, my stop's already in profit. Don't need to take a loser even on this runner with this market slowing down here. So Eric Long, 5 micro NASDAQ. Taking a look at the tilt, 50-50 across the board, 64%. 50-50 in the S&P and the NASDAQ, 64% long crude and 66% long short in gold. Last trade in gold here, 40.67.90. Last trade in gold, nice selling coming in here.
Yeah, it's
doorbell, I got it. Welcome
What
to
up?
the show.
There
What's
he
going on, Braden?
is.
How we doing
What's
today?
up, guys? Good, man. Better late than never. So, how are you guys doing?
Doing
pretty
good.
good, man.
Doing good.
Trying to survive these markets. What's going on with you, Braden? How are you looking at these markets right now? A lot of back and forth.
It's been a lot of back and forth. Lots of back and forth, which isn't a bad thing. You just kind of got to get your mind wrapped around it. Yeah, that 30,000 level, I heard you guys talking about that. Came back into play this morning. We continue to reject that. Kind of playing around with the lows of the range on the daily and hourly. It's a tricky market for sure. I think given the weakness that we're seeing to the upside, the continued rejection of that 29,900 level, this is looking a little heavy. Maybe I try a short around the midpoint of this 5-minute range. I'm thinking anywhere above 29,800 is probably good for at least a bit of a selling rejection up there, just given that's kind of our resistance on the session. And maybe try to play it back into the opening range or the VWAP, something like that. I'm kind of short biased though, so we'll hunt for a short.
Odd man out here.
Eric is in a long right now. What price are you long from right now, Eric? You're on the grid, man. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, long from 734. I took 2 off once we got to 771. Like I said, I'm revaluing the trade every time we get to these levels. So took 2 off, move stops break even so that if it comes back down and gets me out, I at least have $100 secured. But yeah, I mean, I hope selfishly that we keep pushing up. I think, anytime we have like these big data candles, right? One of the sides gets swept, and my kind of bias right now is top side. So we'll see.
Biased to the top step side right here on TopstepTV. Eric Long, pretty nice trade from 734s. And the S&P is just getting glued to this pivot here. 75.76 last trade here in the S&P. See here. Comments from the president have slowed down a little bit. Man, there's so much green on this quote board. I'm looking at the quote board. We have at least 35 different markets we can trade with Topstep. There's only 4 in the red right now. So find something and buy it type of day. But we'll see how this continues to play out. Probably going to get stopped out of this ES short. My out is above 80s. Got an out at 81. So I'll get out at 81. I will reassess the trade from there. This was the initial trade that I took on the screen. You can see it here, chat. But looking for lower, the market's not really agreeing with that right now, getting glued to that pivot here. 75.78 last trade there. Let us know what you guys are looking for out there in the chat. Who's in a trade right now? What market are you long? Are you short? And how your day is going. Braden, any trades for you today this morning, or are you coming into the session flat?
More or less flat. I did a couple trade scalps on some different evals, but I haven't really done much trading, so this will be the first.
Market hasn't really done much either. It's been back and forth inside the CPI candle all day, really, man. I think with Warsh's comments, the president's comments, everyone's trying to figure out Okay, so the president was speaking in the Oval Office. He's done for now. So get out your Truth Social apps because he might be moving over to there next and giving us the next comment that moves the markets. We'll see what happens here. Eric, you're down to two, correct?
3. I got three long so far.
Gotcha. Brady, you got some orders out there?
I do. I've got a short lined up here at like the midpoint of this 5-minute range. Looking to see if we see at least a bit of rejection there as we try to attempt possibly a full rotation back to the 800s, 900s, but should be a bit of a decision zone, I would think, here at the midpoint, given how much rotation we've been seeing. So, plus we've seen, right here, around 700s, even earlier in the session, there's a lot of rotation.
Yeah.
So,
absolutely.
I think a 1-to-1, just like a little scalp, try to see some selling, take 30, 40 points out of it, would be happy. Yep.
Nothing wrong with scalps in this market environment. Bottom of the hour coming up right now. Let's see if that gives us any volatility here. Normally not. This is usually the lower volume time of the day where we see the markets kind of float around, start to potentially range trade here, which is why I really liked, even though I'm short in the S&P, I really like that long that you took, Eric, because that was a area of decision making in the NASDAQ down near those 700s, and sellers not strong enough yet. So nice trade you got going on there.
Yeah, it's doing pretty well. I peeled one more off, so I'm only two in left. Realistically, I'd like to see it use this 771 level as a springboard up to the 811s, but we'll see.
Taking a look at the delta here. Delta in the S&P, this is for the full session, is positive 11,000. In the NASDAQ, that is negative still, negative 2,100. You heard Hogue mention in that as well. The delta at the high of the session in the NASDAQ was about negative 1,200. So potential squeeze developing here in the NASDAQ if these sellers don't get what they're looking for. Normally those squeeze plays happen sometimes closer to the end of the session, somewhere in power hour, but we'll see what happens here.
Nice push up off that 771. A little higher, look at a little closer to the 800s.
NASDAQ looks much stronger than the S&P right now.
It does. It does. And I wonder if I want to take the short, if I should take it on the S&P for sure.
I'm down to just a single runner.
Nice.
You were going to say, Brandon?
S&P is definitely. I was just going to say S&P is definitely more compressed into like the low of the range here than NQ. NQ's even has a higher low on the 5-minute compared to ES. ES is just kind of flatline across the bottom of the range.
Right.
Not as strong.
So I'm out of that S&P short there. That was the runner. So stopped out on that one, and we'll reassess. Warsh on the June CPI says it was positive relative to expectations. We know the Fed's goal is still 2% inflation. 3.5% was the year-over-year number that just came out. Brayden, did you get tagged on that short there?
I didn't. I kept moving it, man. I feel like I monitor price action too much sometimes. It's like, okay, it's doing well in the 90s. Let me give it a couple more points. Nah, I ended up moving it, but yeah, tough.
Right. I might have just gotten the top tick of that candle there. Also on my my trailing stop, we made a high of exactly 81 evens. That's where my stop was, and we're about 3 points off of it right now. But hey, game of ticks that we play here. Right? a game of ticks. You gotta love these markets, man. Gotta love it. I'd much rather be stopped out in profit than stopped out for a loss and then see the market turn around.
That's right.
But if the S&P makes new lows on the day, I'm going to try to find a way to get back into that short. 29,766 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 75.78 last trade here in the S&P. We got gold, 40.67. Oil still kind of holding bid, 79.30. I'm looking at the lows of the session here in oil down at 77.85s. And got to start watching oil as it gets back above $80 here. Got a question in the chat. Avanith says, guys, what should I trade right now? Great question. Yeah, both of these guys trade. Both of these guys trade in the Nasdaq. There's a wide array of markets you can trade with Topstep. Trade something that fits your trading strategy. That's what I'll say. Any advice you guys want to give there? What should I have another trade right now?
Whatever fits your setup and your trading style, whatever you think. That's a loaded question for sure.
Super
You're a
loaded.
range trader, it's different than if a trend like if you want to trade trends, go find something that's in trend. If you want to trade ranges, find something with it. It's that's what's good about it though. You can go and be selective, and it'll be interesting when those stock futures come out. That'll be something cool. Hopefully,
That's gonna be crazy. You guys gonna trade those?
if they have, yeah, we were talking to Dakota about it one night, and we were talking about if the volume, like I don't know what the volume is going to be like in those markets,
right?
If it's going to be liquid enough to trade, but I'll fill it out. But I definitely will because I'm huge fan of, like, sometimes I'll jump around. You've seen me trade like everything, Bitcoin, all the way from Bitcoin to copper. Sometimes it really depends what the chart setup looks like, and if there's definitely going to be more options and more setups whenever those come around. So it'll be exciting.
Yeah, I'd be curious, because have they released any of the? I haven't really looked too much into it. Have they released any, like, what tick values are for any of these companies?
It's a great question. I don't think I've seen exactly what those contracts are going to look like. But like Braden said, I'd probably be trading them as well, just to kind of look at what the volume looks like before. But check the CME site. I'm sure there is some information out there. Nice exit in ES. Thanks, Mo. Yeah, I really wanted this market to continue to sell off, but sellers are kind of stepping off the gas here. We're seeing the Nasdaq catch a little bit of a bid here as well. 29,781's last trade, 783 last trade here in the Nasdaq. Let's see here. Gorillionaire says trade Pokemon cards. All right. Braden short.
I took a short. Yep, I'm short micro ES actually because I kind of like what you pointed out about it. Just looks weaker. Compared to NQ, NQ's got a higher low. It's holding better off of the VWAP. ES is still pretty compressed into it, so I'm short on ES, kind of at the midpoint here. Look to trade it back into the VWAP.
All right.
Dan Evans said, "Look at those NQ hourly wicks." And when you zoom out to an hourly level, man, that is a pretty disgusting looking chart.
Some people love those wicks though, but you gotta be on it.
It's what's the saying? It's chop unless you made money. This is a nice range for me today.
Yeah, range if you're winning, chop if you're losing. But those candles are. Yeah, I guess you can kind of have an idea of where your trade executions should be, right? Somewhere in those wicks because of the rejection, but when it's happening, it doesn't feel great.
Yeah. Especially when it's like a high volume time and you kind of expect some follow through, and then it gets ugly.
Yes, it does. I was talking about getting top tick there. S&P did run past my stop, so good out there. But Daniel Gallup in the chat says Daniel was long in the S&P, in the Nasdaq, got stopped out right before it took off 350 points. I revenge traded and lost a bunch on the news candle, worked it back and closed out up 1,400. That is a wild day. If that's the type of days you've had, and Braden, Eric, I want you guys to kind of speak to this too. Anytime I have a day like that where I'm down, I'm considering it today, honestly. I'm down and I make it back. It's the perfect time to lock out. Because anytime I've thought like, oh yeah, I got this, I've recovered it and I just want to make more profits, I always end up giving it back. So Daniel, maybe a good time for you to hit that lockout button. But nice recovery.
Yeah, almost always. If I'm down a decent amount and I get it all back and I just go break even, I'm good. I'm done. I've had way too many times where I go break even and I'm like, oh, I got some breathing room. I'm gonna press the gas a little bit more, and then boom, DLL, right, or MLL. I take those break evens as wins all day long.
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree with that 100%. If you're blessed enough to come back from like a deep drawdown like that, you know what I mean. You've probably been lucky enough on the session. Just take that as you will and lock it up.
Yeah.
Hit that button.
Have you guys ever
Even
do you guys ever
even
get
worse.
done with those sessions and you're just like mentally exhausted? You just gotta go like take a nap after the trading day.
Yes.
Yes.
I feel like that's how I knew
Yes.
that I pressed that button way too many times.
Yep. It's like if trading is physically draining, like we're no longer in the pits, right? So if it's physically draining, you probably did too much.
Way too much.
Probably did. Crude selling off a little bit here. 79.12's last trade here in crude.
Yeah, it's mentally 100% mentally draining. Like every session it's kind of funny how that works. Do y'all do any like kind of mind strengthening? Like do you do like this maybe sounds crazy, but I think it's a good practice. Do you guys do like you know, word puzzles or stuff like that? To like kind of train that?
Generally
Get your mind in
no,
the right
but
spot.
I'm always open to trying to what is that? Your
Elasticity.
Training your brain, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll read. I'll play chess. Just got back into playing chess. But what do you do, Braden?
I do that too, man. I read. I've been getting into reading more. Just having audiobooks, just kind of like having something going that isn't just like brain rot, like scrolling TikTok, Instagram, like something that
Anything
gets
else
your
out
head in the
there?
right
Right.
space. Speaking of chess, I love chess, man. I'm not that good at it, but it's more fun to play in person, I've noticed, but I really never have anybody to play against. I saw this new chessboard they came out with. I don't know if
that
you've
thing is
seen it,
sick.
but
That thing is
have
sick.
you? Yeah, that where you go against the computer, then it like has the magnetic board, so it moves the opponent's pieces for you. Pretty awesome.
Whoa.
That thing is pretty. And I'm pretty sure it's like connected to chess.com too. So whatever score you get from playing, updates there as well, which is pretty cool. Dakota, speaking of chess, Dakota played last night on slow markets. Played a random
Really?
bullet against some rando on chess.com. He got smoked. He got
I don't know.
absolutely killed.
Chess, they might be cheating on there, to be honest.
Could be. They could be using AI to
Oh yeah.
That's so lame. I hope people are not doing that, man. I'm sure people are.
Online games, there's always cheaters on online games, man. It's
right.
There always has been, always will be.
If I play a game, I want to play
recently.
for fun.
Yeah, and I feel like recently chess made a huge comeback. Like I feel like everyone's
yeah.
getting into chess nowadays.
So it was that Netflix show. What's the name of that? Queen's Gambit?
Queen's Gambit. Yeah.
Oh.
Great show.
All right,
Seen a
pushing
little
into
bit
the 810s. This is my kind of next area that I was looking at. I'm only down to 1 micro.
Great trade
I'll
here,
probably
Eric.
just start trailing my stop a little bit more aggressively now that we're past the 771s into the 811s. Realistically, like I'd be pretty happy with this one.
Okay, I cut this. I'm just going to kind of reevaluate. I'm going to get more into a scout mindset. This is kind of just bleeding up and accepting pretty well. So I cut it and I'll look for another one.
Reassess. Eric, did you have any drawdown on that trade?
Virtually none. It was
great trade.
Not a lot of drawdown at all.
Those are the best, huh? Those are the comfortable trades. Get in, it just does exactly what you want it to do. 29,817's last trade here in the NASDAQ. Tilt building long, 68% long in the S&P, 58% long in the NASDAQ. Rating going flat there. Got Eric long 1. Really quick, we could bring it to some news. We'll come right back to the charts. Kevin Warsh had plenty to say while testifying this morning before the House Financial Services Committee in D.C. Here's a quick clip regarding inflation. Let's bring that in.
My colleagues and I recognize that high inflation has been an undue burden on American households and businesses. And while monthly price volatilities and variations are inevitable, especially in an unsettled world, underlying inflation over longer time horizons is determined largely by monetary policy. As the chairman said at the outset, inflation's a choice. The members of our committee have no tolerance for persistently elevated inflation, and we share a resolute commitment to ensure price stability.
There you have it. New Fed Chair Kevin Warsh on inflation. We see the equities continue to catch a bid here. 29,820 last trade here in the NASDAQ. The S&P 7586. Orlando, you'll play me in chess? All right, sounds good. I'll get that all set up for us. Just start putting links in the chat to challenge me in chess. Do we have a read on Delta? Let's take a look. Positive 12,000 in the S&P. Negative 2,000 in the NASDAQ. Negative 2,000 in the NASDAQ. Not congruent with direction in the NASDAQ here. So we could potentially be seeing a squeeze if that delta stays negative or is increasingly negative into the end of the day here.
All right, I'm short in Q. 810 one in Q.
Okay.
And this is where my stops are. My stops are tight. My trailing stops is tight. So if you have a great entry on a short, I'll be really happy because I'm good. I'm good here.
Do you just follow the open of each candle there, Eric, or do you use like a really short time-based EMA, or how do you trail those runners?
Yeah, I like to trail them at the low of each candle. So once this closes, I'm going to move it up to this low, and if we can continue marching our way up, then I'll just keep moving it up on the lows.
Nice.
Poll up in the chat. How do you improve your mental game outside of market hours? Is it meditation, breathing? Is it reading, exercise, staying active, or brain games and puzzles? Maybe a combination of all four of those. If I had to pick a default,
you gotta be
it's
doing
definitely
something
exercise.
for sure.
Yeah, you gotta be doing something.
Yeah.
You can't just trade all day and then go get on TikTok for the rest of the day, right?
Right. Loso trades in the chat. This is a challenging one, especially for this the instant gratification generation we're in. Loso says, "Have you tried stillness? Have you tried stillness? Unstimulated stillness. That's mind strengthening." Yeah, for sure. Just
What is
turning off
that?
everything and sitting there. That's
That's either
that's
really
tough.
good mental training or you've gone off the deep end.
You want me to sit alone with my own thoughts? I don't know, man.
Right.
I don't know.
Scary place to be, Loso. That's a scary place to be.
I'm fully out, by the way. That was up 437 on that one.
Nice. Nice trade. Nice trade we got from Braden right now. Short from 810s, correct?
808. Yep, 808's the exact price. One NQ.
808, 1 NQ. Braden short now. Edgy plays tennis, works out in codes. Nice. What else are you doing out there in the chat? Get your votes in on the poll. Also, we got group coaching coming up after this. Eric is going to stick around for group coaching. Who do you have with you today, Eric? I think it's Hogue and Hoop.
Ooh, I got Hogue and Hoop.
That's a good one.
The two heavy hitters. You guys better get your questions in. We haven't had Hogue in there in a while, so let's let him answer a lot of questions today.
We're going to pin that form to the chat. You can get your questions in for Hogue, Hoop, and Eric. Group coaching at the top of the hour. Let's see here. Tilt pair and back in the S&P was long 68%, long 58% at this point. Pretty quiet right now. Let's take a look at some of the components of the NASDAQ here. NVIDIA up 3.2%, Apple down 1.2%, Microsoft down 1%, Amazon down 0.6%, Google up 0.8%, Broadcom up 2.3%, Tesla up 0.5%, Meta up 1%, Micron up 5.3%. I know Dakota was kind of tracking Micron throughout the day, pulling back a little bit from its high of the session, but up 5.3%. Walmart up 4%. Walmart down 0.5%. Intel up 3.3%, and the semiconductor ETF SMH is up 2.5% on the day. Brady, you got a downside target? You said you're in a scalper mode here.
Yeah, I want to kind of get out of the 70s here. kind of where we saw some structure form before that push and break above 800. So I wouldn't mind a retest of that level.
Okay.
It's also kind of like smack dab in the middle of the 5-minute range too. So we'll look for the 70s, mid 70s.
Daniel plays Fortnite to decompress from trading. That just adds more stress. I've tried to play Fortnite with my younger brothers. It just adds stress to my life. I'm like, I don't need these problems, man.
Getting smoked by these 12-year-olds and they're just
I feel like I got
horrible things in chat, right?
way too old to play that game. Just like, yeah, this is not fun. This is not fun. Stick to playing Tetris on my phone.
Anything with reflexes, I'm cooked at.
Right?
Anything that you have to have like quick reflexes, like Call of Duty or Fortnite. I used to be good at Fortnite back in its prime, man. Fortnite was prime in 2016. I don't know if any of y'all remember that, but that if you played then, I mean that was prime.
Even then,
Never
I felt
did.
old.
2016. Maybe.
Yeah, I could never get the building down, man. People will put up whole towers in like seconds, and I'm like, I'm lost here.
Yep. Yeah, Bilbo, I feel you. I miss being good at video games. Now I'm old. Me and a bunch of friends bought the new Battlefield game. We're like, oh yeah, we're gonna play it. We played it for a week. We're just like, none of us have the time to do this. We're just gonna put this down. And I'm not good enough at it anyway. Just playing against that's the problem, man. Once they started paying people to play video games, it just became way too competitive.
Dude, kids got sweaty.
Yeah. Started paying people to play games, and now everyone's a pro.
For real.
Which I mean, hey, don't get me wrong. If that was around when when I was in like high school and I could figure out like you can actually make a lot of money playing video games, I'd be the same way. I'd be playing every single day, but for a reason.
Right. I mean, they got college scholarships for gaming now. It's pretty insane. Pretty insane. We are just chopping around here. 29,810s here last trade in the NASDAQ. 75.84 quarter last trade here in the S&P. Taking a look at our quote board for futures, biggest percentage movers to the downside. We got lean hogs down 0.3%, corn down 0.59%, and soybean oil, our biggest percentage mover to the downside, down 0.79%. To the upside, we had wheat up 1.7%, silver up 1.84%, and heating oil, biggest percentage mover to the upside, up 3.5%. To talk about our big four, we got crude up 1.5%, the S&P up just over 0.25%, 0.28%, gold up 1.5%, and the NASDAQ up 1.14% on the day. We still got some more data to come out later in this week as well. We got PPI tomorrow, of course, jobless claims on Thursday, and whatever unplanned headlines are going to come out in the Middle East. We also have a Fed Goolsbee speech at the top of the hour here as well. More Fed speakers. I thought they were going to be a little quieter with Warsh as the Fed chair, but I guess not.
Trading is the ultimate. Fed. Scott says trading is the ultimate live online game. That's true. That's a really good point. The ultimate experience.
Well, I feel like I saw an article. There was actually said like these professional gamers that switched to trading did exceptionally well compared to everyone else.
I believe it. Especially, I mean, maybe reflexes, maybe, but I think patience, like if somehow patience translates.
Yeah, it was actually all about patience. It was from what I saw, it was all about patience and then like pattern recognition. Where like they use a lot of pattern recognition in their gaming style that when they came over to trading, they could retain how the market moved a little bit better than your average beginner.
I believe that. Yeah, like data. I mean, that's when you're gaming, it's like kind of like data collection and analyzation essentially, just in game format. So I believe it.
Exactly.
Good point. See a lot of gamers out there. I mean, some of the games you guys are playing, I don't know how much it's going to help you with your reflexes. People talking about playing Mario Brothers and things like that. Shout out to all the older gamers out there, but yeah, some of these games now, I'm playing like Call of Duty or something like that. You have to be like super locked in, and I just don't have it anymore. 29,815's last trade here in the Nasdaq. Top of the hour coming up here in about 7 minutes. Go ahead, Braden.
I was just gonna say that's okay. We're playing a better game now.
We're playing the best game out there. Playing the best game out there. Playing the best game out there. Poll came back. We had a poll 8 minutes ago. How do you improve your mental game outside of market hours? 132 votes. 48% saying exercise and staying active. That is good to hear. Get up from your desk, get outside, take a walk, get in the gym maybe. Brain games and puzzles came back at 21%. Meditation and breathing, 20%. And not a fan of books in this chat. 11% came back with the reading. That's fine. If you listen to audiobooks, you could have voted for reading there. That is reading. I don't care what Dolby says. An audiobook is a book.
Makes sense. Hogue read a quote from Brandon Sanderson, and he's like, I don't know who Brandon Sanderson is. And I'm like, well, he's like one of the biggest fantasy writers of our generation. Yeah.
I didn't know who that was either. I'm not going to lie.
I heard it while I was in a different room, and I was like, oh, not all the fantasy nerds in this one. I get it. I get it.
What series did he write?
Man, he did. Dude, he's written so many books. He wrote like the Stormlight Archives. He wrote Mistborn. I think is one of his popular ones. If anyone's read that one in the chat.
I've read
never.
The only book that I've like actual physical book that I've finished reading was a fantasy book. I just finished it like a month ago. Now I'm on the second one.
What is it?
So, well, my fiance got me into it, so it's probably a girlier one, but it's a damn good book. It's A Court of Thorns and Roses.
Oh, dude, that's like it. Jay putting his down. Jay putting his down like he knows what this is.
Hey, man. Hey, I'm not judging anyone for picking up a book and reading. I don't care what you read.
No.
It's a brain exercise, right? And you, like you said, Braden, your fiance got you into it, so there's that bonding over it as well. Chat, relax.
Absolutely.
The hesitation for it to even say it, Braden, was hilarious.
You did. Respect for saying it though. Like good for you, man.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to save you, Braden. We're just going to get you out of there. The chat is going to forget that by the time you're on slow markets later. But we'll see you then. Eric, you're going to stick around for group coaching, which is coming up right after this. If you haven't done so already, hit the thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. Remember, after the close today, we got episode 3, the final episode of Topstep TV Trader House after the close. But we got group coaching coming up next. Eric, Hogue, and Hoop. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
welcome back. Long time no see. What have you guys been up to other than roasting Braden in the chat? Well, welcome back to group coaching, where you ask the questions and we answer them. And I'm joined by none other than the two greats. Hogue, welcome back. Hope you had a good vacation. Hoove, my partner in crime, here every day with us. How you guys doing today? Hogue, you getting your sea legs back in the trading chair?
Trying to. Usually takes me a little longer at this age, but doing all right.
Good. Glad to hear it. Hoop, how about you? How's the day treating you?
Pretty good. Traded a little bit of gold overnight. Have kind of had a little bit of a bias to the long side a little bit. We rode that 200-day most of the night, and then obviously the number came out and we just exploded. And the biggest thing, I was thinking of when numbers come out, and I would just say let them marinate a little bit before you jump in. So waited for a little bit of a pullback, scalped it out. So I'm letting the market on a big number with the Fed talking today. I don't know about you, Hogue. I'm just letting the dust settle from all this before I really start, trying to pick good trade locations and stuff.
I mean, after a big move like that, yeah, you kind of have to let the dust settle. What's funny about this CPI was, I feel like normally it's kind of whipsawy, right? We can take one side of range, then the other, and then go into whatever direction it wants to go. But man, when the number came out this morning, it was nothing but just straight up with nothing in the way of it, right? It was a violent move. Hogue, when you're taking a vacation, are you trading on vacation? And if not, how long did it take you to feel like you're kind of back in the saddle?
No, I'm sworn not to trade when I'm on vacation. As a matter of fact, I'm even sworn not to look at the markets while I'm on vacation when I'm, out there with the family or with the wife. But I do sneak peeks, in the bathroom. I typically am not going to be trading on vacation. I need to have a little bit more focus. I don't really, personally, I don't really trust trading on a phone. But I would manage a trade if I had something on. I would keep track of it and watch the charts and all that stuff. But no, on vacation, I'm on vacation.
Yeah, you know what? That's smart. No reason to ruin a vacation when you're down some money in the markets, right? Yeah. It's either going to go great or terribly. I'm either going to have, I'm going to say, what was that, Hoop?
He was probably managing some trades at the casino, knowing my guy. So I'm going to guess.
Yeah. I feel like if I go on vacation, it's hard to not look at the markets just because it's a part of your day, right? Your part of every day. It's hard to kind of move away from that routine, but it is a good break to have mentally.
I have to check into TopstepTV once in a while. I admit it. I watched a little bit.
Gotta make sure the ship's still afloat, right? Yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
Make sure you guys are doing all right.
Yeah. Well, Kelvin in the chat, I hope that's Kelvin, asked if I was still holding my long. No, I'm out of my long. I got out already in the last segment. So this is my permission to just let your long rocket up higher, and I hope it does. But before we dive into the questions, we've got some updates on some of our live leaders. Let's take a look. So today's live leaders, we always start with the names that I'm going to mess up. Kaylin, hope that's right, $25,976. Incredible day, especially on the news event. You must have been managing your trades very well. Harsh at $20,248. Bowie at $17,902. Agarim, $16,171. And another one, Afike at $16,006. Some good numbers on a extremely volatile morning and then a whole lot of chop after that. So no, I lied. This isn't a chop range for you guys. This is a range day for you guys. Congratulations.
Great job with the names.
Yeah, we're trying every day. You know, I'm convinced they're purposefully trying to make me slip up.
Put a tougher one in there for them.
Yeah, just wait till tomorrow. Well, let's dive right on in to some of these questions that have been submitted. Chat, great job submitting questions today. I know we're all excited for Hogue to be back in the group coaching seat. So let's start off with softball. This one's from Ryan, and he says, "Do you ever look at sloping support or sloping resistance to guide trades? What time frame do you prefer?" I know Coach Ray is a big channel guy when it comes to managing his trades. Hogue, do you share any of the same sentiment, or I mean, you've been in the business long enough? I'm sure you have your own ways.
Well, yeah, I mean, Ryan, you can look at like sloping support or sloping resistance as basically just kind of looking at some kind of a trend, right? So, um, whatever time frame you're on, you're going to see these things no matter what. Now, this is the daily and the S&Ps. So if you were really looking, you could say that this was sloping support, right? We're seeing higher lows and higher lows over time. You could also say at the same time that across these highs here, we're seeing lower highs and lower highs, higher lows, lower highs. Those are both of those, I would say, I would call sloping support. If this was a 5-minute chart, I would look at it the same way. You could take, a like a look right there and move this trend line up there. So now you've got a sloping channel, right? The slope is to the upside, looking for opportunities along the lower end for longs would certainly be something that I would consider. And when you were talking about sloping support or sloping resistance, you're either talking about a market that is in a trend either to the upside or to the downside, or that is in a longer term balance area where when the market is in balance, the tendency is for that balance to shrink over time. It's going to narrow over time. So you look at, you've got the high here, you've got point of contact, breakout, failure. This market is going to probably break out of this pattern through attrition. It seems like just no major move in either direction. Just through time, it seems like it's going to break out of this, and may not be directional at either direction. But if you're going to be looking at sloping resistance or sloping support, you're looking at a market that's more likely going to be trending. In the case of the range bound, you may end up with both. You've got, up slope at the bottom, you've got down slope at the top, and both of them are opportunities to limit risk on a trade. I hope that helps. I know Hoop, you've got you kind of look at these channels quite a bit. What would you say?
Hogue, I probably focus more on the slope of my EMAs more than anything. Like, most of the night as gold kind of just chopped around, the slope, you've heard Mandy talk about it being spaghetti, right?
Yep.
Obviously the number comes out and it just goes vertical, right? The slope goes up, and you just kind of look, especially on shorter time frames. I'm looking at, like the 3-minute where we just kind of keep riding, the 20-day EMA, and then we kind of chop around it. And then, we always talk about, EMA crossovers, right? A little bit. And when the 20 and the 50 crossed each other on a 3-minute, the market starts to pull down. So now I start to look at, okay, they've crossed over, and then what becomes the target? I think if Jay Sims around here, we were talking about VWAP. VWAP here is around, now it's sitting around 40.55 for gold. So I look more at the slope. I mean, I used to draw a ton of channels, but I really look more, to me now, over especially the last year or so. I really look more at the EMAs and how they slope or cross is probably what I'm looking for in terms of slopes.
It's a really
Yeah,
good point.
absolutely.
Anne
Go
Marie
ahead,
was
Hope.
big on monitoring the slope of VWAP, whether it was an anchored VWAP or overnight VWAP,
Yep.
whatever it was. She was always kind of
Mhm.
focusing on that slope because it's telling you where volume is leading price.
Yep.
But like everything, there's a million ways to peel an onion. I almost said it.
Yep.
I almost said the cat, but I
Don't
I
spin
don't
that.
like
You
that.
know what, Hogue? Dolby won't like
Uh-uh,
that.
uh-uh. So, there's lots of good opportunities that you can find in sloping moving averages, sloping trend lines. Um, and as far as time frames are concerned, Ryan, I'm always looking, from the top down. It's always weekly, daily, 4 hour, 30-minute. And that's about as low as I go, typically 30-minute. Trying something new,
Yeah.
trying to teach an old dog new tricks this week, but we'll see how that plays out. Anyway, that's what we got. I think,
Well,
Eric, what are you thinking?
yeah, so I don't personally do this, but I've done enough group coaching sessions with Ray to kind of show a little bit of how kind of he does it as well, to kind of add on to what Hoop and Hogue have been saying. Is I know in like these kind of situations, right? Like let's say he was long down here. I've seen him draw just channels that go up and then just waits for confirmed breaks out of them. And then that's kind of how he uses trending support and resistances for his trades, right? So I believe he keeps them on the same time period, but you can do it. I mean, to Hogue's point, you can do it on any time period you want, right? You can say, I'm going to stay in my short here until this channel breaks right here, and then I'm going to start looking at going long. So that is just a different way, not using EMAs or anything like that. If you want to only use a channel or trend lines or anything like that, that is one way to also kind of manage your position with sloping support and resistances. So Ryan, I hope that helped. It looks like there is
So what you're saying is we
sirens
should
sounding
probably short the
in.
NASDAQ now.
Yeah, yeah. According to that sloping pattern there, it may be short time. But also, apparently, there was actually sirens sounded in Bahrain, interior ministry.
yeah.
So could be nothing, could be something. Keep an eye on your charts, and we'll make sure we are updating.
Head on the swivel.
Yep, head on a swivel. Keep those stops tight and manage your risk. All right, let's move on to the next one. Dalton says, Hogue said we did not see a failed upside auction as price returned back to the IB. What exactly constitutes a signal that is a real failed upside auction versus running out of buyers? Much thanks.
Okay.
What you got, Hoop? Or Hogue. So sorry. Man, these H's are going to mess me up today.
Sorry.
All right. It's all right. No problem. Okay. So this is today in the NASDAQ. This is a 30-minute chart. Once the initial balance is established, okay, what started to look like a failed upside auction on this 930 bar, that is the C period in market profile, the market looked above the initial balance high and then closed back below it. Okay, that is a potential failed upside auction. Okay, it did not hold. Typically, when we see a failed upside auction, the target's going to be the bottom of the initial balance. We weren't able to get to the bottom of that initial balance, which indicates that there are probably still some pretty decent buyers present in the marketplace. We took out the high of the initial balance as well as the previous session high, which was above the initial balance. That negates the idea of a failed upside auction. Okay, on that note, we have what I would say is a relatively weak high up here. Okay, so A weak high indicates that price was able to push to this level. It was able to push to that level again, take a little bit of a look above that previous high, and that's where we run out of buyers. Okay, that's what I mean when I say, all right, we ran out of buyers for now, but it's not a strong high because there's no excess up there. When we look at a failed upside auction, it's always going to be excess. Price got too expensive, buyers backed off, sellers took over, the upside auction is over for the time being, and a new downside auction ensues. But when the downside auction doesn't perform well, that's when we kind of get our ears up and we say, okay, there's something else going on here because we're not really getting a full rotation off that initial balance rejection. Okay, that failed upside auction. I think there's a possibility that we could continue and look to higher pricing above that level, which we did. Now, what's the nuance at the top here in the NASDAQ? The NASDAQ, we looked maybe 3, maybe 4 points above this high in regular trading hours, 3 or 4 points. That's excess, but it's not high excess. It's not good excess. It's weak excess. So this leads me to believe that in the longer time frame, from the lows to the highs here, the longer time frame upside auction may not be finished yet because we don't have an excess high. We have a weak high, a low excess high. Okay. Does that mean that that price has to go back up there? No, it means we ran out of buyers for the time being. Now, when we're talking about the auction process, the auctions are occurring in multiple time frames all day long. I mean, you can look at a 5-minute chart and say, okay, well, the trend is to the upside today, but on a 5-minute chart, this looks like a downtrend. So you've got different kind of time frames where the auction is occurring. But you want to keep that kind of steady. So the 30-minute, the market profile, the way the market profile is put together, you need consistency in the time frame that you're looking at the auction process in. This auction process has an excess low and a non-excess high, which leads me to it has an excess low. It had a failed upside auction that did not succeed. We put in a weak high. To me, this market is telling me that buyers are still present in my time frame and that it's likely that we are going to probably be taking out these highs, regular trading hour session highs, at some point during this session. We were looking at a short there. I wasn't going to take that short because the longer picture, the longer time frame auction process is showing me nuances that say buyers are still in control. The excess low, the low excess high, the successful auction above the initial balance high, which did, you could say it failed at one point, but with the low excess at the high here, I'm looking at a market that's probably going to take that out. I don't believe that the upside auction in my time frame has completed. I believe the upside auction is still in play. There's always pullbacks. There's always contrary moves. And those contrary moves have not been successful in changing the market state in my time frame or on the market profile to say we've got a solid high up here. This is likely to continue to push to the downside. There was that opportunity with the failed upside auction earlier, but the fact that the failed upside auction did not succeed in getting to the other extreme of the initial balance and that it was taken out later on and left with a poor high leads me to believe that the upside auction in my time frame is not finished yet. You could say that this auction to the downside here, yeah, that was a downside auction and it finished. What about this downside auction? Look at the excess on that downside auction. That's the end of a downside auction and the beginning of a new upside auction. We put in a higher high in the regular trading hour session. We're putting in higher lows in the regular trading hour session. And I believe we are headed for another session high as we speak. I don't know that that's going to happen, but the nuances of the profile, the nuances that the auction process in my time frame are saying is we ain't done yet to the upside.
See, Hogue, that's
Hope
why
that
we
helps.
missed you so much.
Let him
Even-
cook, baby.
Even Randall Paul Trader said, excellent explanation, Hogue. Great,
Awesome.
great breakdown of that. I like it especially because I have a long side bias too. So we're in sync.
I'm talking your language then.
That's right. That's right. And it's a perfect move into our next news segment. Looks like IBM has some work to do today if it wants to avoid its worst day in over 115 years. JD, what do you got?
It's definitely a rough day for IBM out there. Stock was down 24% in pre-market trading right now, currently down 26.8%. That's worse than the 23.7% it lost on Black Monday in 1987. Hogue was there. Investors dumped the stock after CEO Arvind Krishna issued a preview of its financial statement coming next week. He said IBM struggled in the last quarter as its customers spent their money on servers, storage, and memory before AI data centers buy it all. That left them with less to spend on its new Z17 mainframe computer, which it was banking on. Krishna said his company did not anticipate how large that spending shift would be. 26.7% hit for IBM today. Woof.
Woof indeed. Are any of you guys long-term IBM holders or want to be?
No.
No, I just.
But best man at my wedding just retired from IBM in March.
What a good exit.
Hope he liquidated.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's funny when we see big moves like that on companies that have been around for, I mean, we just said it's the worst day in 115 years. I mean, they've been around forever, right? Those are the ones that always kind of get my head turning. I'm like, okay, is this a buy the rumor, sell news type style where we're gonna, buy this negative 20+% day? I don't know. I'm gonna stay away from it, but it always gets me curious.
Yeah,
I always think of the two that I always think of, Hogue, over the years, because I live next to Bell, the phone company, and Kodak. You talk about two companies that were mainstays of the 80s that basically just got eviscerated by technology. And IBM, I always think of the first computer, right? That was like in this huge room of like 10,000 square feet of a computer and what it looks like now. So, yep, some things go the way of the dinosaur, right?
Your phone is more powerful than that whole room full of computers back in the day.
Yep. 100%.
Scary.
Wild.
Scary.
Can't wait till what comes out in the next 10 years.
Oh.
Well, let's get back to questions because I know we got a lot of them that submitted. So this one is from Matt. He said, if the first trade is a loss and the second trade is doing well, do you choose to cover the earlier loss or do you let the trade run? I think this is a big one for mentality, right? Hogue, what are you doing? Are you trying to cover your loss before and get break even before getting in a new trade, or are you going to let that second trade run its course?
All right, I have heard this question 1,000 times, and there's probably no right answer. When I have had a series of losses and I take a trade that makes me whole again, I'm going to get back whole again. I'm going to get out of that trade, which, yes, that is trading your P&L. And I'm going to take a deep breath, and then I'm going to look for the next opportunity. But if it's one losing trade and I'm in a trade that I've planned for and that I believe is worth more, I'm not going to take that trade off just because it makes me whole again. I'm going to trade it for the trade that it is. Nothing that happened before this is going to change it, what's going to happen with this trade, and nothing that happens after this trade is going to change what is going to happen with this trade. So to me, it really depends. If I am starting to feel compromised emotionally and I get back to break even, I'm going to take that. I'm going to take a rest. I'm going to walk away. I'm going to I'm going to try and lose any venom that I've accumulated in my veins by taking those losses. And then I'm going to look for the next opportunity. So to me, it really just depends on the situation. The right answer to me is, what does the previous loss have to do with the current opportunity? If the current opportunity is perceived as worth more, then you should stay in it. But like markets, it's the one that you don't get out of at break even that takes some money away from you, and it's the one you do get out of at break even that continues to pay you. It just seems to happen that way. The markets get in your head, and if you're in your head, you're better off just taking it, walk away. Don't worry about what happens afterwards. Go back and look for the next opportunity. But trading your P&L is never the right idea, never the right thing to do.
Couldn't agree more. Hoop, what do you have to add to that?
As a scalper, I will base hit the crap out of a market if I can, but I don't always have that choice. Market state can be different. If I find good trade location, I'll let it run. But I like, shout out to my guy Eddie. I like base hit, kind of build that. And this is a floor thing, right, Hogue? I mean, we all were kind of groomed this way, where you get a winner, you stack it, and then you feel like you have a little cushion built into the day, and then you just, I don't know, I feel like I'm seeing the market pretty well. Now, if I start loser, I'm with Hogue. I'm timeout. I'm not seeing the market, in whatever context going into a day. But I really like, and that maybe it's trading my P&L, but it was how I learned in a pit. We'd step out, right, Hogue? You'd trade for 30 minutes. You'd step back. You'd look at your cards, take your points, count them up, and you'd go, that was a pretty decent start to the day. Get back into it, and that's just kind of how I trade. A lot of people, and I've traded with traders like D, with Ray, Vince, who will hold trades, for hours. It's just not every trade looks that way to me. So that's kind of how I look at it. I like base hitting, building up a day, and then kind of working my way from there.
I'm actually with you, Hoop. I like the base hits to build up the day because it feels like you are building that positive momentum, right? And with that momentum, it feels like you can see the markets a little bit more clearly. You can act with a little bit less fear. You can just kind of go at it with a little bit more of a positive outlook because you've already built up a little bit of a buffer, right? So to Hope's point, yes, I agree. One losing trade and then immediately taking another trade to get back to break even and then cutting it there. If that's what you need for your mental reset, then by all means do it. But I would be cautious on my trading to stuff these trades too early and not let them ride out, especially if I've only taken one loss, right?
Yes.
I've taken multiple losses and I've got my momentum to the wrong side. I've got my momentum to the downside where I don't feel like I'm seeing the markets well. And I don't feel like I am taking good trades in that case. And I have something that is on the table that'll get me back to break even and kind of reset that negative momentum all day long. I will take that, right? Anything to pivot that momentum from negative momentum to positive momentum is going to be kind of what I will be looking to do. So.
And negative inner dialogue back to positive inner dialogue.
Absolutely.
Take a series of losses. You're thinking, God, I suck at this. Something gets you back to break even. You're like, okay, now I'm okay. I can chill a little bit, take a breath, and look for the next opportunity.
So true.
I know it's so funny too because if you get that negative dialogue, even if you give a trade enough room to breathe, like if it's in drawdown. I'm immediately way harder on myself because I've already taken a couple losses and I'm now negative in my mindset, right? So yeah, anything to get you back to that positive or that positive mindset P&L wise is I feel like your mindset should be the number one thing there, not your P&L, right?
Yes. Yeah. Remember,
I
you're good enough, you're smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like you. Positive inner dialogue. That's what you need.
Guys, should we just end it on
Yeah,
that?
right.
Should we just take a 30-minute
Yeah.
break? That's it. Oh, save that because we're going to say it again in the end, okay? Everyone forget that you just heard that.
I don't think my wife coming by my office sometimes hears a real positive dialogue coming out of me once in a while. So
yeah. Oh man, it's good to be with you guys on this segment. Let's move on to the next one. This one's going to be for anchored volume profile. I know, Hoop, you're a bit of a volume profile guy yourself. It comes from Scott. It says, I'm especially interested in how to use the point of control in strong uptrends or downtrends for entries or exits. I notice it tends to get pegged to the value area high or value area low. Thanks so much. So for this one, I know, again, we've talked about this before on group coaching where a lot of people pay attention. There are mixed reviews, right? Some people like entering in on the point of control. Some people like entering or taking their profits at point of control. Hoop, what's your kind of style when it comes to point of control and volume profile?
I think, Hogue, when you were gone, I shared this with Eric. And, volume profile is something that's kind of, third on the list for me, where if I'm struggling with trade location and I think, I'm looking at my VWAP or I'm looking at my EMAs and I think I got good trade location. And then all of a sudden point of control is sitting right there. I'm going to be, okay, it's the most traded price, right? Is it magnetic? Do we reject it? I'll kind of take that into context of a day. I know Ray likes to get away from likes the low volume nodes. I look at that point of control, and if I'm looking to enter a trade and I'm sitting right around it, I'm probably hesitating, right, Hogue? I mean, it's just, point of control tends to be, and this is crude oil that's up right now. And I just was kind of seeing with all the news that's been flying the last 20 minutes, where am I sitting in trade location? Could it be a little pop? And we are sitting fairly close to the point of control, at least on the shorter time frame. But yeah, Hogue, I mean, that's kind of how I use it. I know you use it in context a little bit with market profile and TPO, but I mean, how do you integrate that into yours?
Okay. In a balanced market, the point of control is the most popular, most visited price in TPO. And in volume profile, it is the single price that has the most volume for the entire session. It is a very popular place. It is a comfortable place for two-sided trade to take place. Okay, keep that in mind. When we're looking at the profile for today in the S&Ps, which is a little bit different than the NASDAQ, the TPO point of control is dead smack dab in the middle of the range. So that the middle of the range has been the most popular price. If I'm going to execute a trade there, where is my risk? All the way at the low end of the range and all the way at the top end of the range. There's not really much of an area where I can lean on to logically put a stop if I'm going to get long or short right in the middle of the range. Where are my better opportunities going to be? They're probably going to be away from point of control, maybe value high from the day, which allows you a much better limitation for a short up against there. There's a lot less risk in that. What about to the downside? Well, let's say value low is down here, 75.65. we're looking at 10 points of risk for range extension outside of the initial balance to the downside. So on range bound days, I find that if I'm going to be trading the range and I get short up at the high here and I get 5 on, I'm taking 3 or 4 off when we get to point of control, and then I'll leave my runner on to see if we can get more range extension or more continuation to the downside. If I'm long and we get to point of control, I am lightening up at point of control, and then I'll let a runner on to see if we see any continuation in that direction. That's for range bound days. The NASDAQ has been a little bit different because the point of control, and more talking about the volume point of control, and the TPO point of control have moved from the center of the range. They've been moving higher. So when point of control is moving higher, value is moving higher, price is attempting to move higher. That's going to be a little bit different then, especially when you do see a day where you're more directional. I don't really see today as being extremely directional, but the fact that the point of control has moved higher brings it more to a level where I would actually almost think about trying to get into a trade at that location, using the most recent swing low as the potential risk on this. Now in the NASDAQ, you buy point of control here at 760, you're looking at 60 points of risk on that trade. If you can take that, maybe 1 micro, fine. We know we have a weak high. I'm looking for this market to continue the move to the upside. And if we had the opportunity, that might be something I would think about doing. So it really depends on the context of the market and what the profiles are telling me. If value is moving up, point of control is moving up, I'm looking for opportunities to buy weakness in this market because I believe that buyers are in control and that they are going to continue to be in control. If something changes, okay, then you're going to take your loss and you're going to move on to the next situation. However, it's a great question as to when to use the point of control for an exit or an entry. In directional moves, the point of control might be something viable to use as an entry in a directional market. In a range bound market, it's toxic for entries. It's good for exits, toxic for entries. Now, what about previous points of control that remain unchecked? Look where gold went today. The number came out. Gold went right to almost to the tick to the naked TPO point of control from the 10th here. One, that was Friday, Monday, Tuesday. Friday's point of control put in the high today. When that happens, you can hypothesize. We never know 100% anything in futures trading. But you can hypothesize that this market on that pop was short time frame controlled. Too short in the hole. The number came out. They freaked out. They drove price almost to the tick to a naked point of control from a previous day. Remember, a point of control is a popular, comfortable level for two-sided trade. It's the most popular level, the most visited level, probably close to the highest volume from the trade on Friday. So the market is going to go to where comfort is. And those naked points of control, we pointed out over and over again. It happens a lot in crude oil, sometimes in gold. It happens in all these markets where these naked points of control from previous days are targeted. Can they provide opportunity for executions? Well, it certainly did today. But how about that for an exit? If you were long and you saw the market get up to this naked point of control and said, oh, that's a comfort level right there. The two-sided trade occurred a lot there. I'm going to at least lighten up there or get out altogether, which would have been the right thing to do because it put in the absolute high of the session for today. So points of control are funny. They're popular levels. They are important when you're gauging the success or failure of the buyers or the sellers in any type of situation. And I'm hoping soon we're going to have a lot more information regarding this. What a great question. Hopefully that's going to help.
Great question, great answer. Even brought up the naked point of controls, which I do have a follow-up question on the naked point of control. This is just my personal thing. I'm sure chat can get something out of this as well. Do you, when you're looking at these naked point of controls, are you just looking at the one that is closest to wherever price is trading currently, or do you have multiple active on your chart?
Okay. Great question, Eric. The first naked point of control we hit today was the one back here from the 8th. That's this one, 4,080.40. You wouldn't have had time to get out there, probably, the way this thing was moving there. But no, I keep track of them in recent history in the current contract month. So I'm going to have to go back and look for all the naked points of control in crude oil when we move to the September contract tomorrow. It's got to be the current contract month, but you can see this is gold. I've got naked points of control all over the place above price. I've got them all over the place below price. Of course, we haven't been down here in a while, so I don't have any information from this current contract month. There wasn't any information in this contract month the last time we were down here. So if I'm looking for visual targets, they're all to the upside.
Got it.
All to the upside.
Got it. Well, thank you for putting on a little 15-minute point of control masterclass. Chad, I hope you loved that one. That was a great explanation. Like the chat has said many times.
Sometimes I get a little long-winded.
No, we love it. I love the long-winded because you're so thorough in the answers. That was excellent. But traders, really quick, don't forget that today after the close, we're going to be premiering the episode 3 of the Topstep Trader House, and trust me, you do not want to miss this one.
It's a futures trading YouTube channel. So we're all futures traders. It's called Topstep. Topstep. Topstep?
So what's the name of it now, the channel?
Topstep. TopstepTV. Topstep.
Topstep.
I subscribe, so you know.
Okay.
You can never find somebody do it like me, but you'll never ever find somebody do it like me.
The guy JD is a solid Sox fan. I wonder how painful it was for him to be up there in Wrigley Field.
Well, the matching caps were incredible. JD, great work on offering to get matching hats for everyone. I'll tell you what, it's
that saved Jay from getting lost because they all had the same caps on.
it's genius. It's genius. Listen, that's all you need to get me down there next time. Just promise me a cool hat like that. I'm in. They did give us a little preview of Trader Hats episode 3, and again, guys, seriously, you guys really don't want to miss it. This is Tradertainment at its finest. Looks like we probably have enough time for one more, maybe 2 questions for the rest of this segment until we have to, unfortunately, say our goodbyes. But this one comes in from Soren. He says, what conditions tell you to trade or tell you not to trade even if a setup looks good? Hope, do you have a certain criteria of a no trade day or a no trade zone? And then I guess what goes through your brain if you're seeing a setup that looks kind of good to you during that time?
Well, I mean, one good example would have been today. I mean, the opening range trade in gold actually paid out fabulously, but we didn't take the trade because there was news coming out. There was an economic release. So if that is something that you avoid, if you avoid trading during economic releases, but you get a great setup before, then what do you do? Probably not going to take it because I've taken a lot of positions into a lot of important numbers and sometimes a lot of big positions. And I've had wonderfully profitable days, and I've had miserably brutal days. And if I take them all up and I add them together, I'm about dead even. So I just not long ago that I'm not going to play those anymore. to low because I know it's either going to be really good or really bad. If I'm break even on those, why bother? Why would I put myself through the consternation, the what is it? Serotonin?
Yeah,
is
the dopamine spike. Why would you do that, right?
Yeah.
So your pretty much no go is
So-
high impact news events.
Yeah.
I think that's a great no trade zone. Hoop, what about you? Do you have oh cool, Vlad he corrected us. Your cortisol levels. That's
Cortisol,
the one. I get my
yeah,
I get my brain chemicals mixed up.
Yeah.
Hoop, what's your no trade rules?
You know, that is the number one, because Hogue, you know, like we said, I just remember, you know, on the floor, you know, being in a position to the number, it's always kind of been 50-50, man. And I just remember when I moved to the screen, I'd go, I got it bracketed perfect. It's here. And the market would go bing, bing, and just erase both of them. So numbers are definitely ones that I stay away from. And the other one is, the sooner I can identify if we're in whatever market state in, if we're directional, Hogue knows I like to fight directional markets. So I'm always looking, once we get out of, let's say for equities, the first 15 minutes in the opening range, I'll just kind of take a look and see where we're at. Are we ranging? Does it look like we could go directional? Those are the ones. And I know that, you know, the directional ones, I know you just strap it on and just let it keep going, right? I have more of a reversion to the mean in my blood, so I have to be careful. So I'm always trying to identify, you know, what market state I'm trading in.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you guys ever take in what price did, let's say overnight or the previous day, as part of your kind of plan of, okay, we pumped 500 points overnight. I don't know if we're going to get continuation or chop in this day. Here's going to be my rules for the day.
Yeah, 100%. I look at the, you know, they give us the 3 sessions now. Like on my screen, you can see Asia, London, New York, and I kind of look where we at. But yeah, Eric, you know, ATR, that was one of the things that scared me on the gold long today, way up there. You know, this is why I listen to my guys in the morning. You know, we were at the top of the range of the ATR. So could we get range extension, or we could fall back in? And ultimately we fell back in. So I don't know about you, Hogue.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. You're okay. Is if you're using the previous session's data as essentially trade or no trade.
Oh yeah.
Criteria.
Overnight inventory is always one of the first things I look at when I sit down and start looking at, you know, what's the market doing. So you know, like you said, if the market's 500 points away from where it opened last night, that's always going to be something I'm going to be looking at, something I'm going to be thinking about. And if it's contrary to the bigger picture and we get overnight inventory that's too long, you know, that's certainly something that I'm going to be kind of, you know, certainly looking at as far as an opportunity is concerned. You know, you get a market that's in a longer time frame downtrend and it's 500 points higher coming into the open. That's short time frame, weaker hands longs all night long buying into this thing. If they don't get what they're looking for, and that's continuation, they're going to bail. And you can find some pretty decent opportunities in those types of situations. And that's really just one kind of feature, you know, that I look for overnight. I don't trade overnight typically. Rarely, if ever, am I trading outside of regular trading hours, but there's always something about the overnight that you can kind of use and kind of add to your hypothesis for the day session. Sometimes. If there's no overnight inventory and the market's range bound, well, you're not going to get much out of it. But if the market is directional and the overnight inventory is opposite that, now I'm looking at something.
Absolutely. And don't worry, Ho, you're not missing out on much not trading the overnight markets. It just takes up way too much of our time. That's all it does. It's just unnecessary screen time. It's either going to lead me into the New York session very happy or very upset. So keep sticking to the regular trading hours. But I see our producer in the background, which means it is, unfortunately, our time. You guys, it's been fun. Ho, it's been great having you back on the group coaching session. Hoop, a pleasure as always. And for all you guys in the chat, coming up next, we got live funded trader Sky is joining JD, Vince, and Gabe for a full hour of Trade with Topstep. We're looking forward to hearing about Sky's trading journey and her experience with Topstep, so don't go away. Topstep TV, let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Top Step TV. It is 1:04 p.m. Chicago time, that's Central Time, and it's time to trade with Top Step. I'm JD. You know Coach Vince over there on the far right, and our guest of honor in the middle. We've got funded trader Sky, formerly live funded trader, taking some payouts, making all the right moves. Sky, welcome to Top Step TV. How are you this afternoon? Please say hello to everyone.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing? I am really thankful to be here.
Oh, we're grateful to have you here with us. We always love talking to our traders here on Top Step TV. We're going to dive into it in just a minute. But real quick, Coach Vince, I want to know, what have you been doing all day? Are you in the market right now? You got a trade on? What's going on?
Yeah, so I started off, my first trade of the day was in the Dow. Actually, I was long one Dow mini. I had about $500 in the trade, and then it pulled back. I took about $100 out of the market because I don't know, the market got wild at some point. I think one of the Fed speakers were on there, so I covered that one, and then I just took another little trade here in gold to the short side. You know, I'm up a little bit, like $240 on the day. You know, I'm just hunting for the next opportunity here, but. Yeah, I mean, these headline risks are real, everybody. You know, it's it's been fun to say the least.
Very good, very good. When Vince goes hunting, oh, go ahead, Sky. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say with the Nasdaq, when the news came out, obviously like it plummeted, but then right after that, it bought all the way up. So the news definitely does make a difference. So
yeah, nothing was as bad as yesterday, though.
Well, we got
I'll tell you a
PPI
story
tomorrow.
about yesterday.
So. What'd you do yesterday, Vince?
Yeah, so yesterday, my own personal account. And this is getting personal, everybody. So I hope you appreciate it. But
here we go. Here we go.
I got long. I had an order to buy 3 Dow minis, full size, and I placed the order. I didn't have a bracket in, and I went to actually no, I did have a bracket on this. I'm sorry, and I got 48 ticks of slippage, so it filled me. Whatever happened yesterday, the Dow dropped 200 points in 1 minute. I got filled at my stop, and then I got filled with another I think it was 48 ticks of slippage on it too.
Wait, so
I
you
ended
had
up losing like $2,000 on it.
You caught slippage on both sides. You had a stop to enter the market and a stop to exit.
No. I had a limit order to buy it. I had a limit order to buy it, and I had a stop market underneath the market. And we dropped 200 points in 1 minute. So there was no market there, obviously. So they filled me wherever they wanted to. Yeah, it was pretty brutal. So, yeah. But here we are clawing back today. So
liquidity is a real thing in the live markets, folks. Do not discount it. Slippage is real.
Be careful. Yeah, be careful.
All right. Real quick, we're going to check it on the tilt, and then we're going to dig into Sky's story. Right now, we've got the S&P 58% long in the tilt, NQ 55% long, crude oil 63% long, and gold is our lone laggard at 57% short. Relatively flat across the board. All right, Sky, once again, welcome to Top Step TV. We always ask our first-time guests when they come on, how'd you find Top Step? How did Top Step find you? What's your, give us a little bit of background. How long you been trading? What have you been trading? How long have you been with Topstep?
Okay, so I've been trading since 2016. I started while I was in Los Angeles, California, and I started trading like binary options. Long story
The
short,
Nadex?
well, no, not Nadex. I found Nadex like years later, but it was a company called Markets World in the UK. So this was like my first
Ooh.
experience. They are obsolete now, but I did make some pretty good money off them at first. But honestly, my beginning, I basically was in California, and I kind of went through this rough patch, and I was like, in a homeless shelter type of situation, and also kind of sleeping in my car. So I basically prayed, and I was like, Lord, what do you want me to do? And he told me to trade. And I think most people would think that's weird. Because why would you trade? You don't have any money, right? And I think that's logical. But one thing about God, he doesn't do things logically. So long story short, I still had some income coming in because I was like driving for Uber, Lyft, things like that. Thank God. So I still had a job. So basically I used some of that income to try to go ahead and, try to trade. And it was only $10. So long story short, first time I did it, I completely sucked. Lost the money immediately. Second time I did it, same thing. I think it was like the next night, lost the money again. So then after that, I was like, okay, God, you told me to do this. I need your help because this is not working. So long story short, after that, it's almost like somehow, some way, I guess, like, he showed me what to do, gave me some guidance, and I was able to, turn $10 into like, I think it was like 680 something. And honestly, every time, because basically, in order to do that with that platform, I had to do, I think, at least about 7 trades back to back, maybe 8.
Okay.
So I won at least about 7, 8 trades back to back. You can imagine how crazy that is. And this is at night. So I'm just, trading on my phone at night, and this money is just going up and going up and going up. Now, in my mind, I'm like, I don't know if it's real. And then, of course, greed kicks in. I'm like, okay, if I do one more trade, I'm gonna get to 1,000. And of course, I did that, lost the money. And so I was like,
For
okay.
sure.
But after that, though, I was like, okay, I'm gonna keep trying to do this, because it was kind of intimidating, and I didn't know what I was doing. But that was kind of my first experience. So after that, I ended up being blessed with like $200. Somebody gave me $200, and I decided to trade it, and then I flipped it to 800, and then I withdrew it. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna withdraw the money this time. So I withdrew it. 2 days later, it was in my account, and I couldn't believe it. It was like, what? Like, it was so weird just having that money in there, but it was like proof of concept. Like, okay, this is real. So that was my first experience, and like, trading has really changed my life, just overall. So
Awesome. And then
That is
eventually you found
awesome.
your way into the futures markets, right? How'd you discover the futures markets? Going from that realm, because it's a popular path, going from FX or options into futures now, which wasn't always the case. So how did you discover futures markets and Topstep in particular?
Yeah, so I think, well, my path was a little different. I think some people kind of go through Forex first and then go through futures. I went binary options, Forex, and then futures. And so basically I found futures 2024. So it was like weird again because basically I work at a TurboTax like seasonally. So basically do taxes seasonally. And during this time, I was like unemployed. So basically, my income is small. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to trade. And so I find Topstep, and pretty much it's affordable, obviously. I'm like, okay, I'm going to try to get one of these accounts. I'm gonna learn because by this time, around like 2020, I was with FTMO, so that was like my first prop firm, I guess, experience, and I was able to pass their account 100K. So that really helps, and that experience just made me feel like, okay, I do want to learn and master prop firms. I want to be able to learn this realm because at that time it was very new, and but I saw the potential in it. So when I came across Topstep, it was like, okay, it's another prop firm, but it's different because it's futures. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna master this, right? So I started out with gold, and I was doing like the trade ovate at first with I think it's the trading view. And so long story short, it was a little different, the little setup, but I was able to do it and kind of pass an account with that setup. And then of course, you guys got Topstep X, which honestly, I do like the interface. I do like the fact that I can say how much I want to make, and I can also say like how much I want to risk. So it is kind of easier than what I was doing with, I don't know why I can't remember the name, Trading View. So it was a little easier than what I was doing. But long story short, because of gold and through you guys' platform, I was able to make like around 19,000 that first year, which is really awesome. So, but I still wasn't like live funded during that time. And then the following year, which was last year, I had like different difficulties, basically ended up getting a surgery, just different things. So I didn't trade as much, I guess you could say, or didn't have as much time or whatever the case. So I ended up making around like 11,000, I think, in total. And then this year, obviously, I was able to make 83,000 in 3 days with you guys.
Unbelievable.
So, yeah.
That is just
phenomenal.
an incredible story, Sky. Thank you for sharing all that with us. $80,000 in a couple of days. That's
80 G's.
Vince, what would you do with 80 grand right now? No, I'm joking. Don't answer that. That's a wonderful story, Sky. Thank you so much for sharing it. We are all so happy that you found your way to Topstep. And thank you for joining us.
Me too.
All right. We
About
got a
that
couple
Louis the
minutes
13.
left. Vince has already spent it in his mind. Yeah, he's already
Remy
spent
Martin, Louis the 13th.
All right, let's dig into these markets for a little bit. So, Sky, you're a gold trader, you're a NASDAQ trader. What are you looking at on a chart when you put a trade on?
Okay.
We got your chart up right now. What are we looking at? Tell us everything.
Okay, so obviously it's the end of the day. And as we discussed, NASDAQ, it can be a dud or it can jump really high in a minute. So pretty much I'm trying to see like if it's going to break this level. I'm not sure if you can see it on the screen, but basically it came to this level like this is time it's touching it. So if it breaks that level, it's gonna shoot.
Okay.
But if it's not able to, then of course it's probably just gonna sell for the rest of the day. So that's pretty much what I'm looking at, is just if it breaks that level or not. I hope it does, because then it's gonna run for a while. So
you're looking at momentum and breakouts.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you a breakout
Especially
trader?
in that case. Honestly, I'm just a market structure trader. So like I love fibs, I love market structure. I actually look into Elliott Wave a lot. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that, but
absolutely.
Basically, yeah. I just look at the patterns and so naked charts is pretty much mainly what I do. So
Guys like Vince and I, we've been around this business for a very long time. We were required to take technical analysis classes like in our earlier. Well, I don't know about it. I was required to. spent
Okay.
hours sitting in classrooms, poring over charts and learning all the technical analysis there is to learn.
Yes.
So, yes, when it comes to Elliott Wave, I'm very, very familiar.
Yeah, so you understand. And then of course liquidity, because obviously when I look at liquidity, I look at the 4 hour, but I also look at the 15, and I kind of see the difference because typically just when I'm reading a chart, the 15-minute is going in a totally different direction than the 4 hour. Obviously the 4 hour is showing where price is trying to go overall. So I kind of pay attention to that. And especially during New York, you pretty much typically see like, the 4 hour liquidity or like the 15-hour liquidity, like going back to back to back. So it's like, if you can, well, this is just, me, not everybody else. This is just me. If you can like kind of look at it and kind of time it, it's kind of easier. It just depends on the day. Cause obviously I don't want to be too technical, but if it's like a Thursday or if it's a Tuesday, it's a continuation day. So it's like typically you're going to get the longer moves. And so you're not really looking for a reversal on that day. But if you are, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, well, we'll say Monday, Wednesday, because Friday is different jungle. It's more of the weekly. But if you're looking at Monday, Wednesday, those are reversal days. So typically on those days, you're going to see like a giant buy, a giant sell. You know what I mean? So that's going to be like the 4 hour and the 15-minute liquidity fighting against each other. So it's like you can pretty much time it a little bit better on reversal days, just because if you watch it basically. So that's just how I look at it. I interpret it sometimes.
So we're talking multiple time frames here. Walk us through your process for getting started every day. Are you taking the top down approach? Are you looking at weekly or monthly, weekly, daily, 4 hour, 1 hour, 30-minute? Are you taking a look at all of them?
Yeah, typically I am analyzing everything, especially on the weekends. So the weekends I pretty much prepare for the whole week just to see like top down analysis, everything. During the week though, I'm mostly focused on like I said, the 4 hour, the 15, and then I do take a lot of entries on the 5-minute, just because like it could be kind of choppy sometimes, but it can have more sniper entries on the 5-minute. It just depends. So it's like,
for sure.
It depends on what's on the 5-minute. But like I said, I kind of gauge the higher time frame and the smaller, because what I learned is I think I used to just focus on one or the other. And the problem is that they're basically doing different things, and you kind of need to know when the 15-minute is ready for whatever the 4 hour, price direction. So it's like, you kind of want to know the overall. So you don't want to just stick to one and just say, okay, I'm just a scalper. I'm just, gonna focus on this. Like, you don't want to do that. So I look at everything just to get a full interpretation of what's going to happen.
We got a great follow-up question in the chat based on what you're talking about. So based on your approach to it, do you find trades every day? Will you not take a trade in a day? Or you're always not always in the market, but you find a trade pretty much every day?
Yeah, typically. So I am more of an Asian trader, believe it or not. And yes, you can trade the NASDAQ during Asian. Actually, it's not as much issues as far as news. So yeah, it's way better during Asian to me.
That's where a lot of people trade.
And yeah, it's just I don't have to deal with as much slippage. Just it's not as chaotic. So I would definitely suggest anybody who's like a beginner to definitely try to trade during Asian if you're gonna do NAS, because New York is just, it's a lot more advanced. And even London is a lot more advanced. So yeah, Asian is more like slow and steady. So yes, you're gonna have pitfalls in Asian too, but it's not gonna be as bad. It's more slower pace. So you can take your time and you can still make a good amount of money and get out. So I definitely recommend Asian. But for me, yes, I do trade daily. I train myself on different setups. Some setups are gonna make way more money than others. I use the fibs a lot, and because I know different patterns, I basically know I can estimate that this pattern is going to go this far on the fib. So I basically measure it like that. So that's why I said I'm a naked trader, naked chart trader, just because I look at the patterns and I interpret it, and the fibs show me where it is and where it's headed.
Okay, that was going to be my follow-up question. When you're talking about the fibs, are you looking at them as targets, magnets, or are you using them for support and resistance? Because there's a couple schools of thought around that for sure.
The fibs is like, they're like maps. And honestly, I think fibs are subjective depending on which move that you're looking at. A lot of people are like, oh, you're going to do it this way, this way. I think it just depends on if you think the move has finished or if you think it's going to continue as to how you place your fibs. So.
Very good. Very good.
Nice.
Oh, comment on slow markets. Yeah, that's why Dakota called slow markets the Asian session. Because it does get a little slower, right? Yeah, we agree with everybody.
Well, you gotta be careful though when they have the Asian interest rate. You know, you gotta be careful when they release that. You don't want to get caught in that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's kind of like MFP Day, right? Or FOMC.
Yeah, moments like that. But honestly, like the beginning of the week is just it's very liquid. So Monday, Tuesday, great days to trade Asian, I would say, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Very true. Very true.
Because honestly, those 3 days that I made all that money, majority of that was made during Asian in London, but mostly Asian. So that's why I said, like, I saw different moves and I started in Asian and basically went into London, some of those moves, and then I took it out. So, yeah. And then I would maybe enter during New York or something like that.
Mm-hmm. So if you're making decent money overnight, if you make decent money overnight, will you even look at the New York session? Do you have a profit target in mind every day or a target, or are you just trading every signal that you can find kind of thing?
I'm doing everything based off the setup. So I don't, like, everybody has a certain system. And honestly, before you trade, you should have a certain system of how you're going to do everything. For me, I've gotten the best like results just focus on the setups and not really the money or everything else, because sometimes you get too excited about the money, you get too excited about all these other things. So for me, it's just a setup. So I just keep it simple. Like I said, keep it simple, stupid. I just focus on the setup. So that's it.
Yeah. Sounds like somebody has been listening. Sounds like somebody's been listening to our good friend and mentor, Mr. Hoagland. Process over profits. That's the name of the game, right?
Yeah, it really is. Just because once you have that process down, it's not gonna fail you, right? Like, so you whatever your rules are, that's just what you stick to. And for me, if I see the setup, I'm gonna take, especially if it's a really, really good setup, yeah, I'm gonna take it. So.
Mm-hmm. What does an A+ setup look like? So right now, we're not really looking at an A+ setup on this chart. We're looking at a 10-minute NQ chart. We're hovering around the highs. We haven't moved at all.
Okay.
Yeah. So just looking at these.
So for me, like I said, in about 30 minutes or so, Nas may shoot all the way up, or it could continue down. So I would look out for that. But if it doesn't do that, then during Asian, it's going to make its move. So sometimes because of news, you know, the market can be flat. And so every pair goes through that. Gold goes through that. Every pair goes through that, even if it's a fast moving pair. So in this case, the news may have just made it flat. And you pretty much have to wait till the next session for it to actually move in whatever direction it was going to move. So if it doesn't make this grandiose movement by 2 o'clock, like I said, about 30 minutes or so, then yeah, it's pretty much gonna wait until Asian, and then it's gonna make its move. But for me, just looking at what I see, and I have my fibs marked up, I think that it's gonna continue to buy overall. So I'm more bullish on Nas, but like I said, I'm gonna wait for the market to show me as well. But yeah, once I see any type of bullish momentum, I'm in for the buy. I'm in for the buy. So I just needed to break that level. Yeah. and
There's
it's
always
go
a case
time.
for the bulls. Yeah, there's always a case for the
Yeah.
bulls in these markets. Final question.
How long do you typically hold a trade?
Vince took the words right out of my mouth.
Oh, sorry about that. It's just firing off.
It
I'm like,
depends. Yeah, it depends. Honestly, I would say in futures, it's probably gonna be like maybe 1 to 2 sessions, like the most probably. But if it's like Forex, of course you can hold overnight. I would probably hold to the next day, depending on the setup. Because some setups are not done. One thing I've learned, like some setups are not done until like the next day. So you're still in the same setup. It's not
so you're
finished because
using the
basically,
fibs.
yeah, because it's making
Okay.
the second leg sometimes or whatever the case. So it's like some pairs take a while to finish whatever setup. So you may be missing out on money because you didn't hold it long enough. So, but I would say I don't hold trades more than probably about 2 days.
2
on
days.
average.
That's a swing trade, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense with the fibs, right? Because you got to let
Yeah,
it play
right,
out.
yeah.
So you got to,
Yeah.
What's your
yeah,
favorite
for
fib
sure.
level? 382,
Oh,
the 5.
man.
What's your favorite?
Oh man. So for me, I love the 618.
Okay.
Because the 618 is a big decision maker. A lot of times, like, and especially with different waves, like I said, you guys said Elliott wave a little bit. So like with a wave 2, it gets to the 618, it's ready to go. On
Ooh,
Nas
all right,
though,
all right.
like yeah, on Nas or the Nasdaq, when it gets to like 50% because it's so it moves really fast. It doesn't go as deep. So that's the thing about some of the fast moving pairs. It's still gonna give the move, but it's not gonna be as deep. So it's like on Nasdaq, it's gonna be 50%. But yeah, so 618, and I love the 1.272 because that's one of my
It's a
favorite
pullback
TP
zone.
levels. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Mhm.
Just because like a lot of times it's gonna go there or it's gonna go to the 100 level. So I'll set my TP either depending on the situation. It might be because sometimes with Nas it's a little tricky. You have to set it at the 0.786 sometimes. Okay, that's a good level because sometimes it'll hit that level and then it won't go any further. But if it goes further, okay, then you can set it at the 0.886 or the 100 level, right? So I love the 1.272, but sometimes pairs don't go that deep. So it's like you gotta be flexible, right? Like yes, you measure, but you gotta be flexible, and that's the biggest thing I've learned as a trader. You don't assume that everything is gonna go to the same level. You estimate, you hope, right? But hey, if it gives you signs that it's gonna pull back, take the money and run.
Right.
Easier said than
Please
done,
take
though, right?
Yeah,
What's
yeah,
your,
it is.
What's your favorite time frame for looking at Elliott Wave? Is that the 1 hour, the daily?
Honestly, so I think I'm more of like an intraday trader. So I would say I look at like the 15 a little bit more.
15 minutes.
Just because
Okay.
I can kind of I can see in real time what's happening. Now if I can't see it in the 15, I'm gonna go in the higher time frames because obviously the higher time frames are gonna give a lot more clarity. So sometimes if I can't see something, I might have to go to the daily, the weekly. It just depends. But I try to stick within like the 15 because, like I said, it gives me what's happening in real time.
Yep.
So,
And for anybody not familiar with Elliott Wave, a wave pattern is basically, Elliott Wave came up with this many, many years ago. But a wave is basically a swing low. If you're looking in a bullish market, a swing low to a swing high, right? That would be a wave. A wave up, pull back,
yeah,
wave 2, rally, wave 3. So what Sky is
yeah,
saying,
exactly.
hitting that 618 on wave 2, so you get that initial move of a pullback to the 0.618 fib. That's the trade you really like. That's the bread and butter, huh?
Yeah. That's also sometimes the 0.236 is impactful because basically it'll retrace almost to like 100% of the leg, but it'll go to the 0.236. That's a really good one too. Typically, that's like wave B that it's making or something like that. But that's a lot of pairs do that a lot. So just FYI. If you can find
it's a
that
cheap
setup,
trade too. It's a cheap trade, but
yeah. If you can find that setup, you could milk it. You can milk it. So.
yeah.
Oh, we haven't talked
But have
about.
you noticed though on those deeper pullbacks, you don't get as much range out of it? Have you noticed like the expansion
question.
range
Yeah.
is smaller?
Yeah, it just depends. Like I said, sometimes the market will do the deep pullbacks and it'll start the move like during like late New York or something like that. And then it'll say, okay, retired. And then you have to finish during Asian, right? So it's like, that's why I said sometimes you cannot get the move within one session. So you have to be aware of that too. So either A, hold it, or B, you kind of wait for the pullback for the next, session and then get back in. So
Very cool. Our buddy Doom is in the chat. He's a big fan of what you're talking about. He's looking at the pretty much the same stuff as you are, it sounds like. Yeah.
Oh,
Doom is in the
that's
chat.
awesome.
Said Sky gave out the good sauce, people. Hope you wrote it down.
Aw, I appreciate that. No, like honestly, I really love just market structure as a whole. And I just encourage people to just really master market structure because indicators are great, but you really need to train your eye. So definitely, and I would just advise everybody to just always mark up your charts, even demo trade. Like you don't have to go live all the time, but just always make sure that you are, I guess, sharpening your sword.
For sure.
Keep doing that.
Couple things I got. First question: trading size. We haven't talked about trading size. Are you trading multiple contracts and sort of? Are you going all in, all out? Are you trading a couple contracts and covering them at certain waves or certain fib levels and holding runners? What's your process for getting in and out of a trade? Yeah.
So, okay, funny story. So I've only been doing 2 contracts. So when I told you guys I made like that 83,000, I only did 2 contracts to do that every time.
That's a big move. That's a big move.
Yeah.
Nice.
I could have done like 3 or, but I was like, no, let me just stick to 2 because like I said, I was focused on the setups and just making sure. And so, that was my process. And like I said, I held until like the fib level was complete. I set my alerts on TradingView. And so when, my alerts got hit, that's when I took it out. So that's pretty much my process. It's just, I try to measure, with the fibs, what's happening in real time. And then after that, I just, okay, it's going to head here typically, because typically with different waves, they have certain points that they stop at different, so I kind of studied that. So that's why, like, if you're in a wave 3, that one is typically going to go to the 1.272, but it's also one of those that it might stop short. So it's like for something like that, I might do the 0.886, something that's a little bit more conservative, but I know it's going to hit it, right? So that's kind of how I measure, and then I'm like, okay, once it hits it, then I'm out. So that's, so I don't measure all the waves the same because they're not the same. So it just kind of depends on what the market is doing. Also, the best combination is Elliott wave and liquidity. That's what I found, because if liquidity matches the wave, that's double confirmation that it's gonna, it has to hit a certain level. And those are the best setups. Yeah, those are the best setups.
We always talk about volume being key. I read volume personally. It's one of the main things I'm looking at. I like to see changes in market structure, changes in market direction based off peaks and troughs in volume. And Elliott wave is the same way. So when you're on that fifth wave, people tend to look for reversals on wave 5 in an Elliott wave pattern, right? So volume is a huge key to that.
Yeah, but with Nas does extensions. So yes, it can, like, reverse. But previously, what Nas did, it literally created another trend within that wave 5. So it ended up extending even more. And that's kind of why it started selling off a lot after that, because we had this dramatic bull run for a while. So Nas kind of has his own character, basically. And different pairs kind of, once you learn them, because even with gold has different characteristics that certain other pairs don't. So it's like Nas is just, because it's an indices, it's gonna operate a little different. So that's something to keep in mind, that it's gonna have extensions sometimes too. So yes, you want to look for the reversals, but you also want to anticipate it might extend a lot longer, which is typically what it does before it sells off.
That's why it's important to read the volume.
Yeah.
You can gauge
Yeah.
the strength or weakness of a move based on how much market activity there is, how much market participation there is. But yeah, that's an excellent point, Sky. Excellent point. Is everybody writing this down?
Thank you.
This is a great segment. All right, Vince, we haven't checked in with you in a few minutes. Have you put a trade on? What are you looking at right now? What's going on?
I'm waiting. I might try to get long gold. I'm still waiting here. Nasdaq, I kind of like the long side too. It's kind of, it's lingering up at the highs. I mean, we're bumping into some sellers here. I'm just wondering, are we going to get enough push, right? Are we going to get a little bit of, see if the shorts get tired, right, and then flip, and get out of their shorts. So we're going to see, but we've been pressing up against the highs here since what, about over an hour now, right? We're kind of lingering up here. So I'm going to watch this and maybe take an opportunity. We're going to see.
All right.
Every time Sky calls the Nasdaq Nas, I keep thinking of "The World Is Yours" by Nas. Sky, the world is yours, Sky.
Thank you.
Can you start singing for us?
You want me to?
Sky's a singer. Sky's a singer. We don't have to get into that. We're not going to put you on the spot. Don't worry. We wouldn't do that.
No, I'm gonna say, okay. So I had strep throat. This is not an excuse, but this is reality. So I had strep throat. So I don't know how it's gonna come out today. So I'm not gonna do it today. But I would normally, because I'm not scared. So anytime
we'll
somebody
back, don't worry.
yeah. So you guys have me back, I'll sing for you.
Absolutely.
What are we thinking here in the Nasdaq? What are we thinking? I don't know. I'm kind of getting itchy.
Like I said, I honestly think if it doesn't break that level, then it's not going to. It's bullish for now, so it's probably just gonna sell down for a little bit.
Can we put a fib on here? Like here, I'm gonna pull up. How do we get a fib? I guess we're in a range, right? So it's hard to put a fib on it, but I guess you could put it off the high of the day, right?
Let's see.
Man, I'm tempted to get long right here. Only 12 points.
The NQ?
Yeah.
So, see, this one's a little tricky. For me, I think it's still continuing, right? I don't think it's done. So, I would definitely set my fib as if it's gonna still buy up, basically. So that's what I'm gonna do.
There we go.
We just had what looked like a bit of a liquidity sweep there in the NQ. We broke down to initial balance high. Initial balance high in the NQ, 29,815.75, broke through it by just a couple of ticks. And we're still hovering right above it right now. Initial balance high seems to be a bit of a line in the sand at the moment.
Okay. Yeah. So based off, obviously trading view, trading view is a little different as far as, but even based off this, it's it's gonna fly. I definitely don't even if it retraces a little bit, because like I said, it's in the market. It may retrace a little bit, but so by tomorrow, it's definitely going to be in the sky. Definitely.
All right. So what's the fib level you're looking at? We got some sellers coming in right now. Is there a particular level where you would be comfortable buying it? Just based off what you're seeing on the charts right now. I'm not asking you to put a trade on or anything, but
the 618. So yeah, the 618.
what's that price?
So
what's that price?
let's see. That one is
it.
at 29,784.25. So, but like I said, that's on here.
What is it?
That's on
20.
here. Yeah, 29,784.25.
Okay.
We're gonna be
And I
watching
was
that level.
Yeah, and I was basically saying that also make sure you mark it up on TradingView. Just so you can get a different perspective. Because of course you want to mark it up on here, but you always want to be conservative and be safe. So
Absolutely, absolutely. Only about 40 points away from that target.
yeah,
See what
because
happens.
typically what I've learned too, a lot of the pairs go back to the 618. So that's why that's really the sniper. Like honestly, the 618 is really it's going to be one of the best setups. So if it does go back to it and it kind of stays there, it lingers there, then that means that it's just going to wait until Asian, pretty much. So.
And so how did you,
And then
I got to ask,
Oh,
how did you learn all this?
yeah.
Just organically? Just you were curious about this stuff. So you just started looking it up and paying attention and watching. They say there's no substitute for screen time. The way you talk about it, you've spent hours upon hours poring over these charts and staring at the screen. How long do you think it came?
Yeah, I really have.
How long do you think it took to come up with this this strategy that you got?
So that's a good question. So for me, like I was telling you before, like God, he's amazing. So he basically told me to study Elliott Wave. Not gonna lie, I was bored out of my mind. I was like, this is boring. And I didn't understand it at all because it was like, what? But basically I learned to study every day, have like a daily study ritual. And that helped me to retain it better because it's like a foreign language. So your brain is not going to understand it at first. It's not going to see it as something practical until you do it every day. So anything that you want to master, you do it every day. So I started to study. Yeah, I started to study every day and I started to retain it. And then, of course, mark up my charts, make sure that I actually, mark up different pairs, because it's different perspectives. And I just kind of studied that way, and I would just watch the charts and I'm like, okay, it does this. And I would also kind of research, and it's like, certain waves goes to certain levels and, certain fib levels. So, I just studied it that way. So it was like a little bit of practice, a little bit of, studying, like, it was live study. So when I talk to people, I pretty much tell them like, you need to do both, like, and then if you can back test, even better, because back testing makes you a better trader too. Just because like anything that you were gonna do, like whatever your strategy is, you practice that. You say, okay, I was gonna enter right here, what is it gonna do? Then you press the play button, you kind of see how it plays out. That's the greatest thing you can do, because just like a athlete, they're gonna watch their plays. They're going to watch it back, right? You as a trader, you do the same. So, and you just kind of build that skill.
Know your opponent, right? Know your opponent.
Yeah.
I always say
Know
that.
your opponent.
Know your opponent.
Because the market is going to change. Yeah, the market is going to change. It's going to give different patterns. Sometimes it's going to be tricky. You have to be able to understand and interpret in real time what to do. And that's why live is always going to be totally different than studying. That's why you have to do both.
Yeah, and that's also why they say you don't backtest for profitability. You backtest for functionality. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You backtest to see how the setups are setting up. You're not backtesting to see how profitable this system might have been in the past. But are the setups there? Can I recognize them in real time?
Exactly. Because you're training your brain to understand that same setup in our live market. Like, when I was back testing, did this and this worked. So, the same setup. Okay, cool. Because some setups, I already know I'm going to kill it. Some setups, I'm already like, okay, I already know this is my setup. Like, this is my time to shine. So I get excited, right? Because I know that setup. And some setups is like, okay, this is a little bit more complicated. So it's like, that's why you train yourself on the setups, because you're gonna prosper a lot faster, and also long term you're gonna be more successful because the money's not gonna be a factor.
Yeah. Sky, if you pull up the 6E on your chart, you could do a reverse fib off today's high, and it's had some pretty nice movement, right? If you look at the Euro chart right now, the 6E.
You've been looking at the
Euro I watch
for a
Euro.
while now,
I used to trade a ton of currency, especially in my younger years trading. I used to trade a currency fund. And I trade a lot of currency. But look at the Euro. Throw it on your chart there real quick. Put a fib on that. I think we're heading towards some of the targets.
Okay.
Yeah, we're close to the 127. If you took the short. 6E.
So
U26.
Okay, so you said on the Euro FX?
Yeah, the 6E U26. No, on the futures, 6E U26.
Okay. That's wrong. Okay.
Euro currency futures. Yeah. So
reverse
fib on there off the high.
Yeah, this would be perfect actually. Okay. So yeah, because all the parents to buy really. So yeah.
There you go.
Now,
look at that.
This is at the 382 low. I would wait. I would kind of wait a little bit because I want to see if it's gonna hit that 236 like we talked about. Because 382 is good, but it's not always stable when it comes to like just what I've seen. That it, you want to wait. Now, if for some reason it bounces off of there, right, and it goes up, and it's like a strong bullish momentum, then it's like, okay, get in. But until it does that, I would say wait till it hits the 236, and then you're gonna be good. Because right now, it's still not giving like a lot of bullish momentum. So I would wait to be sure. That 236 should be that level. Yeah. And then you can get in the buy and then ride it up. So
nice.
Very cool. Very cool.
Thank you. Yeah, you guys gotta tell them to let me come back.
Absolutely. What would be your favorite time to trade during the New York session? If you had to pick an hour to be on Topstep TV, what hour would you want to be here to put on trades? Do you think?
Honestly, okay. So after the I would say around the 8:30. So
8:30
I
right
know
at the
that's
open?
the opening. Yeah. Just because like typically with Nas, so it is going to give like that first liquidity jump, right, during 8:30. But then after that, it's gonna start like going in a different direction. This is like I said, this is reversal days, not continuation days. Because continuation days are gonna do something totally different. But during reversal days, it's pretty much gonna start doing Elliott wave around like 8:50-ish. So pretty much I probably want to trade like around that time. Pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
Because then I can
And,
kind of see like liquidity is doing and Elliott wave, and then pretty much decide like which side I want to be in on. Because if I do the liquidity, that's fine, but you pretty much got to get in and out of that. So you can't hold that.
Those are very quick trades for sure.
Yeah, very quick. Now, if you're going for the Elliott wave move, then yeah, you have more time. It's gonna set up and things like that. So yeah. So for me, I would try to go for the Elliott wave move, but if the liquidity made more sense, then it just depends. So
Yeah, absolutely. Slow markets too. We have a segment that goes live at 7:30 p.m. Central Time every night, right at the open of the Asia session. That might be a great time also. Because you did mention
for sure.
That's one of your
because
preferred times to put trades
Asian
on.
is pretty. Yeah, Asian is pretty good, and of course that's right after the big push of Asian session. So yeah, that would definitely be good too. Because Nasdaq, it's gonna give like similar, like a liquidity push, right when Asian, opens. But then after that, it's gonna get the true move. So yeah. So
Clear something within the chat for golfer traders, Central Time or Eastern Time. When we're on TV, we're typically talking in Central Time zones. If you hear me say 12 o'clock p.m., think noon Central Time. Just a heads up, guys. All right. We bounced right off of initial balance high in the NQ again.
Yeah, both
Vince, anything,
NQ and the ES.
Anything working?
Yeah.
I'm actually I might get long the ES. I was looking at a level like 89. We just bounced off it, but I want to see if we can like hold the level for a little bit, and then maybe try to take a long up against this here. I mean, we're above the initial balance, right? And the point of control is sitting right at the initial balance at 75.87 3/4. So that's kind of where I want to maybe try to take a long, right? And then try to pump for the high of the day. But we're gonna see. I might not be able to do it before we get out of here, but I might take this trade, as we get into the next segment. But I'm thinking maybe a possible long here in the ES.
Yeah, I would say like if it stays bullish, if it closes bullish, then yeah, go for it. But I would say just only if it gives you that bullish candle, then go for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sound advice.
doesn't-
Sound advice. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say if it doesn't, then it's not ready yet. But if it does, then yeah, we ready to go to the moon.
To the
Going
moon.
to the sky.
All right, guys, we have got about 30 seconds left. Sky, your first time on Topstep TV. Who'd you tell that you're going to be on? Who do you want to say hi to? Time to get shout outs.
Okay, so man, that's amazing. Okay, so first I want to shout out God. He's amazing. Then I want to shout out like all my friends. I definitely want to shout out my mentor, Kalaya. He's awesome. And I have a great trading community too. They're called One House. I definitely want to shout them out as well. They're pretty awesome people. So
Very cool. Sky, we threw your Instagram handle in the chat. If you guys want to follow Sky, scroll back up in the chat a couple of scrolls. I just saw it in there. We'll post it again. Don't worry about it. We'll get some followers on the Insta also. But Sky, thank you so much for joining us here on Topstep TV. We appreciate you sharing your story with us. It was a wonderful, wonderful story. Thanks for sharing your strategy, your setup, everything. Just been a wonderful conversation. We appreciate you. Thanks for coming on.
Absolutely.
and I appreciate you guys. I had so much fun. I really hope to do it again.
Absolutely. We're going to find the perfect time for you to come on and take a few trades with us here live on Topstep TV.
That'll be awesome.
All right. Unfortunately, our hour is up. We were only supposed to have Sky for a half hour, but that really just fell into place. We did the full hour. We're doing it live. We're doing it live, right?
There we go.
All right. We are gonna step aside though. Power Hour is coming up next. We got Jack, Mandy, and Dolby Time here to close out the trading day. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way live right here on Topstep TV. We'll be right back with Power Hour. Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody. We got the last hour of the day coming here for Power Hour. Andre is out. Suspicious, that he has a conflict right during the France-Spain game, but I don't know. That being said, we are joined by Mandy. Mandy, how are you doing today?
Doing fine. I decided to spend a little extra time this week in the dental office just for kicks and giggles.
Sounds fun.
Just keep those
Pulling
skill
teeth.
sets up, right? Always have a backup. No, I love dentistry. Dentistry is great. So I actually haven't looked at a chart today, to be honest. So let's get to it. I'm excited.
Yeah, well, I've been gone the last couple hours, but Dolby is also here. You've been watching all day, right? You're just going to
Guess
this
who
bar.
also has not seen a chart all day?
This could be
this
to our
guy.
benefit.
I think it is, to be honest. I mean, I was in spreadsheet
I
land. It
think
was
so too.
fantastic.
Fresh
I
eyes.
was watching the show. I was
Fresh
watching
eyes.
the show, though.
No opinion. Let's get it.
I think Ted
Okay,
just
well, let's
needs
take a-
his own show at this point. I loved his take on the tankers in Florida. I thought that was an amazing move.
He was chasing him down. Well, let's take a look through this together. I'm looking at the ES right now. It looks like we sold off right the moment I left. About 20 points, recovered it all, hung around that 75.50 SPX again, and now we're drifting a little bit below it. We got Mandy's screen up right now. It looks like you have the Dorito of consequence going. What are you looking at there?
Oh yeah, we have a nice Dorito pound daily. I mean, it has been hitting very nicely this last week. Aside from that interesting like doji that we had on the 8th of July, we have just literally top ticked these lines almost any direction. A little bit of flushing, of course, this morning down to those 306s. That's insane. We're already at 500. But that being said, I mean, shout out to Scott, a kink trade, that at least half of a retracement of yesterday's candle was impressive. We have a lot of mixed signaling right now on the EMA, MA. We have a lot of crossing over. So again, no bias. I think we're just going to continue to consolidate until we get a breakout. Either direction. How small can these next daily candles get? I don't know. So maybe we start trending in a certain direction since we've been in this massive daily Dorito. Quick shout out real quick though, Jack, to one of my killer numbers that I have on my chart as support is 431. That's where we ended. Around there is where we ended yesterday and opened today. Just a little bit above that. That has been a beautiful line in the sand for a long time. And then looking on the short side, previously back on June 26th, we did get down all the way to those about 150s. That's another area of support. So this 430 holding really nicely. I don't know. Can we finally get into these 30,000s and hold and make a new directional move? Aside from news, right? That's going to be I think our biggest hiccup in any direction.
Absolutely. Well, devil's advocate before we do some above below here, I will point out, just looking at the options right now for a zero date, there's a fairly large chunk of positive gamma at the level of this line right here we've had all day. That's 75.50 in the SPX. That could become magnetic. That's 75.95 in the futures. Well, with that, we like to play a little game here that Andre explains called Above Below, where we try and choose what the closing print will be in the NQ or ES or whatever market you want, Mandy. And then we have everyone vote for it. And then they are right or they are wrong. So, Mandy, where do you think the NQ is finishing today at 3 o'clock?
I'm going to go right dead center of the MA. We'll go to the EMA. Let's go to the EMA since it's a green candle. EMA on the daily, 730. Let's try that today. So I think there might be some selling. It'd be cool. I mean, I'd be okay with 29,900s too. That'd be cool to break out either direction. But that's the above below, 730. What I said? 730.
29,730 in the NQ. And you don't have to vote on this. I'll give a bonus one because I'm no fun. Would be that 75.95 in the ES. Dolby, you are known to stack the ladder and let it fly. What are you looking at right now?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm looking at your. Okay, so higher than we're 75.95 is higher than where we're at right now. So 5 points
About
higher.
5 points. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. We're joining bid right now on a trade. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Let's see what we
No
can.
hesitation.
No hesitation here. Well, I need to make sure I get a stop in here. It's not letting me put a stop in. Anyways, Jack, let me get this stop in real quick. There we go.
Those are some of my best trades. Is like come out of like our intro, and I'm like, I'm long, like wasting no time.
That's so true, though.
Those trades have always hit for some reason. The no hesitation trade, because it's like, who said it the other day? Was it Enrico? Maybe a week ago, last week. He wants his trade to scream at him. Is that what's happening right now, Dolby? Your trade setup is screaming at you right now. That's why I would enter.
It kind of is. We got a big round number. We had those higher lows on this Dorito, so I'm just going to see if this Dorito pattern can just kind of hold here. We also have the big round number right at 800s. So let's see if buyers come in and support this. Nvidia's up 4%. That looks great. Let's just see if we can work this this Dorito pattern here.
Appreciate it. Also, just to get the rest of the admin out of the way, if you want to get something shown here on Topstep TV, you know the drill. Hashtag Power Hour on X, Twitter. If you're an old head, show us your losses, your wins, anything interesting that you might want us to show. And if we like it or hate it, we'll probably show it at the end of this segment. There you go. Those watching earlier today, I put on, I can't wait for the single stock futures. We put on a pairs, like a simulated pairs trade of short NQ, long IBM. IBM opened today down 25%. Took a little bit of heat, but now that's about, $39,000 in our favor. Too bad it's not real.
Hello.
Where is IBM doing? IBM is now down a measly 23.8%. All right.
Man,
that's how that works.
Cannot
We're trading outright.
Old stock, new tricks, huh? Down 25%. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's like, well, not in Nvidia style. I think it was like 60 billion in market cap.
Oh, billion's not even that much. It's nothing.
Not anymore.
Nothing. Not anymore. No. I'm saying we're closing above here. Mandy, I liked your analysis too with the Dorito, the Dorito call. Really consistent lower highs, also very consistent higher lows. Feels a little bit summery
Yeah.
as far as the price action goes. We are going to add another bid in actually at 775 here. See if we can get a little ad on the way if it happens to go down. As far as targets, we're looking for about 825. No, about 860. Let's say 860 for a target. So about 2-to-1 on this trade.
Nice.
Well, we heard about IBM getting shellacked. What are the other stocks doing? Dolby, you mentioned Nvidia's up 4%, as is Micron. So without looking, this has got to be a big day for the stocks. What are they up? Surprisingly low for those numbers. Just 2.7% in that index. Got Microsoft down 1.5%. Not surprising, given the death of IBM. Tesla, not really anything. Broadcom and Google up 1.8%. Scanning for something interesting.
Oh, we got episode 3. Trader House, Jack, coming up.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Oh, yes, that is correct. Episode 3 of Trader House is coming out. See if you can find the Easter eggs. I believe I appear in just 1 second of this whole series. See if you can find me.
Would you want more airtime, Jack?
No, but I just wanted I just wanted 0 or more, I guess.
That's true. That is true. Nice little bit here in the socks, actually. We have a nice little 1 minute range going on in the socks. We had a base around 568. A high is around 5, let's say 69. If we can get above this 569s, this NVIDIA might, not NVIDIA, the NASDAQ might turn around here. Maybe we can get a fill.
Our friend SpaceX, 138.60. So, okay, Dolby's just long 1 MNQ. Wow. Chat, I love it when you throw, because you can't look at everything. I love it when you throw out these, like, the other stocks that are doing crazy things. It's just, man, it is a bucket of
Wild.
crabs there. That's for sure.
Crab mentality. Mandy, you said you went on a cruise. Did you get any advice from? Oh my god, I'm blanking. I'm on an on-air blank.
The captain?
The captain? No, not the captain.
Wait, let's guess. What
Braden.
would you be asking for? Oh,
Braden, our cruise expert. Braden, did you get any advice from Braden on cruise?
I should have asked Braden. BPC trades in the chat. Should have asked him. I think he does it often too. Carnival, if I'm not mistaken. We were on Carnival. This trade's looking really nice here, Dolby. Yeah, the cruise was kind of fun. My kids were on it. They do the ducks. They hide around the ship, and so I was fun mom and made sure we brought a lot of little ducks to exchange and hide and go do. But it was fun. Kids enjoyed the unlimited soft serve ice cream and pool time and eat. So definitely a great thing for the family. I think it was good. It was a large family, extended family trip. So
unlimited soft serve.
Yeah. I have to say the pizza was bomb. It was like a nice thin crust, freshly baked in the what do you call it? The big
an oven.
Like stone. Well, not
Stone
the oven,
oven.
but like the stone oven, right? The
Easy bake
why am I
oven.
drawing a blank? Yeah.
Kiln.
So it was really fun.
Domo?
So yeah. Yeah, so
Wood fire.
it was awesome. Yeah, wood fire, yeah, something like that. It was really fun. So, that pizza though, I'm still dreaming about that pizza. Had it every day. It was delicious. Thin crust.
No, that's awesome. I'm fascinated.
And
When I'm
no
not on air trading, I'm
trading.
fascinated by cruise ship logistics. It's really quite
Yeah.
something.
Oh, it is.
Well, Dolby, you're
Wow,
cooking right
Dolby.
now.
You
What kind of
are.
targets you got?
Not out of this trade yet. We're looking for 29,860 quarter, so basically just the high
There you go.
of what we would consider
have a support there.
the top of the Dorito. Kind of an interesting level that we're at right now. Speaking of Doritos, if you draw, use that fib tool and get rid of everything other than the 0-1500 and go from high to low, in the middle, you get, well, I have it in blue, it's very hard to see, you get 29,817 and 3/4. We are basically right there right now. We are in we're in the exact middle of the daily Dorito. Right here, right now. What a time to be alive. We are perfectly in balance.
Well, something interesting happened here, or there's an error in my gamma profile, but we lost like all that, and it wasn't a little bit of gamma in the 0 day. It's at that level I mentioned. So it's all freeform jazz from here, Dolby.
Oh no. Are your 795 still in play?
I mean, it could, but like, I don't think it's not something I would make a bet on.
Got it. What'd you have, Mandy?
I'm looking to get long here.
Let's go.
Let's just do. We're gonna do one for now. It's a little preemptive. We're gonna have stops below the low. I like your trade idea. We have pivot point of 853s. I'd love to see us go back and test. Why not? If we get another minute close here, 6 seconds above this EMA at 14, I'll add another here.
How I would read it.
Terrible. Well,
Super. Oh wait, who asked the question? Does that mean Vladisov? Just like I wouldn't like count on it as like a hard barrier or something's got to fight through, or necessarily a sticking point towards the end of the day. It still is like the positive. If we just do nothing this power hour, I still wouldn't be surprised if it. Well, that's a stupid thing to say. If we go nowhere, then we would close there. Yeah, just a weaker level to break through.
Chat's smart. They got it. They got the word for me. Brick oven pizza.
Brick oven. There it is.
Yeah. Wood fire is different, but yes, brick oven. There it goes. I did see George in the chat. Him and I have actually been chit-chatting, figuring a way to get a trader cruise going. Just get a bunch of trading buddies and let's go
boy.
do something crazy on Carnival or something, right?
Gotta put nets on the railing, Jack.
Fascinating. Yeah, fascinating
Don't go
question
well.
for the chat. I'm kind of obsessed too with all. I've never been on one with all these different themed cruises. I'm sure there's been a crypto cruise, but you know how they have like 80s cruise or the 90. No, they'll need the nets if I'm ever on a crypto themed
Crypto
cruise.
cruise. Isn't that the cruise
Yeah.
where everyone got diarrhea and just felt miserable? Was it that one, or is it
That would be
a
so
different
bad.
one?
No, those were civilians.
Okay,
I've watched the
not crypto
documentary.
traders. Got it.
Yeah. But who would be like the musical acts on a trader themed cruise?
Oh,
There you
yeah,
go.
rock.
Sammy
Great
Hagar.
contract, Kobe.
Yes.
Who?
Journey.
Who?
You get
Journey. Yeah, this all sounds about right.
That's great.
Yeah, actually, Algarve Trader did email me about that, setting up a cruise potentially. Trader cruise. You know, they have a metal cruise. I think it's called 30,000 Tons of Metal, and it's basically a bunch of metal
Oh my
bands
gosh.
who just play concerts all night. Just a bunch of metalheads running around on a boat, listening to metal.
Well,
See the trader cruise too. You could a little wiggle there. The
Yeah, I saw that.
downside. Block order. No real follow through.
Yeah, a little price action right there. A little wiggle in the dome. Let's see if this sustains. We are right at the initial balance high, 29,815s. Let's see if we can get into some previously charted territory. A little bit slowly.
Give it a
I'm okay with
minute.
the zombie rally. I'm okay with the zombie rally right now.
Same. We have a minute until this 5-minute candle closes, so I'm going to be watching really close here. We have a strong sell-off. I don't want to be in this. I think I'm going to reduce risk a little bit, make it manageable if we just decide to sell off here in the next minute or so, but I like that. I still like longs.
Yep. So do I. Correction, it's 70,000 tons of metal, not 30,000 tons of metal. That is half. That's half the metal
Yeah.
necessary.
That's like
At the metal
a
boat.
Viking cruise riverboat metal tour where you go down the
Uh-huh.
Danube. Listening to
Listen to some Amon Amarth, Rita Village.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know metal. Like any band that I knew is probably not playing on a metal cruise. Like, what's the level there? Who would we see?
On a metal cruise, Amon Amarth, they'd be on a metal cruise for sure. Maybe Slipknot would be on one. Some European bands for sure. Quiet Riot, yeah, maybe. Meshuggah would be on there.
Nice. Quiet Riot. That makes sense.
Let's see who's playing this year. I'm into the cruise thing now.
My interest is peaked. And we'll continue to be
Okay.
peaked, but we're just hanging out around 75.91 in the ES. What do we got, Dolby?
So for you want the 2020? Let's do 2026 lineup. Is it released? Yes, it was. Okay. Adfinitum, Amorphous, Anthrax, Arcona, Beast in Black. I've actually played a show with them. We opened for them at the Forge.
Oh,
in
wow.
Joliet.
Ooh.
Blood Red Hourglass, Cemetery Skyline, Dark Tranquility, one of my favorites, Darkane, Dragonland, Dustbolt, Deluvietti, for all those fantasy power metal lovers. Let's see, Firewind, Gamma Bomb, Groza, Haggard, Harakiri for the Sky.
I recognized Anthrax. That was the only name I
That's
recognized.
about it. Jag Panzer, Camelot, some more power metal. Persephone, Rhapsody of Fire. There's a lot of power metal on those, actually.
They sound like
Soilwork, you're American.
usernames in chat.
Yeah, pretty much.
Absolutely.
I don't know, the market likes it, though. We'll keep on listing these off. That's it. Crowbar is not on there, although I wish they were. Crowbar rules.
All right.
You know what
I have
Ted did?
TP1.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Give a TP.
Sorry, I have TP1 at 839-ish area. That's around my moving average on the 15-minute. Be very intrigued to see how we react at that area. It'd be a previous swing for an attempt of high, as well as the moving average on the 15. So I could see some hesitation going on there. This trade's starting to cook a little bit.
It is cooking.
So I love it when, two traders trades line up together, Dolby. Two different reasons why, but validated for longs.
Yeah,
I think it's
nonetheless,
great.
we're just hoping this thing goes up. All
Yeah.
we're hoping for. Talking cruises and trading the NASDAQ.
Oh, this is perfect. This is how I can spend the last hour of the day.
I do have to say, though, I did not trade at all while I was on the cruise. Of course, cruise internet is always questionable, but
Good for you.
the break was really good. I came back with a pretty much swinging right in trading, and then these Trump True Social posts and news has kind of been beating me up the last week or two, but mental break. Take a vacation. That might, if you're struggling, go take a vacation. If you're struggling trading, just get that fresh mental reset, a break from the charts, not just a day or two. Like we're talking a week at least is really, really good. Oh, Royal Caribbean, a Starlink. Okay, that might be a more reliable, right?
I would think so. But we
yeah.
don't want to be trading on vacation. That seems
No,
counterproductive.
you don't. The question is,
I
if we
don't
do
know.
a trader cruise, you have to have
You have
internet,
to.
right? Like instead of like a band or entertainment, right? We could just do like a Topstep segment, right? Live from the cruise boat, right?
Well, the question is, you need internet, and then like when you're out in international waters, can you then trade anything?
Ooh, that's a really good question.
Oh, yeah. Could we do insider trading on international waters, Jack? There's no laws out there, right?
I guess if you stay out there. In the chat, please let me know if you've ever seen the movie Money Plane. I'm just curious what percent. And the other, however many people watched the movie Money Plane at some point. You won't regret it.
Great. So yeah, we saw a little rejection there. We didn't quite get my TP at 39.25. I said 38, right? So yeah, 38.50 would have gotten filled most likely. So I just missed taking off one contract. Let's see if we can get back up there. If we get another strong rejection, I'm gonna make sure to move my stop into profit. Don't want to give anything up.
Well, so
I'm holding for Valhalla.
There you go. I don't hate it. I
Uh-oh.
think it's
Oh, what?
That Gamma's back with a vengeance. This could be sticky.
Uh-oh.
I'm back to 75.95. Where we end it.
I'm okay with that. I think we like
James.
that 75.95. Ooh, we're getting there.
Kelsey Grammer is in that movie because they spent their entire budget getting one name people would recognize. And I believe he plays someone named something Grouch, aka the Grumble. And it's hilarious. It's not a good movie, but it's hilarious.
All right.
My wife
here's
and I
my
watched all of
stop
Frasier.
into profit.
Oh, nice.
If this comes and tags me, I could see it rotating back down. So we're gonna get tagged out here. Up $14. We had a good
Nice.
attempt there for the one contract. I just don't like this rejection here. I'm not gonna enter a trade for another at least 4 minutes, maybe even 5 or 6 to see how we respond on the next 15-minute candle at the bottom of the hour. we have that rejection there on the 15 moving average. So that's why I cut it. There you go, Dolby.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
If there and Al is it all in? All in, there is an argument for adding more, right? So if this sets back up for me in the next 5 minutes, absolutely, let's go long. Right now that rejection something I don't want to play with, and maybe I get a terrible fill, but to me the way the process works is right now there's a higher risk of us not following through, just because of that rejection here on that moving average. So prove me wrong though, NQ. I'm okay with that. You can go. Dolby's in it.
Okay, we still need a plan here. Currently, our stop is just sitting below that swing low, so we're still risking $42. We're sitting at like 779 and a quarter. I do feel like anytime I do move my stop to break even, the market is just like, ooh, a snap. Let's go get it. So I'm trying to do the nice thing here and just keep this stop down here. Maybe when we get to the bottom of the hour, we can do some stop adjustment. Maybe move it up to like 808s below the 15-minute candle. See where this prints. We should have some volatility coming in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, here's a good poll question. What was your favorite cheer star?
Oh,
I gotta go.
Still a
Gotta
little
go.
young for
Fraser
that.
Crane.
Been meaning to watch Cheers at some point, but I just have not.
I say Fraser was fantastic.
Okay, I
Wishing
did
and
see
pulling
Fraser.
up.
That
I
was-
love your show. I live in Hawaii, so you're like my Good Morning America. Well, mahalo to you too.
That's awesome.
Little
I
bit
decided
of a off here.
I'm going to do a Crossroad Markets. That's mine and George's Discord. Crossroad Markets World Tour. I've connected with some traders in. Well, there's Victor, Enrico's buddy from Estonia. We gotta go to Estonia. Gotta go meet
Ooh.
Birdie in London. We got Angie in Hawaii.
Yeah, Chike in London too.
Chike in London. We got my buddy Cedric in the south of France. So that's my goal with trading is become a world traveler, kind of like Aaron trades and Braden going on those cruises. I have a lot of plans to
They are inspiring.
explore the world with trading. Yeah,
They are
that's my
inspiring.
goal.
Wow, nice out, Mandy. What got you out of that trade?
you.
That was good timing there.
Right here, that 15-minute rejection off that moving average.
Hmm.
So I'm actually looking short now. This feels really heavy. I'm gonna actually go one, looking to add a couple more short. Don't want to scare you out of this, Dolby. If this candle prints green, might be a quick.
I feel like I'm bag holding right now. I still want to see what happens bottom of the hour here.
I want to see the above below, right? Like get hit secretly.
We turned around in the ES at least like right at that 75.50.
Yeah,
I'm
we
adding
did.
one more, and then looking to add another at the start of this candle. Adding 3.
To the short side, huh? Well, there's holy shit.
Oh,
Okay, guess we're
that's
stopped out.
something.
What
Yeah,
was that
that's
about?
I don't know how much I want to participate in this.
That wasn't nice.
A lot of wiki.
That wasn't nice at all.
No, it wasn't.
Well,
Dolby,
bottom
you
of the
missed it.
hour.
I've been slammed a couple times with any
the hell?
news.
Maybe just some bottom of the hour liquidity coming in there.
Oh no,
You
the
know-
U.S. is just blowing up more stuff in Iran. So
Yeah, but that's been going on for the last 10
Months.
like that wasn't like hot off the press news. I don't even read them because it's I feel like I'm just reading like tweets from unverified sources if I do.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, We do
I
have
added
a
a
news
third.
story. Uh-oh, 3.
Just FYI.
Two recent headlines have developed pertaining to Trump's proposed 20% fee on the Strait of Hormuz and over $1 billion in trade fraud. Let's see what that looks like. I can take a sip of water.
President Donald Trump is abandoning the plan to charge for U.S. protection in the Strait of Hormuz just one day after announcing it. His social media post on Monday said a 20% cargo fee would be levied on shipments through the strait. But in a Tuesday post, he says Gulf states will invest in the U.S. instead. International law gives vessels free right of passage through the strait, but Iran effectively controls it. Whether Tehran tried to impose a toll on ships there, Trump and top U.S. officials slammed the idea. And in other news, the Trump administration also says its trade fraud task force has uncovered more than $1 billion in recoveries and alleged losses. The task force, led by the Justice Department and Department of Homeland Security, says the total includes criminal and civil penalties, settlements, restitution, and pending cases. The administration created the task force as part of a broader effort to enforce trade rules and collect tariffs. Officials say the case that pushed the total past the $1 billion mark involves a jewelry importer accused of falsely declaring the country of origin to avoid paying higher tariffs.
Oh, you are in trouble. BJM the second. I agree with you. Astute observation. They say it's the same headlines over again. It'll be the same by tomorrow. But why does the market still react? I think it's the same reason that like the 50-day and 200-day moving averages work. It's because everyone's looking at them, and it reacts every time. So if you got your tape reading algo, like if you get a nice little bump out of it, you keep doing it until it doesn't work anymore.
Looking for TP1 down at New York anchored VWAP at 68. The New York anchored VWAP is 66.75. On the 1 minute, I'm looking at like 768s.
We're trying longs again here. This is just another Dorito play. I'm going to see if we can just get back some of the damage, some of the heartache that NASDAQ caused us with that little flash crash there.
Oh my gosh. Is this
smallest of
what
flash
it did?
crashes. Apparently this is what NASDAQ wants to do right now. It's just make everyone miserable.
It is.
Okay, let's see if we can get back. We're about halfway there to our target here, looking for about 815s. Then we can reassess. The Dorito is maintaining on both ends. A dual Dorito price action here.
Not shocking.
Not shocking.
Man, the option stuff is just bouncing back. Like it just feels like there must be a lot of people buying 75, 50 calls, 0 date.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. A lot of back and forth volatility.
Hopefully they're not an informed actor.
You said 75, 50 calls?
In the futures, that's 75.95 or thereabouts.
Oh, it is. Okay.
75.50 is the SPX.
Got it.
This is gross.
Not Doomlord, though.
Not at
But just
all.
so you can understand the mechanics of why it seems like people are, because the positive gamma kept on dropping. If basically the gamma goes negative when dealers are selling options, and dealers are selling options when people are buying it, right? And the dealers, if they're short negative gamma position, it means that if the price starts going up, they have to they'll keep buying at any price, right? That's how they hedge their delta. Just interesting to see it happen so quickly here with 25 minutes left.
We are stuck right around these 800s.
It's so gross.
Need to get above 804s.
A little frustrated I was off by $2 on that TP1. I would have moved my stop to break even. It's been just bouncing above and below my entry right now. Kind of burns, but
Game of ticks.
always.
Hold on. We got a new cat.
Cat trying to tell us something? You a new cat?
We do. Yeah, he's currently he's not ready for the silver screen yet. He's a little bit of a kitty cold right now, and we're still in the introductory period with Gus. And Mr. Montgomery is the name that we went with the new cat. So,
you have two
in due
cats.
time, we do. We had two, lost one.
Cat dad.
Now we have two again. Yeah.
How long ago did you
Well.
lose your last one? Sorry for your loss.
Like 2 months or so.
Oh, I'm so
Unexpected
sorry.
too. Unexpected.
That's the hardest.
Yeah. It was
Yeah.
sad. We got a new one.
Oh, gross and cute. Okay, I'm okay if we get to these 50s. I have my stop at that 15-minute moving average again here at 830s. I'm just gonna.
We're gonna stop to 789.5 here. So just a couple ticks below the last 1 minute candle.
Yes, Jeremy. Jeremy, Gus will teach his ways.
Oh yes.
No doubt.
He is a very, very personable cat. He's a great attitude. Looking forward to seeing him out and about and mingling with Gus. Probably about 4 or 5 days, I think.
All right.
That's good
There's a-
too.
There's a
Go ahead,
push
Mandy.
right there. Sorry, push right there to the EMA on the 15-minute. Now, I'd love to start seeing a close below 796s on the 1 minute. That'll hopefully help validate. So if you can see this wick on the 15, just wanted to get back to pressure. Dolby, I'm not sure if you caught it when I discussed it. I think you were on your honeymoon. We talked about pressure lines kind of being like mom and dad, and my MA and my EMA, those are what I call pressure. And the candles are the kids. And so they like to wander away from mom and dad, but mom and dad's a good safe spot. So we have to go back in and check in with mom and dad. We got to go get close to pressure, go say, hi, mom. Look, come watch me go down this slide, right? And then it can sell off and run away from mom. But it's got to check in with mom and dad every so often, right? And so that's shout out to Scott for that analogy. It's, I think, a great one. And
nice.
so that's what I'm seeing on the 15 is that EMA mom just needed to get addressed again here. We just had to go say hi, check in, and now we can continue to sell off. So again, still looking for that above below at 730s. I really hope that hits.
We are out.
So we get that New York anchored VWAP. We're starting to get some good selling pressure coming in.
Yeah, no
I
kidding.
like this a lot now.
So we got stopped out for approximately break even. Not quite though. Let's see what happens here. See if it stays true that the market will immediately go to my entry and then bounce back up again. Always.
At that point, do you just like laugh, Dolby? Like you're almost at the point where you're like numb to the chaoticness and the irrational behavior of NQ, right?
Just
like,
stop moving my stops and it solved like 90% of my problems. Just accept the risk. It's a tip to the market. Just accept the risk or just move it in a way that it's based off of structure and not based off of where your
P&L.
entry is. Because P&L where your entry's at, because typically it's just in the middle of some stuff. Unless you have like a very, very good entry on like a range trade. But even then, it can come back and touch the bottom of the range and bounce back up again and get you stopped out. So you kind of have to leave that wiggle room there regardless.
I mean, you can make the case for a range in the ES right now for sure. Going back to the whole afternoon, pretty much.
We're getting a bid in at 780s.
Also, 2 is a good number of cats, Dolby.
Oh yeah, 100%. As long as they get along.
3,
they gotta entertain each other. Now, I think 3 is when you get into like cat person territory.
Yeah.
That's a lot of litter, man. It's a lot of litter. Look at this bid.
Blue Boyd in the chat. Do I ever even use the parabolic SCR? I haven't mentioned it in a minute. I do actually. When Dolby was talking about or a bid at 780s. I would love a tag of my parabolic SAR at 786. To me, that's gonna give me a confirmation for a continued of short. Once this parabolic SAR starts to get a little flat, it gets a little questionable of is that now becoming support? Can we bid up here? There's a lot of chop. Everything's still telling me to stay short. I do have a stop in place for a purpose, right? If it goes against. You didn't get filled yet, did you, Dolby?
No, we got filled for break even just to watch it rally. So the
Yeah.
lesson
there you go.
has stayed true. It's better just to accept risk than it is to go to break even.
Yeah.
Or just move your stop on something technical. Not where
But
your
on the flip side,
entry's at.
Dolby, would once you have like multiple TPs, right? Would moving the
Mhm.
break even after you hit T1 be beneficial? Like I've liked that a lot lately.
Oh, sure.
But not an initial move to break even, right? When it turns green.
Yeah, can't go break even too fast. Gotta give it some wiggle room, especially in the NASDAQ, because it loves to go and test an entry
Yes.
once or twice.
Gosh, NQ.
Son of a.
Things have settled down on the news front. Still got poor IBM down 25%.
Boomer stock.
Hey, some boomer stocks have done pretty well. I mean, we say that as Intel's up 5.2%.
Yeah, but it's hip now. It's like a hip boomer.
Mm-hmm.
IBM's boomer.
Damn. Goldman Sachs up 8.9%. I didn't even look at their trading return. Did they just have earnings? Must have. Carvana is up 7.8%. An old favorite. I haven't checked in on Carvana in a while.
NASDAQ's still bidding here.
Jeez. Double bottom. There at the 86s.
I tag
You
it
say?
89.5. Is dirtbag activity right there. This is a
I
very
think I'll
tight
make a
range right now.
decision. Yeah, I think I'll make a decision based in a minute and a half off of this next 15-minute candle close and 5-minute candle close. Look at an evaluation here. My moving average on the 5 is angled upward. I don't love that but we still have the moving average on top, which is selling pressure. So it's still telling me sells. It's just not a great sell with it angled upward. Question is like, do I just cut it and just watch for a better entry, right? In case it just keeps going again. I think that's what I'm thinking out loud right now. We have pressure. The EMA on the 15-minute is at 816s. We just made a new rotational high. Let's see what happens at this level right here at 815s here, 820s. Need a fast rejection here. If we don't, I think I'll cut it. Okay, there's a
I deserve
rejection off of the
everything.
trend line and off the EMA. Shorts are still valid for me at this moment. Got 34
Nice.
seconds.
Nice.
Dolby, do you sell those bids at those 80s?
No.
No,
Nothing flat. We should have just
Do you have
not touched
anything
our
that you
trade.
would want to get you in?
840s.
Just fan.
840s could be an interesting short.
Short.
If we're going to try to maintain the Dorito pattern here, or like 870s. Also be interested in longs back at 780s. I feel like we really had a good trade on. Actually, I think both times. Yeah, one time we just got a little bit unlucky with the move, and then we just went to break even. It's just a mistake outright. But that's okay.
Just under 5 minutes to MOC.
Oh yeah, segment's flying by.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a good range. It's a really good range.
Lot
I have
of,
enjoyed just base hitting recently. That's been good. I could have taken the base hit there and been very happy.
Some discussion still about Iran. Iran's return to negotiations are flexible regarding the Strait of Hormuz are possible.
They've
So
said like
still
14
news
different
flying
things today. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never heard that
Flying.
headline before.
Yeah.
Never.
I've never heard that headline before.
If it ain't Axios, well, I can't think of anything that rhymes with Axios. If it ain't Axios, it's adios. All right, I'm not making
there
that
we go.
trade. Axios or nothing.
There you go. I'm
That's a good one.
There we go.
We have, let me see that 5-minute candle.
Initial balance high, maybe selling off here.
I
Maybe.
think we're closing at this 75.50 SPX.
That's what it seems like.
It's
inevitable.
Setting up that way.
Is that equivalent to the 800s, or where would you say on NQ?
I'd have to pull out the spreadsheet, but probably about the same.
Yeah.
The old spreadsheet out. We're doing spreadsheet math on TopstepTV.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'd love to do that.
Bring it up. Offer in at 29,829.
That'd be my stop.
Oh, really?
Like move my stop to 30.
just move it up just 1 point.
And it's like it's Axios or the Axio. Okay, that's what I came here for.
Ooh.
Oh, there you go. That's great. That's great.
Okay.
Go troop. Yes, this is exhausting. All right, let's go short.
Exhausting. Yeah, I'm kind of in favor of the shorts because it's gonna have to work to break through this 75, 95 level. I don't think the market makers want all those long 0-date calls getting paid.
What do we have? A minute and a half. My question is my stop in an okay spot to withstand
handle it.
the volatility? Yeah. All right. Okay.
So I think we're most likely to stay here or like sell off a little bit, but we could also get. I don't think we'll leak to the upside. If we go through it, it's going to be a big rip at the end.
Like, can I?
Yeah, I want to work some wishing orders here. I'm going to offer actually 841s, which lines up a little bit better with a 30-minute candlestick, and then I'm going to bid 29,750s. See if we can get filled on some volatility and have it just go back to neutral.
Yep, I see that.
New highs today guaranteed. Are you putting money on it, Shanks a Million?
Yeah, let me see what happens
Getting
here. About 10 seconds before. It might be a cut of mine. Or a very
30
tight stop.
seconds. The MOC Hoop, if you're out there, just fling it in the chat right away.
We had 789s and had to go break even. For what?
There we
For
go.
what?
14, 13.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Sheesh. I don't know about this. We're gonna get stopped out probably. Oh,
And he
I lived.
lives.
I'll live to see another day. Didn't get stopped out. But the question is, yeah, can we maintain that down? I don't know.
Let's see what we got for numbers. They'll be coming out shortly. Hoop is Johnny on the spot. Very light, like almost break even. We got like 22 million buy side S&P 500. That's nothing.
That is
Minus half a bill sell side NAS. I mean, really nothing so far. But Andre's not here, so I'll remind everyone these numbers can and will change along the way. Okay, well, MLC's out of the way. let's give it over to Dr. Val, who you got to see Money Plane, man. If you've not seen this, you got to see it. But for now,
I haven't
he's
seen Money
here.
Plane.
Oh,
Bring me
my
in. Bring me in.
goodness.
We're going to talk Money Plane. We'll
There's some
see
quotes.
it. I'll come back next week. We'll do a roundtable discussion. But guys, it's time for hashtag Fast Markets and hashtag Power Hour. Earlier in the show, we asked you to take to the X and tag us and share your trader wins, your trader setups, anything else you wanted to show us. You did just that. Let's go ahead and show them off, starting with Trill. Trill saying, bang! Max payout secured with Topstep. You love to see it, and we love to see you post it. So congrats to you, Trill, and keep it up. I want to see the next payout, so keep tagging us on the X. Moving on, from Market Trends ES, slow markets into fast markets into lockout. My trading day is over before Power Hour because discipline isn't just knowing when to trade, it's knowing when you're done. Big shout out to Topstep for building risk tools to help traders protect the best days. But hey, shout out to you guys for using them. We put them out there for you, but it's up to you to implement them. And those of you who are, I'm sure you're finding success and we want to hear about it. So tag us on the X and share how the risk management settings in Topstep X have been working for you. And then up next from Topstep Tizzy, good day, only 3 total trades. I'm up $413 on both accounts, and I made it a point not to trade the CPI. Took longs off the 200 MA bounce on the hourly chart. So there you go. You have your own personal trading plans. Do not trade the CPI, and you're managing your risk by only placing 3 trades a day. That's really nicely done. We love to see it. Moving on from Coda Trading, a familiar name. 10 days profit streak with my Topstep XFA. They're good with that. 10 days is a wonderful streak in an XFA. I hope you keep it up. And maybe one day, you never know, your name could be near the top of the legends like Delesh and Henrico, some of our longest running streak holders. And last but not least, from Vinny V, up $1,055 today on the Topstep account in a choppy tape. I'll take it. Risk management was key today, but more so about being nimble and respecting your break-even points and stops. I love it when traders are finding out what works for them and what doesn't, and they know that sometimes the best trade is no trade, and sometimes the best trading plan is to lock up your profits and take the ball and go home. Anyway, that's your Power Hour hashtag Fast Market submissions. Keep tagging us all week on the X because we have all week long to go. Back to you, Jack.
All week long. Oh God, you made me think it was Monday.
All right,
It
I
is
flipped.
Tuesday. We're good.
Let's go long.
All right. Let me take a
Let's
look.
see if
See
we
if there's
can do
still
this. It just seemed like such a strong uptrend there, but we're gonna have a tight stop just below that
Possibly.
last
We
green.
got 6 minutes left in this. We'll be rolling to Trader House episode 3 after this. Exciting stuff. Stick around for that.
All right, let's see a push here again. NQ. Just getting whipsawed here.
Yeah, we've flipped it. Well, if you can call it a flip, but it was 22 million before. We're about half a bill sell side in the S&Ps, 800 million sell side Nasdaq, nothing Dow, nothing to speak of Mag 7. So
Here we go.
light-ish. Well, let's close it right at 75.95 or Jackie P. I love when that works out.
This goes down to my we're all out. I'm done for today. If this ends up going down to these 750s again, maybe we're pretty frustrated here. I agree, future trading.
We're gonna see if we can buy 771s or sell 854s into the close.
Okay. Just a nice narrow how many points is that? 35s to 70s, so 70-point range here in the last hour.
Yeah.
Kind of gross. Kind of abnormal NQ behavior, but it tracks. NQ's been doing unexpected things for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a very tight range for Power Hour. You can kind of just see it even in the Dorito pattern. The market's not really interested in doing anything crazy or new right now. Just waiting for more information. Maybe there's some information later this week that might make things exciting. We do have US PPI, US Core PPI tomorrow. Catch that at opening bell. JD and crew, got EIA. Warsh testifies day 2. We did have some volatility, Jack, during fast markets during that during his little press conference sort of thing. Testimony.
A little bit. I mean, usually the testimony is not as good as it's certainly not as good as the presser. I live for that. Okay, 3 minutes 15 seconds left here. We got Mandy Long or MNQ.
No, I'm gone. I got subbed out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not looking. I don't want to. I'm getting banged up enough on this Power Hour. I feel like 70 is a very tight range for Power Hour for us.
Oh yeah,
definitely a different J.
Well, like if this was like a reversal challenge, this would have been agonizingly slow for a reversal challenge.
Oh, we would have been dying during
It would have
this.
been
Yeah,
Everyone might have
very
stayed
tough.
from getting knocked out.
there you go. That's the only benefit
Oh
from
yeah,
it, right?
for sure be trading 15 lots, no doubt about it. We're gonna offer 835s and bid 781s into the close. See if we
KIV,
can
I don't
range
hate
those.
it. I don't hate short,
Okay.
but
You know what I'm keeping my eye on? We're 2 minutes 15. We're hanging within a tick.
yeah, let's see it.
Let's see it. Let's see it, you sticky
I want to see it.
guy.
Dolby, did you say you still have pending trades?
Yeah, 835s offered and
Nice.
781 bids.
Let's check the live leaders out real quick. I feel pretty good about their days. You got Kalen, doing $26,000. Harsh V.
Holy
I
cow.
always do this with this. We got Boe up 17,900. Azurum 16,171, and Akbike 16,000 as well. Great job cleaning up today. Bowie's on there a lot. Gotta do what he's up to. All right, we
You
got
still
1
have-
minute and 15 seconds.
Are you cutting them at all, Dolby? Those pending or?
No.
Okay.
Give it a little bit of time.
My internet is lagging. Sorry, you guys. Might be better to look at Dolby's screen.
We're increasing to the sell side. I mean, we only got 55 seconds left. We're close. We're $1 billion now. Sell side Nasdaq, 800 million sell side Dow, 675 sell side S&P 500, and 45 seconds to go. Remember, stick around for Trader House episode 3. That's coming up.
I can't
right
wait.
after this. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna do it.
That's great. I know. Is that? Oh yeah.
We're gonna keep the bid in. Never mind. What are we doing? There's like 15 seconds left. We're flat.
Yeah. What are you doing,
silly.
though? It's
What are you
degenerate
doing?
stuff. Oh, we got a little
Oh, what have we got filled? What have we gotten filled?
5 seconds.
Oh, we would have made 10 points.
And that is how the cookie crumbles this Tuesday. Mandy, thank you so much. Any final thoughts for everyone out there?
No, just being news aware. I'm really interested to see what tomorrow's going to bring, and the rest of this week should be really fun though. But catch you guys tomorrow morning. I believe Bebop George and I be hanging out together, and probably with you too, Jack. Right?
Yes, I'm planning on it. If nothing
Nice.
befalls me before then, Dolby, you'll be in the chat for Trader House, so you can tell them all
Oh, yeah.
about that then.
Can't wait.
Oh yeah. But with that, it's been nice hanging out with everyone in the chat today. Mandy, Dolby, have a good time. Dr. Vol, take us away.
So Absolutely. Hey, guys in the chat, I'm going to make this quick because we've been talking about it all day, but Trader House episode 3 is coming out next right after this, so we're going to keep the party going in that chat room. But hey, once Trader House ends, stick around because At the Buzzer is still on today. Check out Trader House episode 3 and then stick around for At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul as they unpack everything that went down in the markets today, and they're going to make you feel good for that 5 p.m. open. Again, slow markets tonight at 7 p.m. with Coach Dakota and Braden, so be sure to check in for that. And we'll be back tomorrow morning at 7:15 with a brand new episode of Top Step TV. We got a lot more coming all week long, so keep with the only channel you need. And of course, I'm talking about this one right here. Anyways, we'll see you guys in the next one. All of us are going to be in the chat there watching it with you. I'm James Harden. You've been the chat. And this has been Top Step TV. Let's go! Trader House episode 3 coming up right now.